All right, everyone. The live update has started. Severe storm coverage on May 19th, 2025. Got meteorologist Peyton Langford, meteorologist Zach Gilday. Josh Rugger is out and about in the field. We got some storms that are approaching. I know it's been a little bit of a waiting game. This is why sometimes it's a little tough to know exactly when storms are going to move in and, what the time's going to be when they move in. And, we'll see if it's a bust. Right now, we're not done. We have a lot of energy coming in. We got a lot of moisture. Now, while the thunderstorms are a little more congealed into a cluster, maybe the convective mode isn't as supercellular as what happened yesterday in Kansas and Oklahoma. We still have some impressive cells. So I know the night hasn't even ended yet, and we're ready for it to be over as well. So we got a storm here that's approaching western sections of Adair County. This is going to be tracking. We will do a track on this. This is an isolated cell. It does have a little bit of elongated rotation with it. It does tighten up just a little bit, but this is more of like a wind threat at the moment, although this could strengthen and become tornadic. But you can see how it's kind of elongated a little bit with that circulation, also right along the leading edge of that circulation. That doesn't mean there can't be a tornado with this, but at the moment, it's just kind of struggling with the ingredients that aren't quite in place. And if you look, there's a lot of rain that's falling out ahead of it. So maybe we're going to cool things off and the rain will kind of drop the temperatures a little bit. That's what we're hoping for, which would weaken this event and cause it to die out. The problem is that there still are other storms that are going crazy. And this is where the energy is a little bit stronger in south central Oklahoma. And these cells are making their way eastward as well. So regardless, we are going to see rain. We're going to see thunderstorm activity. Will it be an isolated supercell like what we had back a year ago, Memorial Day weekend? As of now, convective mode doesn't look as favorable for this area. But some key takeaways. We still have a ways to go. This system moving in is intense, but maybe some of the ingredients are kind of trending down a little bit. Hopefully that's the case.
But still, we look at dew points. They're in the 70s. We have all this energy coming in. Models show multiple rounds, potentially one evening and then maybe one towards midnight-ish.
And remember, once that sun goes down, there's a whole nother ingredient that's added, the nocturnal low-level jet.
Yeah.
That'll help things spin.
Yeah.
That'll increase shear, pump in moisture.
So let's do a track on this. Let's show people where this is headed. We got our 5 o'clock newscast coming up soon. We will stream that as well. And we're going to stay on this storm just because it's approaching the area. So we wanted to give you kind of a little bit of a heads up, before the storm rolls in. But here's a look at the severe thunderstorm warning. It is considerable with 70 miles per hour winds. Don't forget, straight line winds can do just as much damage as a weak tornado in a localized area.
Oh, yeah.
And we have saturated ground conditions. We can have a lot of trees that get knocked down from wet ground conditions. So this is now having a tornado possible on the tag with the threat. And hail is not as big of a threat with this storm just because it's not tapping into the environment and the upper level energy is kind of lagging back a little bit. So there's some ingredients that are missing with these thunderstorms, but we're seeing a lot of shower activity, which is kind of what can happen and what we can be accustomed to. I contemplated changing the tornado tie, but at the moment, we still have isolated supercells down to the south. So we'll see how this all evolves. Let's do a track on this. We'll kind of do right along the leading edge of it, and we're going to move this northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So let's do a track on this cell as it moves northeast over the next hour and a half. And let me show you some of the areas that are going to be potentially impacted. So this will give you an idea on the timing. So we're looking at 5:36 in Prairie Grove, 5:47 in Fayetteville, and about 6 o'clock in Elkins. Now that's a little bit later than what was originally thought. So we're going to be watching this closely. So I know people are asking about the River Valley. Well, we can't track any storms in the River Valley right now, but we can see all of this tornadic activity that's to the south. And let's just assume that it has a forward motion of about 45 let's do 50 miles per hour over the next several hours.
Tornado warning incoming for Cherokee County storm.
Okay. So Cherokee,
That here.
it's going to be that one. Yep.
Yep.
Cherokee Adair. So we got
So
a
that's
new
going to be
tornado
in
warning
our
here
coverage
coming up.
area.
Yeah, that is going to
Yeah.
be in our coverage area.
If it goes
And then-
to Adair.
And then that is going to be,
Well, I definitely will.
that's going to be moving into,
100%.
we'll show you what we've got. So we've got a tornado warning coming.
Coming in just a second.
Yep.
Typing it up at the moment.
So this is the cells in the River Valley, just to answer, about 7 o'clock in the evening, which is, by the way, when the tornado watch officially expires. So going back to this, we're about to have a tornado warning on this cell, and it's going to be making its way into Adair County. Let me show you on Mega Doppler where the most dangerous portion of that thunderstorm is. It's located right near Tahlequah,
And there it is.
just to the east
for
of
Delaware
Tahlequah.
and Adair as well.
So we got Delaware, Adair County, does not, looks like, include Benton or Washington County.
Yep,
at the
we're
moment. Yep. So here we go. New tornado warning just issued. Here it is. Tornado
know.
warning until 5:45.
I know.
This is approaching.
Yep.
All right.
I know Jake's watching, and he'll hop in the booth here in a minute.
Okay,
Keep
sounds
this
good.
on. Turn them on.
Yeah, you turn them off. Yeah, turn them off.
Should do it.
All right, stand by for live severe weather coverage as we have this tornado warning that's approaching the Siloam Springs area eventually, and we'll keep you updated.
Is your mic on?
Yep. Let me go ahead.
Mic and I speed check on it.
All right.
Yep. Can't forget that. Gotta have the
Nope.
mic.
I was saving batteries because I know we're going to need that. And we'll do a storm track on this right away. So tornado warning until 5:45. It's moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Are they ready?
Are they ready back there? Okay. Okay.
They're ready.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything, so we're good.
Can they hear us?
Let's see here.
Yeah,
All right,
check,
IFB
check,
check. We're good. We're good. Let's go on. Oh, we got to turn those monitors on, Zach.
Oh.
Yep. Turn all those monitors on. All right, stand by here for live severe weather coverage. Hi, everyone. Chief Meteorologist Dan Scoff, got meteorologist Peyton Langford, meteorologist Zach Gilday. The whole weather team here, along with Josh Rugger, that's out in the field, multiple storm spotters. We got a tornado warning now that's approaching northwestern Washington County, southwestern Benton County. Currently, it's in Adair County. We want to get right to this. This is a storm system that we've been watching for several days now, Zach.
Yeah, a lot of energy, and the dynamics are in place for these rotating storms.
I know we're getting some cloud cover and rain in northwest Arkansas, but we had a lot of fuel throughout the day.
Exactly. It doesn't matter with all that cloud cover.
It's very humid out there. So let's get to this tornado warning. We want to track this, let people know exactly where this storm is headed. So first of all, on weather one, Zach, we've got that track. We've also got another severe thunderstorm warning now that's been included. That's got the tornado possible. It's considerable. There's so much information that's going out right now on the screen. But let me take you through it. So a new severe thunderstorm warning has been added. You can see that that covers a good portion of western and northwestern Washington County, southwestern Benton County. Here's a look at the storm until 5:45. Now, the tornado warning is for a smaller portion. That only includes Delaware and Adair County. So let's do this. Let's get to Mega Doppler. We're going to zoom way in on this storm. We're going to show you exactly where this is headed, and we're just about ready to start our 5 o'clock newscast. But here's the current track of this storm as it moves to the northeast. We're going to hear a lot of times the weather radio going off. This is going to be a very active afternoon and evening, and it's right around evening commute time as we have feared. And Peyton, just be on the lookout for those cameras as we're looking off to the west from Lincoln. We might be able to get a view of this, hopefully, as it continues to move northeast.
And we do have a rotating wall cloud noted over Tahlequah.
Okay, so Tahlequah rotating wall cloud, and that's coming out of our NWS chat feed on Slack. You can see that storm moving east. Let's go to Mega Doppler. We'll look at that area of circulation, rotating wall cloud. This is going to be on weather 2, by the way. So on weather 2, here's the circulation. It's still out of our weather coverage area in terms of where the storm is located, but the tornado warning is including, as you can see, Adair County and also southern Delaware County. So here's some areas that are going to be impacted. We are talking about north of Christie, Westville, along Highway 59. And this storm is moving at about 50 miles per hour. So it's moving pretty quick. In just a little bit, by about 5:30, it's going to be approaching the Watts area. So be ready for that as that storm continues to ramp up. Here is your circulation. If we zoom way in on that, we'll be able to see some of the areas that are going to be included. Briggs, as well as Eldon, and that rotating wall cloud now is really starting to ramp up a little bit more. So we're zoomed way in. Let's give people a little bit of a wider view, Zach, as we do, and let me know when you got a Weather One storm track on this. And I think we need to take off some of the warning information. There's so much information. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be moving into a very favorable environment. This is an environment that we have been dreading for the last several days as this energy is finally moving in. So here we are, tornado warning with an isolated supercell. We'll look at the reflectivity on Mega Doppler, and we'll bring that up, and we can see that area of rotation with a little bit of an elongated appendage. The storm is starting to crank up in its intensity. We're looking at also quarter-size hail with it. Now, hopefully this cloud cover and rain that's out ahead of it might cool or destabilize the atmosphere. But today we're not basically saying anything like this can happen. So storm track on this as it moves northeast, because this is moving pretty quickly, and it will be clipping southwestern Benton County, northwestern Washington County. So this is the time where you have to start thinking about, where do I need to go to prepare for this type of storm? And so this is what we're going to do. We're going to show you here tornado safety. There you can see the tornado is radar indicated with a rotating wall cloud that's being observed. Downstairs, under something, center of the house, keep away from windows. This is what you need to do in a tornado. Zach, on Weather One, we've got a track on this as we're letting people know exactly where this is headed.
Hey, Dan, yeah, track on Weather One. We've got that if we can pull it up. So we are in Adair County and Delaware County. Tornado warning in effect until 5:45 this evening. And we have some areas listed. If you live in these areas, you need to be in your safe place right now. The Achota public use area around right now. And then beyond that, we have No Head Hollow public use area, 503. Watts area finally around 5:35. And then as we head farther into the evening, Mosley School, 5:36, West Siloam Springs around 5:38 p.m. And then Cecil Smithfield, 5:45 p.m. Smithfield around 5:45 as well. So this storm is going to be moving, it looks like, into northwestern Washington County, southeast Benton County. But right now, the area that we really have to watch out for is the Adair County area. That's where that main circulation seems to be heading. And I do want to zoom in even closer on this storm and show you exactly the areas that will be impacted by it. Switching over to Mega Doppler for you. Zooming in, and we can see this circulation right there just to the northeast of the Tahlequah area. Storm is moving pretty quickly, 40 miles per hour to the northeast, and pretty soon that main circulation area will be in the Adair County area. The Christie area, if you live in Scraper, Chewy, Watts, Westville, you need to be in your safe place right now. I cannot stress it enough. It's a life-threatening situation here with this storm. And these storms, that latest scan might be a little bit weaker with the circulation, but that's what these storms do. They weaken, then they strengthen back up, and then they weaken again, and they could strengthen back up again. But radar indicated rotation, nothing is confirmed as of yet, but we are monitoring that. It is daylight, so if it does actually touch down, we should be able to see it unless it's rain wrapped, but that's where the circulation is right now. Just about to move into the Adair County area. And this tornado warning, that red polygon, is in effect until 5:45 this evening. And we're tracking a lot of other activity too. So the storm just about to move into our coverage area. As we zoom out a little bit, we have a lot more storms to our southwest, Dan.
Yeah, Zach, we wanted to mention that too. I know people are looking at it and seeing, well, there's not many storms in the river valley, but there's additional storms moving in. And some of the models have indicated that maybe the energy moving into the river valley might be just a little bit more. We could see some of those isolated cells. I will mention that this is a very messy convective mode. What we mean by messy is you don't see those very small, individual, isolated supercells. Instead, you see clusters of storms, and clusters of storms might try to limit the full potential of these storms, if you will. So maybe not utilizing the environment as much as they could, which is great news for us. That means that maybe the storms could be a little on the weaker side. Nevertheless, though, we still have a tornado warning that is in effect until 5:45. There is an area of rotation. As Zach mentioned, it might have weakened on the last scan a little bit, but I do notice a little descending reflectivity core here. And we're going to transition from isolated supercells throughout the afternoon into the early evening to more of a linear type event. And so we've got all this activity that continues to move in. And the reason we're covering this storm now is the chance of it completely dying out and dissipating is very slim, even though we have all this cloud cover and rain. So we're giving you a way heads up ahead of when this storm is going to be moving in. And so we've got our 5 o'clock newscast. We've got our anchors in the studio, Doug and Allie. They've been monitoring all the conditions. I know we wanted to touch on and talk about the storms that came through the Springdale area, Tawnytown. That was all yesterday afternoon. But at the moment, we've got a life-threatening storm with a tornado warning that goes until 5:45, and also a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that is including northwestern Washington County and southwestern sections of Benton County. And so this storm most likely will continue eastward. Let's look at the hail core if we can. I know that was a concern from yesterday's storms. There's that hail core showing up right on the south side of the circulation, and so that's where it would be the strongest. And you can see that hail looking at about quarter-size hail at the moment. Now, yesterday we had some purples in there, and that was a pretty intense hail core coming through. This storm, as of right now, not utilizing or tapping into the environment quite as much. Let's look at the very latest velocity as it's just to the north. I'd say a little tightening up on that circulation. This could be putting down a tornado at any
Dan,
time.
Steve Pilch from the National Weather Service out of Tulsa said debris and radar data northeast of Tahlequah.
Okay, so we've got, it looks like maybe a confirmed tornado. Let's see what we've got. This is the radar, by the way, from Fort Smith, so it's a little bit higher up. I'll tell you what we can do. Let's go ahead and we'll bring up on Weather 2, if we can. We'll take a look at the debris from a different radar, and there you can see it right there showing up. So this is the radar from Tulsa picking up that debris, so we do have a debris signature. You'll see that right here. This might even turn into a dark blue. So what this is the radar picking up all the individual debris in the radar, basically, parts of homes, sometimes leaves, trees, and limbs, anything like that. That can show, hey, all this stuff in the same area is not the same size and shape. And there is that confirmed tornado. So now we have a tornado on the ground, reported, confirmed by radar. You can see the confirmation, how that just turned black. So if we go ahead and look at the warning here on this storm, as we look at that circulation, you will notice that it has a tornado confirmed. So we got a confirmed tornado warning, and this is going until 5:45, observed by radar, with the debris signature. So as Zach mentioned, it can weaken, but then it can strengthen. That's the type of environment that we got. This is why this is a serious weather day, and we're watching it closely, and this is why we've had an alert day last night for these storms. And I know that this is just on our western fringes of our weather coverage area, and we're in the middle of our 5 o'clock newscast, but this is going to be making its way eastward pretty soon if this continues, considering it's a confirmed tornado. This will be moving into northwestern Washington County and southwestern Benton County. We zoom out on the wider view just to give you an idea exactly where this is headed. This is not going to be making its way towards a West Fork. It's going to be a little north of West Fork. It's going to be north of Lincoln, going to be north of Prairie Grove. It's going to be tracking almost right along a very, let's just say, usual corridor, northwest Washington County, southwestern Benton County. With this cell. So we got a confirmed tornado. Zach, let's go ahead and we're going to look at Mega Doppler. We'll look at the latest circulation. This could be the type of environment where these tornadoes at first will be kind of brief, short-lived, touch down, do damage, and then lift back up. And it looks like that circulation may have weakened just a little bit, but enough where it's prompted a tornado that's touched down. So let's see. Do we have any Peyton, do we have any storm spotters out on that?
We do have James Hildred on his way out there. And I know Josh was probably on the Live View app on his phone. Back there in the booth, you might have him.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. We'll take a look at that. So we've got a lot of storm spotters. We'll check that out. Doug Warner and we got Allie Lynch that's in the news studio. They've got some information. I know we've got a lot of things going on. We're having this storm. It looks like it might have weakened just a little bit, but a brief touchdown from that cell could continue to produce another tornado. Doug and Allie, we're going to send it on to you at the news desk with some information as we kind of check out and gear up where our spotters are and keep track of where they're at.
Yeah, I only need you just for a couple of seconds here. I was going to let you know we talked to Cherokee County just a moment ago, talked to them kind of twofold. They're so far not reporting any damage. So wherever it did touch down, perhaps this debris ball that you're seeing might have been in a very rural area. But secondly, she said that they don't have any deputies in that part of the county.
Right. And you just called a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
So, as this storm continues, I'm sure people will start calling in report of damages and things like that. So we will, of course, continue to keep you updated.
Yeah, we just wanted to get you that information as quick as we could. So far, no reports, at least no calls into dispatch on that, what seems to be at least a confirmed tornado somewhere northeast of Tahlequah. Dan?
All right. Well, I appreciate that, Doug. So we've got all this information here. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45. Radar that's tornado possible with the outer parts of the cell, and they do have that confirmed tornado until 5:45. You can go ahead and drop Doug's microphone off the stream because he's going to be calling and doing a bunch of observation. Zach, what do you think? I think that circulation might have dropped off a little bit, weakened perhaps just a smidge.
Looking at the latest, Dan, I think that circulation has weakened a little bit.
Yeah, but still we're going to track it. We're going to let people know. So I know you got to track continuing this storm to the northeast and who's going to be impacted next.
Okay, so as of right now, this warning is a confirmed tornado warning, and it includes Adair County. But if we take this track a little bit farther along, it's going to make its way up into northwest Arkansas. So if we can take weather 1, I can show you that track. Dan's got it behind him right there.
Yeah, you can bring it up full if you want.
Yeah, so Adair County, that's where the circulation is moving. I do want to move that a little bit over to the east. Yeah, looking at the latest, I think the circulation has weakened a little bit, but still, we have to treat it like this is on the ground. So you need to be in your safe place. If you were in that black polygon in Adair County, you need to be in your safe place right now. New Hope Church is going to be affected by this storm, 526, Chance 527. Mission Church 531. If you live in these areas being listed, you need to be in your safe place right now. Ballard 534, Watts 536, Colony Community Church 537, Lake Francis 538, Southside Elementary School 542, Siloam Springs Golf Course 544, Siloam Springs Regional Hospital around 545. And I know Peyton Langford is looking at the Siloam Springs camera. We've got our Lincoln WeatherBug camera looking at this area, and if we see anything, we will show those cameras. But as of right now,
we do have a camera that's real close to it, Zach. One of our storm spotters, Michael Craddock, he's driving northeast out of Tahlequah, just behind this storm.
Do you have that on weather too?
Yes.
All right, I can show that. Yeah, so we got Michael Craddock on weather 2, and I will bring that up. Stand by for that. It's great having these storm spotters out there because we can get eyes on these storms. If I can find it.
All right.
But there's the latest information right there. Confirmed tornado warning. And that goes until 5:45 this evening. It is, as of right now, the label is confirmed.
Yeah, I'm going to bring up that spotter here in just a little bit.
Okay.
We do have, like we said, Michael Craddock. He's a little southwest of the storm. He's traveling, and we also have a multitude of spotters here. I'll show you exactly their location. Frankie Shepard, also Josh Rugger. He's going to be on this storm just to the south of Siloam Springs here shortly. We'll bring that up, and we'll take a look at that cell. But again, tornado warning until 5:45. Radar indicated earlier, now observed, but probably not observed anymore. So all of that activity. So we got that on weather 2, you said?
Yes, weather 2.
Okay, so here is a view. It looks like it might have paused just a little bit. So this is Michael Craddock, who's located live storm spotter streaming video near the Tahlequah area. You can see the ominous sky as well. We'll bring up our WeatherBug Network camera out of Lincoln and see if we have any type of view of this.
And there was confirmed damage in Tahlequah. I know that's Cherokee County, but definitely was on the ground from emergency management. Tahlequah County and Cherokee County emergency management is talking about damage at their place.
Okay, I appreciate that. Yeah, it definitely looked like a touchdown just to the east, northeast of Tahlequah. You'll see those clouds moving along pretty quickly. That's that wind shear that's in place. Now you also see some raindrops on the camera lens. This shows you that the storm is, might have to encounter a little bit of rain-cooled air. But I'm starting to see a little more cell interaction with this cell as it's approaching central Adair County. We'll take a look at that in just a bit. Just want to get a visual of what it looks like outside. And, be on the lookout for Josh Rugger as he'll be out there on that stream. So let's take a look at the latest radar information on Mega Doppler. We'll bring this up, Mega Doppler, and then you can see maybe a little bit more of a starting to appear like a hook appendage on the south side of this storm. So yeah, we got the damage reported near Tahlequah, as Peyton just mentioned, from emergency management. That was from the cell that's in Cherokee County. It's a little outside of our weather coverage area, but it shows you the potential for these types of storms. As more cell interactions could take place, this rotation could ramp back up. Notice too, it's going to be a little bit farther south. So you got the tornado warning that's including Christie, Westville, Watts, does not include West Peavine. The problem is, though, as the storm continues to develop southward, that could lead to a tornado warning being a little bit farther south if it continues its rotation. I'm just giving you a heads up. This is what these storms can do, which is exactly what the storm did yesterday afternoon. Even though it was a hailer, it was moving more east-northeast, and then it turned east-southeast and then moved more across the Springdale area and Highway 412. Let's look at the velocity on this system on Mega Doppler, and you'll see that circulation starting to tighten up again. This is exactly what we saw, which is what was the confirmed damage from Tahlequah. You see that rotation starting to ramp up. We'll look at the rotation indication just to the west of Christie, and you'll probably see, again, we're going to show you the reds and greens colors. Red, that's rain that's moving away from the radar, and green colors, rain moving towards the radar. So we look at this. This is the velocity signature moving away and towards. There's your circulation. We're zoomed way in so you can see some of these streets. We're plotting some of those roads. Notice too these brighter greens that are showing up. Sometimes that indicates we're starting to get some circulation. So we got Josh Rugger. He's located on the storm, and I can tell he's on Highway 59. So he is going to be traveling, it looks like southbound, trying to get out ahead of it as the storm moves in. One of the things you'll notice is, first of all, our storm spotters are trained, so they know what they're doing. They're out there. They're watching these storms. They've done this a lot of years. This is going to be a tough storm to chase or spot because there's a lot of rain that's out ahead of it. So that could cause this tornado or circulation to be rain wrapped, which is exactly what we're kind of seeing. So there's a look at Josh Rugger. He is live right now, traveling down Highway 59. Some people driving a little too quick in the rain. By the way, you can hydroplane. That's another issue. And we're also expecting heavy rain out of this whole system. So let's go back to Mega Doppler if we can. Newest circulation showing up. And I do see a little bit of a kind of a hook appendage starting to show up. We'll see. It's kind of a messy, like we said, convective mode. There's a lot of other cells. Sometimes those cells can be interacting with the cell, nudging it to prompt more tornado potential. Sometimes it can destroy that tornado potential, what we call destructive interference. So you can kind of have both. But Zach, we got to get the wide view. There are other cells, there are other storms, and there's going to be on Mega Doppler. Just to let you know, if you're watching in the River Valley, we got that confirmed tornado. We got other storms that are moving northeastward. All of these are severe, and including some tornado warnings. And the environment is enough where some of these isolated cells could pop up and prompt new tornado potential. Very, very active day that's ahead. No doubt about that. All right, Zach, let's do a track on that tornado warning storm. Let people know where that's headed. You can take me off the wall here real quick.
Okay. Looks like there might be an upgrade or might be a downgrade to that tornado warning. I think they're going to drop that confirmed tag, but we still want to get a look at that track on weather 1, and I'm drawing that right now. I do want to look at the velocity. That latest
Tightening up
scan
again.
might be a bit tighter, so we do want to give you a track on where this storm is going. Still moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour, and I lost the numbers. But if you live in that red polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. This has had a history of damage. We had reports of damage in the Tahlequah area. Sirens went off in the Tahlequah area. That's what Doug Warner told me. And I do think that this storm is on a strengthening trend once again. And we have those areas listed right there, top left-hand corner of the screen. We're in Adair County. That is it's been downgraded to a radar indicated tornado warning. Still, you need to be in your safe place. This is in effect until 5:45 this evening. The chance area around 5:31. Jaybird Church 5:31 as well. Faith Chapel 5:36. Ballard 5:38. Watts 5:40.
Hey, Zach.
Yep.
There's another circulation that's starting to ramp up in southeastern Delaware County. You got to check that on a mega Doppler because that could prompt additional tornado warning, and that would be a lot farther north.
Yep.
So
I see it.
Yeah.
Let me get that up right now.
Yeah, we'll bring that up here.
There it is.
There's the circulation right there. So this is the type of environment where every single storm is going to spin. And this right here, you can see those red colors and even pinks. That's rain that's racing away from the radar and towards the radar. And there's your circulation that's starting to show up. Now, this is from the radar in Fort Smith because you can see the way the radials of the radar beam are going. Let's look at the reflectivity on this. This is going to be basically a rain wrap storm. So we would be able to see it looking west of Decatur. We'll see what that looks like. But any one of these cells with the type of environment, low level wind shear, all those ingredients coming together could prompt tornado potential. So at any time, some of these cells could pop up. All right. Let's go ahead and we'll bring up, if we can, weather 2. Just to give you an idea. Yeah, just a sec, Doug. We got Matthew Lowe. We got Frankie Shepard. We got Brandon Davis, Colby Ward, Josh Rugger. Just want to let you know, we've got this storm covered from all angles.
Got James Hilger out there too.
Yeah, James Hilger. He's out there as well, just to the south of Cave Springs. So there's the tornado damage that was reported near Tahlequah. So this was a storm that had a confirmed tornado warning. Now it's been dropped to a radar indicated tornado. But we also have that other circulation too that's starting to ramp up just to the southeast of Jay. All right, Doug. Yes, you had some information you wanted to pass along?
Yeah, it's not specifics, but to the point and that what Zach was saying too. I did get back on the phone with Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. They couldn't talk to me. They are now just overwhelmed with the number of calls for damage. So to go walk that thing back about 10, 15 minutes, that it was doing damage in the Tahlequah area. I know that's just beyond our viewing area, but
yes,
it speaks to where this thing, what it's capable of doing.
And we also have some viewer video coming in, just getting that form signed, and then we'll have that for you guys on air.
And remember, we were talking about that area of rotation that was just to the west of Benton County. Guess what? New tornado warning on that, and that does include Decatur, Gravette, Bella Vista. So that's what we were mentioning with that area of circulation. That's why sometimes behind the scenes, we're looking at other storms, we're detecting other circulations, and Zach, we need to do a new track on this with this part of the storm that's rotating. And Peyton, Decatur is going to have an incredible view on this. Make sure that camera is pointed west. Let me bring up that WeatherBug Network camera looking west from Decatur. Very tough to see, but look at how fast those clouds are moving. A little bit of cloud cover and rain. We'll be able to see if there's anything hopefully, visibility-wise. It's still a little west of the state line, but this gives you an idea of those strong winds. So now a new tornado warning, northwestern Benton County, north and southeastern Cherokee County. We're looking due west from City Hall and Decatur. You just saw that pop up on the screen, and that area of rotation. If we can, we'll bring that up full screen if you want, Peyton. And let's start hitting record on some of these cameras because while we're not looking at it, something could happen, and it could happen behind the scenes as we're checking out the radar. So good idea to just start recording these cameras. All right, Zach, on weather 1, I know you've got a track. Let's track that new tornado warning. And by the way, the circulation is ramping up to the southwest where Josh Rugger is going to be on that storm as well. So we're going to have multiple tornado warnings that we'll have to deal with here. Okay, Zach.
Yes, circulation's ramping up. This is from the Tulsa radar, and this storm is moving northeast a bit faster than what the other storm is moving, so 55 miles per hour. And we are looking at the Delaware County area. This tornado warning does include Delaware and Benton County. And if you are in that red polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. Tornado warning. The Bella Vista field will be impacted at around 5:35. Gravette, 5:35 p.m. Sulphur Springs, 5:39. If you live in these areas listed, you are under a tornado warning. Highlands Golf Course around 5:41. Loch Lomond around 5:43. Scottsdale Golf Course, 5:45. Bella Vista, 5:46. Griffin Ford, 5:48. Bear Hollow School, 5:50. And this is a look at the storm relative velocity from the Tulsa radar. And that red polygon is a tornado warning. That's why we're doing coverage on this storm. And that circulation looks a bit tighter, Dan.
Yeah, it does. And the other circulation is ramping up too. So now we're starting to see, as we get closer to nighttime, those low-level winds increasing, all the fuel that's available for these storms. We're starting to see some issues in terms of these storms ramping up. So there's the circulation that's now crossing the state line. Remember, these storms are moving at about 45, 50 miles per hour. Multiple circulations. Grab it. You need to be in your safe place right now. Guess what? We've got our circulation. We got our WeatherBug Network camera. Let's go ahead and look at Josh Rugger's stream. Josh, do we have him live along with some audio as well? Let's check this out. Okay, he's turning on his audio. We're going to have a live feed from Josh Rugger. Let me give you an idea exactly where he is in location to this storm. Okay, Josh, you're about to be on, you look at that wall cloud right there, clear slot and everything. Tell me what you're seeing right here, Josh.
Yeah, right now, Dan, we are just north of Watts. We're actually looking on that northern rotation right now. So we're looking on that north side rotation that's just crossing the Benton County line. This is moving toward.
Yeah, sometimes the cell service, a lot of people calling their friends and family. Well, let us know. Break in there if you have a tornado that's developing. It looks like a very impressive lowering. You're also seeing what's called a clear slot. This would be the wall cloud associated with this storm. I say this rotation is definitely ramping up. You need to be in your safe place immediately if you live in the Gravette area. Decatur is going to be passing a little northwest of Decatur. Even though Decatur is officially in the tornado warning, it's a little northwest of the circulation, a little northwest of where that's headed. But do we have that southwest view from our Gravette WeatherBug Network camera? Here's tornado safety right here. What type of visibility are we seeing? Anything, Peyton?
Not a whole lot of visibility.
All right, that's the problem. That we have a lot of cloud cover and rain, but we still have rotations that are embedded within this circulation. And kind of like Easter Sunday, when these circulations can ramp up pretty dramatically. So on Heil Heating, Cooling, Mega Doppler, we're flipping back and forth. Let's go back to Mega Doppler, where he's got all those roads loaded up, if we can. So there's two tornado warnings, confirmed tornado now for the cell that's in southeastern Oklahoma. Let's go to Weather 2 if we can. That's a wide view of the velocity, and that's on Weather 1. So we want to go to Weather 2 if we can, or is that Weather? Yeah, that's go to Weather 2. Okay, so here's a look at Mega Doppler. You'll see live radar winds showing that circulation that's popped up. But we want to go to, if we can, guys, let's go to Weather 2, which is Max 2 on the control room, please. In the control room, guys. That's Weather 1. There we go. Here's Weather 2. Want to show you some areas that are going to be impacted. So grab it. Highway 59, Sulphur Springs, Highway 102. Here's the rotation associated with this storm. This is looking at the radar from Fort Smith. So if we will take a look at some other areas and different radars, but there's your circulation, counterclockwise spin, moving towards the Gravette area. Let's see what we've got in terms of a view from Gravette. So this is looking off to the southwest. Definitely can see a little bit of a cloud base, and that is pointed southwest. And thank you so much, Gravette. This is why we need these weather cameras so much, because radar will tell you a lot, but it's way up. The radar beam's really high up off the ground, 4, 5, 6,000 feet. And there's that wall cloud that's associated with the storm. So you can see the base of the thunderstorm. You can also see that rotation along with some lightning that's approaching. And so let's show people who needs to be taking cover from this cell. And Peyton, you're going to be watching this. I can move the camera back and forth as well, but this is just about 6 miles to the southwest of Gravette, moving northeastward. This is a radar indicated tornado, unlike what we had earlier in Adair County, but it shows you that with this type of environment, storms can ramp up and produce tornadoes pretty quickly. So that is looking, let's turn the camera just a little bit more to the left on this, Peyton, from our Gravette WeatherBug Network camera. This is going to be your wall cloud right in here. You can see that lowering. We'll see if we see any type of circulation. Let's go back to Josh. Let me know if we have Josh Rugger's stream as well. Okay, so here's Josh Rugger. Hey, Josh, we got you. It looks like you're back in the Salem. Yeah, you're in the Salem Springs area, aren't you?
Yes, sir. I'm in Salem Springs right now, heading eastbound on Highway 412.
Anything, you have any view at all around you? I know the cell is moving pretty rapidly. There's another circulation that's ramping up too, that's southwest of Salem Springs. It's going to be passing a little bit south of Salem. We'll check that out. But just wanted to get some different views. We can bring up the 2-box so people can see this live stream and at the same time see the radar as well. But we appreciate this view, Josh. Keep us informed on what you're seeing. Tell me real quick on what you're visualizing right now. And I know, just to let you viewers know, you're not storm spotting alone. You have a chasing partner that you're with, and they're driving and you're navigating and you're controlling the video. So just tell us what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, so right now, Dan, I'm actually driving. I got Ryan Limry with me right now. We are driving on Highway 412 eastbound right now. We're in Salem Springs. I can't see the area of rotation right now, just off to my north that's heading towards Gravette. We've got a very ragged base. We've got rapid motion. We can see the wall cloud right now. We're being very careful. We're watching it very closely. I will say that it's starting to tighten a little bit more. Now we're heading now on Highway 16. We're going south, and there is, looks like now, Dan, we've got a more well-defined lowering right now near Gravette. I think we might be seeing something starting to develop.
Okay.
Yeah, there's something about to develop right now, Dan.
And Peyton, we got you on as well, and we got you microphone. He's watching the camera. We can bring that up on weather too. Let's go ahead. So we've got the one, Josh Rugger. We'll keep you on there, Josh. All right. So you let us know if something ramps up and you chime in. But there's our Gravette High School WeatherBug Network camera. We can do that 4-box too, so we can give people a lot of information. They can see the cameras. At the same time, they can see the radar information. And so there is that wall cloud that's approaching the southwest side of Gravette, and that's the lowering right there. That's associated. Very, very poor contrast. Not the best visibility either. There's a bird flying, moving along. He's like, I'm getting out of here. This storm's coming in.
Decatur looks pretty rough. I would take Decatur camera.
Okay, we'll take
slow.
Okay, we'll take the Decatur WeatherBug Network camera. New severe thunderstorm warning. We'll get to that.
Pretty strong horizontal rain curtains.
Yeah,
it's like maybe a little bit of inflow going in there.
Yeah, that's for sure. And that's looking north, right?
Yeah, northwest-ish.
Wow. Look at how strong those winds are. Well, we mentioned it all day, the different types of threats that are going to be available for these thunderstorms. And this is why right about evening commute time. So maybe it might not have been right at 3 o'clock when a lot of, schools were letting out early, but this is the reason why, and in preparation and anticipation for this. I think we're hyper-focused on this. I want to look at the other circulation, Zach, that's a little bit farther south, because I'm looking at it from a different radar source, and it appears that it might be ramping up a little more too. And this is approaching the Westville area. So this is a circulation. Westville, you need to be in your tornado safe place. That's as low as you possibly could get. As many walls in between you and the outside as possible, and away from those windows. We always mention this as tornado acronym of DUCK. So downstairs, get as low as you possibly can. Under something, pillows, blankets, a mattress. Put shoes on too as you're going to shelter, in case if your house or your place of residence does get hit. There's debris scattered all over. You don't want to be walking around without shoes on. And sometimes people don't think about that. Center of the house and keep away from windows. Now, this is a little bit earlier than we typically see storms. It's during the day. Mostly it's at night, so you're in bed, and then you hop into the shelter, and so you might not have the shoes on usually then. But there's that circulation that's approaching Westville. Our Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera will have that covered, And if we're looking off to the, is that northwest?
Yes.
Okay. Saw a little lightning bolt right there, but the visibility, once again, we're dealing with bad contrast because there's rain behind it. There's a lot of moisture and humidity that's out ahead of it, and a lot of, let's say, fuel for those thunderstorms. That's the fuel that's available that's causing these storms to ramp up. Now, what's going to happen over time? This is what I'm concerned about. Is the later we get towards sunset, we get to what's called, unfortunately, the magic hour, where the winds really start to increase. And as those winds increase, that's going to lead to stronger wind shear. We are recording on those cameras, correct?
Correct. We're recording a good amount of them.
Okay. Let's go ahead and, are we recording Gravit?
Yep.
Okay, we'll bring up Gravit right here, our WeatherBug Network camera. And then we want to, and Zach, you're monitoring radar, so we're watching that behind the scenes. We do have to do another track. It's been a while since we've done a track to let people know where this is going. But yeah, look at those winds. Strong winds out of the south right now. And that circulation is going right over Gravit. So if there is a tornado that's embedded within this is radar indicated, this would be a rain wrap tornado. I mean, these is very, very tough visibility, but you can see how strong those winds are. A lot of lightning. Zach, let's do a track on this on Weather One. And if you're back there in the control room and directing, we can bring up multiple boxes here so we can let people know what's happening with this cell at the same time, give them a lot of views of the cameras as they're rolling in.
Hey, Dan, yeah, I do have a track on that storm on Weather One. We can take that one full. So we're up there in portions of Benton County with this storm. And this is a tornado warning. If you're in that red polygon, you need to be in your safe place. A lot of activity going on right now in Northwest Arkansas. And this tornado warning is in effect until 6 o'clock this evening. The area is listed. If you live in the areas listed, you need to be in your safe place right now. Gravit High School, 536. Highlands Gun Range, 540. Sulphur Springs, around 540 as well. Highlands Golf Course, 542. Scottsdale Golf Course, 546. I made the track kind of small because it is, the cone is exiting that warning, but this might be extended, and we are watching more than just that one storm. That circulation might be strengthening just a little bit. We have a lot of other storms. I do want to mention we have a new severe storm warning that is kind of an extension of that tornado warning that was in Adair County, and this is a tornado possible. So even though that new severe storm isn't a tornado warning, still a tornado could be produced within the environment that we are looking at. And I also did do a track of that circulation that's in the Adair County area. And Doug Warren mentioned to me that latest the officials in Adair County said no damage in the Adair County area. But this is the track right here. We've got Colony Community Church around 545. Nicodemus Community Church around 549. Norwood Church 550, and Gum Springs Baptist Church 554 with that tornado warning. And that's going to be moving into the northwestern Benton County or southwestern Benton or southwestern Benton County and northwestern Washington County. A lot of different directions going on here, but that's the big picture. Those are the two main circulations that we are watching at this point in time.
Yeah, that circulation by Westville is starting to ramp up a little bit more as well. So we'll show you here on Heil Heating Cooling Mega Doppler. There's the circulation that's associated with that. It's right on the southern end of this cell. Maybe another cell coming in from the southwest, interacting with it. Sometimes what we call constructive interference, a nudger, if you will. Hat tip to Cameron Nixon, who talks about that all the time. This could be a developing, increasing circulation. Lincoln would have a view looking northwest just a little bit. We'll see if we can get a view of that. The Gravit camera is a little bit less, let's just say turbulent right now. The storm's already passed over Gravit, but we'll get a look at the storm as it crosses over the area and to the east. So let me bring up that Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera, and this is going to be looking at the cell. This is going to be on weather too, so we could do a split screen. There's maybe a little bit of a wall cloud off in the distance. It's just tough to see any type of structure with these storms. Unlike the plains, what Doug and Peyton and Josh saw yesterday as they were tracking isolated supercells. This is what we mean by a messy convective mode. And this is why messy convective modes kind of subdue the highest potential of these storms with the type of environment that we have. So there you see that wind shear that's cranking up. It's low-level winds. Not a whole lot of heavy rain in Lincoln. So there's additional cells that are going to come in from the southwest, and it's going to be a busy one. So we got a lot of activity that's happening. But 2 tornado warnings currently in progress. That's why we're doing this coverage on television. Northwest Benton County, as Zach mentioned, got a circulation there. We could bring that up on Mega Doppler, and we can bring up what's called the normalized rotation or rotation indication. Let's go ahead and do that, Zach. Let's zoom out just a little bit. So there's your circulation now. This is radar indicated. Notice how it's starting to ramp up just to the northeast of Westville with that cell interaction. So this could be prompting a developing tornado. But there, right there is that location that's starting to rotate a little bit more. This is that tornado warning radar indicated. And also considerable now severe thunderstorm warning. You saw the winds. The winds are going to be an issue too. So we're going to have winds. Hail, probably not as much of a threat. I would say this is more in terms of 70 miles per hour winds. That's what's causing that considerable warning. And by the way, just real quick, if you are ahead of these storms and you're like, I need to know if I'm in the path of these storms, we have Weather Call Next Gen. This is a great way to be alerted of severe weather warnings. Here's the website right here. You can just scan that QR code. It will take you right to the area to sign up. So this is how you can sign up for this subscription service. It will take you to the subscribing page. This, by the way, will give you calls to landline phones. Also, extreme severe thunderstorm alerts, which is why you're getting notified and called of hurricane force winds. So this is a great source of information. I've got it. My wife on it as well. And it takes the guesswork out of if you're in the polygon or not. So back to that polygon, this circulation is starting to ramp up, kind of showing what we had before. There's the new radar scan that just popped up. Lincoln at the bottom of your TV screen, Summers. We know Cincinnati right off of Highway 59. This storm is approaching Highway 59 very shortly. Maybe still a little bit of a circulation that's kind of weakened on the latest scan. So maybe a slight weakening, which is good news. Hopefully that continues. If we go back in time, Zach, just step back just a couple of frames. You'll see how that circulation was a little stronger, and then it's kind of gusting out. Regardless, though, still the potential for some 70 miles per hour winds, which can cause quite a bit of damage and knock down trees, is what we found out yesterday from that cell. So just a quick reset. I want to show you here a wide view. We're going to take a look at all the latest warnings. But let's zoom out here real quick. We got 2 tornado warnings that are in our weather coverage area. We'll take a look at those warnings and the expiration times. So first of all, we got the tornado warning until 6 o'clock. So we're at 5:42. This one is about to expire as it's making its way into northwestern Washington County till 6:15. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, meaning that tornado could develop out ahead of that cell anytime. Then we also have this tornado warning down here that's in effect until, like we said, 5:45. That is for the Adair County area, and Westville is in the impact of those storms. And as those storms continue to make their way eastward, additional cells, now confirmed tornadoes, guess what? Those are headed right for LaFleur County, and we got a new tornado warning, as you see popping up on the screen. We'll bring that up, and we'll have the newest information. These warnings are just going to keep going, guys. So that's the way this type of environment is going to be. We're going to be covering these cells for a while, and we'll let that new tornado warning information pop up. Looks like maybe struggling to load it, Zach. So we'll let you do that on Weather 1 if you can.
Yeah, I can do that right now for you, Dan. I
Okay.
do have not the information up. I was going to do a track, but I do want to show you the information.
Yeah.
Just because this is hot off the press, and I can show that to you right now. Wait till that loads up. So we've got that red box tornado warning, Adair, Benton, and Washington County, cities that will be impacted by this storm. Cave Springs, Springdale, Tawnytown, and radar indicated rotation. This tornado warning is in effect from right now through 6:30 p.m. this evening. So if you are in this red polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is moving right through the center of Northwest Arkansas during rush hour. So it was really not a good time to be. So maybe producers back there be monitoring the iDrive cameras, because you might be able to get a good view of this storm. And I do want to show you where this storm is going. I can load up storm relative velocity. From Tulsa, you can see that rotation right there. I do want to get this storm motion. It's new, 35 miles per hour to the northeast. That's where this storm is going. So a little bit slower on this latest warning. And here is that track. So if you are in this polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a life-threatening situation. A lot of people probably out and about at this hour, but you do not want to be, especially if you are in this area of Adair County, Washington County, and Benton County. Colony Community Church, 547. Weddington Church area, 557. If you live in these areas listed, you are in this tornado warning. Pedro, 6:03 p.m. Logan, 6:07. White Oak Church, around 6:09. Power Plant, 6:14. Tawnytown, 6:18. Bernice Young Elementary, 6:20. Lake Elmdale, 6:20 as well. Cave Springs, 6:23. So that's this tornado warning. It's been newly issued, and this rotation might be strengthening up a little bit. I'm looking at it from multiple radars. I've got Fort Smith loaded up, and I've got Tulsa loaded up on my left here, and you're looking at the Tulsa radar showing the storm relative velocity down.
That ramped up big time. I just saw the latest here. Yeah, definitely. Where the inflow on the storm, you can definitely see that ramping up. Wonder if that Lincoln camera might be able to get a view of that looking northwest, Peyton. Just be watching
Yeah, it's
that.
looking northwest.
Man, you just can't see.
No.
I can get a visual. You just let me know, though. You pop on there if you can. So we'll take a look here at our Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera. This is on Weather 2. Bring that up real fast, as Zach has already tracked that. So that's looking northwest, and the cell's already basically crossing, and I don't even see any type of structure at all with that. We almost have to look northerly now, and I know that's going to be looking into the tower, but maybe we can get a view. Looks pretty elevated to me, but we'll see. Maybe a little bit of a base off in the distance. Tough to see. A lot of contrast. All right. Okay, so we've got one of our storm spotters, Colby Ward. Colby, go ahead and tell me what you're seeing right now and where you're located. I don't see your stream, by the way. I was looking to see if that was loaded up. Don't know if you're streaming yet.
Yeah, stream is not up right now.
Okay.
Having some technical difficulties on that. I'm on Highway 16, just basically southwest of Siloam, kind of about a third of the way back towards Fayetteville. And we did have a ragged wall cloud here on this storm that's kind of just north of Westville, kind of heading up this way, and with a little bit of broad rotation, but nothing too imminent right now.
Okay. And we can bring up, Zach, why don't you bring up our spotters on there on Mega Doppler real quick? We'll pop them up on there. You'll be able to see Colby Ward's location. So we zoom out just a little bit. There you see Colby Ward. Looks like you have someone else that's with you too. Michael Craddock. Is he with you?
Actually, Matt Lowe and Brandon Davis are with me.
Okay, all right, I got you. They're all three on top of you, so it's tough to see. But there's Highway 244, Highway 16. So you're real close to the Illinois River. Then have you crossed that?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, we have just crossed it.
This is an area that got hit by a tornado back on November 4th of 2024. So we know this area very well. Prega, we were just out with her on Saturday night. They live in this area. And so be on the lookout for this circulation that's going to be crossing on the southeast side of Siloam Springs. So you said you saw a ragged wall cloud. What's your visibility now on that cell?
We have a pretty good visibility, actually. The wall cloud was kind of in front of us, and it's kind of disappeared for the time being.
Okay, all right, maybe.
But we do have we do actually have some rising scud now, a little bit further to the north of us right now.
Okay.
I don't see a wall cloud, but we do have rising scud.
Well, it shows you these circulations are going to ramp up at times. So they're a little bit elongated, a little bit of a circulation. Again, the cloud cover in the rain might have weakened the upper level or the ceiling of these storms, if you will. So hopefully that's the case, and this storm blows through. We don't get much in terms of damage, but we still have a long ways to go before this event is over. So keep us updated, Colby. This is coming right your way, and it's going to pass almost right over you on Highway 16. This is Mega Doppler. There's this circulation. Let's bring up the normalized rotation, Zach, if we can on this, so you'll be able to see that. So we've got the reflectivity and the velocity, but there's the normalized rotation. A little bit stronger earlier. Now it's starting to weaken. Put that into motion over the last couple of frames. Let's see exactly where this is headed. So here you'll see Colby Ward. You were just talking to him, one of our storm spotters, and now that's kind of turning northeast, maybe a little bit of a weakening in the last circulation. Nevertheless, tornado warning still in effect for this cell. And let's track this out as we go to the northeast. Zach, take us on a storm track with that.
Yeah, I got it in weather one, Dan. We've got the latest track, latest speed, 35 miles per hour to the northeast, and there it is right there. This is a tornado warning for Benton, Washington, and Adair County. And if you are in this red polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. You want to zoom out just a little bit, give you the full polygon, because that's where it is. So we're looking at northern Washington County, moving into portions of southwestern Benton County. And these areas, Nicodemus Community Church, 553, Pedro, 605, Logan, 609, Power Plant, 616, Tawny Town, 620, Harbor High School, 622. That's where this rotation is going. So if you live in these areas, you need to be in your safe place right now. I can't stress it enough. This is a tornado warning, and this is a life-threatening situation. And you might be wondering, what are we supposed to do? Where are we supposed to go? We have this graphic right here. The DUCK acronym, downstairs, under something. It can pop up here.
Yeah, it looks like that tornado warning in northwestern Benton County has expired. We'll get to that here in just a bit. But yeah, okay. Zach, there's your tornado acronym right there. Downstairs, under something, center of the house, keep away from windows.
That's good. Yeah, I do want to show you the radar, though.
Yep, please do.
Guess you want. Here's a normalized rotation. This is from the Fort Smith radar. And that's not it. Wait for it.
Got a new severe thunderstorm warning, too, that's coming out. Yep. Can bring that up. So there's a circulation. Colby's on that. He'll let us know if he's seeing anything that's menacing in terms of, something that's about to touch down. Looks like he just dropped off on the phoner line. So hopefully he'll call back in. You can drop off that phoner line, guys. Okay, yeah, so north of Cincinnati, there's that area of rotation. But let's go ahead and we can go to weather 2. This will give us an idea, a wider view. So there is a look at the tornado warning that's no longer in effect for northwestern Benton County. And this cell, by the way, just to let you know, is starting to weaken as well. So there's still tornado warning until 6:30, but I saw definitely a weakening of the rotation on the latest scan. Still there, still prompting tornado potential. But if this tornado warning gets dropped, that would lead to no more tornado warnings across the weather coverage area. We'd be able to start to cover some news until the next round of storms comes in. And this round right here will have a little more wind shear to work with, but maybe not as much instability. Nevertheless, the river valley is still warm and humid, and that cell is going to be tracking towards Fort Smith. Let's do this. I'm going to do a storm track on this over time.
Hey, Dan, I was looking at that you're about to track, and it is a pretty strong tornado that has kind of 2 rotations with it, but definitely a strong tornado on the ground.
Yeah, the one that's confirmed right here south of McAllister. This is an area that had a confirmed tornado warning earlier near Lahoma. And now that's continuing to move, or Lamar, near Lamar, Oklahoma, not Lamar, Arkansas, but Lamar, Oklahoma. And south of McAllister, there's that cell. Let's do a track on that. And the speed of that storm. Let me get a quick view here of how fast that storm
55 miles per hour.
Yeah, so 55 miles per hour, Zach. Let's do a track on this. I'm gonna go ahead and update that on weather 1. Let's do a track on that cell just to let people know what's coming into the river valley.
Dan,
yes. Okay, we got
word
Allie on here. Yeah.
From Michael Waddle.
Yes.
He's the Benton County Emergency Management. He said we have 1 report of a tree on a power line in Maysville, but nothing substantial, he said, at this time.
And just real quick, while we got your attention, about 1,700 total people. This is Ozarks Electric Cooperative alone, 1,700 without power, 1,000 in Washington County, another 400 in Madison. So it's showing you it's doing some business, and perhaps the wind alone could be causing some of these outages, whether it's limbs down on power lines, or sometimes you get a little bit of arcing due to the high winds. So again, 1,700 Ozarks Electric, majority of those in Washington County.
All right.
Dan?
Yeah, thank you so much, Doug and Allie. They're on the news desk. They're watching. We also have Josh Panetta. He's looking at the storms as well. So this is the track of this cell. If it were to continue northeastward, Fort Smith at about 737. And there you see a considerable tornado with that. That means a strong tornado, which could do some substantial damage. It's still ways west of LaFleur County, but we don't expect this to just weaken and die out as it moves in. It will have that potential to produce severe weather. If it right turns, it will be more across southern sections of Crawford County and Sebastian County. So just giving you a way heads up that we still have storms, tornado warning in effect for northwestern Washington County. Again, that storm is weakening, but we do have spotters on it. But this is a considerable tornado warning that's moving northeastward. And so that kind of gives you a little bit of an overview. All right, let's go back to, and we do have Josh Rugger too. He was mentioning that he is going to Town to track this cell as it continues to move eastward. Not this one. This is a substantial tornado. All right. So it looks like Josh Rugger is going to be tracking another cell as he drops south. He might be tracking this isolated cell that's coming into the river valley. All right, back to our tornado warning. Let's go to weather. Give people an update here on weather too. So here's a look at 6:15 severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning goes until 6:30 officially. Rotation has weakened somewhat. Let's take a look at that from some different radar locations. So here's the circulation that's associated with that in extreme northwestern Washington County, going to be tracking right over Wynwood Ranch Road. I know that area very well. That's an area that's been impacted by multiple tornadoes, but that's moving very close to Andy Gebauer's house. So be aware of that. The circulation still there was a radar indicated tornado, not necessarily a tornado that's confirmed, unlike the storm that's west of McAllister, but still a circulation strong enough to prompt tornado potential. And these cells can ramp up really quickly. So as we mentioned, the other circulation too has really started to weaken. Could prompt, if it continues to rotate a little stronger, into southwest Missouri. But let's take a look here at the velocity images real quick and then the reflectivity. So this gives you an idea of that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This is for southwest Missouri, Berry, and McDonald County. So we have a lot of warnings that are currently on the table in northwest Arkansas. There's one tornado warning, southwestern Benton County, northwestern Washington County. As we mentioned, that goes officially until 6:30. We'll see if it expires a little bit before. Zach and Peyton are looking behind the scenes on this cell to see what it looks like in terms of its rotation as we're looking at this. Additional storms starting to move in. These are all severe. That's, by the way, the radar in Springfield. Here's a different radar view from our area in Tulsa, Inola to be exact. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. One more circulation too that's showing up. We can zoom in a little more on that. Let's take a look at that from Tulsa's radar. And we look at the velocity image. Definitely weakening, still showing that counterclockwise spin, but not quite as intense as it was earlier. In fact, we can look at what's called the shear tracks, and you can see that rotation that prompted the tornado. Notice how it kind of fell off, though, as it's crossing the state line. Could be because of all that cloud cover and rain that we saw. And then there's the rotation track that made its way into western and northwestern Benton County. But if you really want to see a rotation track, that's going to be down here. There's the tornado that's been pretty long track, and it shows that isolated supercell could have a longer track storm and a tornado with it. Okay, Zach, new track on that. Let people know with that tornado warning that's still in progress, exactly where that's headed.
Yeah, so for us, we're looking at this rotation from the Tulsa radar, and looks a little more impressive than the Fort Smith radar, but still not as strong as what we have seen. And that's on weather 1, if we could take that full. So this is in our coverage area. What Dan was showing you, that was outside the coverage area, but that pretty soon that's going to be moving in. But as of right now, we do want to focus in on northwest Arkansas. This is on the border between Benton and Washington County, southwest Benton County, northwest Washington County. This storm is moving northeast around 35 miles per hour. And this is still a tornado warning. So you need to be in your safe place right now. If you live in the Norwood Church area, 558. These areas listed are in the storm polygon. Pedro 608, Logan 612, Power Plant 618, Elm Springs 624, Cave Springs 628, Shadow Valley Country Club 630, Pinnacle Country Club 633, Bentonville, Muni, LM, Thaden Field Airport 635, Lowell 635. So those are the areas listed here. This is a tornado warning. It includes Benton, Washington County, portions of the Adair County area, and this goes until 6:30 this evening. So still around a half hour to go on this warning. And even though the circulation looks a little bit weaker right now, these storms can strengthen right back up again. This storm has had a history of being confirmed, and it did produce damage just west of Adair County in the Tahlequah area. And that's why we're on this storm. This is why the National Weather Service has issued this warning extension. Even though the circulation is a bit not as tight as what it was, it's entering an atmosphere that's the conditions are there for these rotating storms. And I do think even further into the night, these conditions will still be there. We could be seeing multiple rounds of these storms, Dan.
Well, I think the conditions are actually going to, unfortunately, improve in terms of the tornado potential, which is not an improvement at all for people. It just becomes, unfortunately, more favorable. I want to show you this if we go back to Weather 2. You were just mentioning the conditions and the environment that's in place. Now that we just got done tracking that, if we can bring this up on Weather 2, you'll notice the radar and thunderstorm fuel. Now, this is something that we've shown quite a while, but it shows the instability, meaning you can see the fuel that's available. When we're getting into the oranges and even some reds, that's a lot of fuel or energy that's available for these thunderstorms. Here's a look at that severe thunderstorm that's got a considerable tornado with it coming towards the river valley. As we mentioned, a little before 7 o'clock. It will be a lot earlier than that in LaFleur County. Look at all the fuel that's available for this storm. There's absolutely no cell out ahead of it. Notice there's still a lot of fuel, too, that's to the west of these cells, and that's where thunderstorms are firing up, too. So we still have more energy for all of this activity come through. Yes, these storms will tend to lessen the instability or the fuel a little bit. And another thing we want to look at is the cap, basically the lid. There's not much of a lid with thunderstorm development, and that's why these storms are going up everywhere. Another mention, too, is we've got flash flood warnings for some of these cells that are training, heavy rain that's coming down. Let's look at some iDrive Arkansas cameras, and I'm going to kind of flip through. In the meantime, we're going to look at some weather cameras here in Northwest Arkansas. So this is a view from Lincoln. Not much going on there, but we'll look at west from Mount Sequoia. Here's a look from Mount Sequoia. Heavy rain coming down, some strong winds. This is not quite in that tornadic potential area. Here's a look at Siloam Springs. Maybe a little bit of a lowering there. Is that what we're looking at, Peyton? Maybe a little bit of a ragged lowering, kind of elevated a little bit off in the distance.
Possibly.
It's tough to see.
Really bad contrast.
Got Posey Mountain here. There's some cloud cover and rain. So just basically cloud cover and rain, and it is raining a little heavier on parts of I-49, but kind of difficult to see exactly where these cells are. Still a circulation that's showing up. Even that latest radar scan now weaken this even more. So Doug and Allie, I just want to let you know there's a potential that this tornado warning drops off. It would be this is the last warning in our area, which would allow us to start our 6 o'clock newscast, where we kind of talk about some of the stuff that's happened currently and also in the past with the storms that happened yesterday. We've had so much activity, we can't even really cover that. We did last night on the news and all the hail that came down. This is not as big of a hail producer, Zach, and we can look at that on Mega Doppler. If we look at the hail indication, there's probably very little hail with any of these cells. A little bit of pea-sized hail coming down right now at XNA. Just a little west of XNA near Heifel, and that's moving northeastward. So tornado warning officially goes until 6:30. Probably will expire a little bit before. We do have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's look at that reflectivity. Yeah, it looks like new tornado warning has just been issued. So not done just yet, as we mentioned. So this is the area, new circulation that's coming in. So that's that other cell that's west of this line. And this is including Delaware County, and this is in our far western weather coverage area. So this is just kind of on the outskirts of our weather coverage area. As you'll see here, we zoom out just a little bit, and you can see Shodo as well as Colcord, Jay, Grove. So this is going to be making it towards that northwestern portion of Benton County, and this is that area of rotation. So multiple cells are going to be rotating. I know this is on our outer weather coverage area, but this storm, as it tracks northeastward pretty quickly, as we give you the latest storm track on this, We've got. Okay, so go ahead and tell me that again. Okay, we've been mentioning that Cincinnati, Arkansas, and just north of Summers on Highway 59, and we do have confirmed damage in Cincinnati. Do we have any report on what the damage is? As they're telling me in my ear right now. Okay, so all right, continuing to watch that. So did have confirmed damage in the Cincinnati area. That is on Highway 59 in Northwest Washington County, where that circulation was. So don't know if that's tornado from a tornado or a tornado responsible. But here's that area of rotation that's moving into southwestern sections of Delaware County. Zach, I know you probably have a new storm track on this as we're monitoring. Let me know when you've got that up so we can let people know. Maybe go out a little bit more in advance and ahead of time. Even though the storm may weaken, still prompting a new tornado warning. Let's give you the latest information on that tornado warning, how long it goes for, until 6:30. So another tornado warning, 6:30, and then this warning, by the way, to the southeast goes until 6:30 as well. That storm really is starting to weaken a little bit. The heaviest rain now is approaching the I-49 corridor. New severe thunderstorm warning, a new update on it, still a tornado possible. Just multiple warnings that kind of cover up the radar just to let you know what's going on. So let's zoom in here. Bella Vista experiencing some heavy rain. Bentonville, it will be getting heavier, but this is not like the rain we saw yesterday along with the hail. This is a kind of a weaker cell compared to that. But again, strong cells down to the south. And that's trouble right there. We're going to have to watch this isolated supercell. Models were kind of indicating that a rotation track would take place right over the river valley. So this is something we're going to watch very closely for sure. Peyton, any other information on NWS chat at all as you're monitoring all the latest conditions?
No.
And some camera views as
yeah,
well?
nothing crazy to add. We finally do have a little bit of more contrast outside our Pinnacle Parkway Towers camera looking off towards the sort of southwest direction.
Okay, bring that up. I know there really hasn't been much contrast, has there?
No.
Just loaded with moisture. So
yeah,
there you can see that camera. You also have it on the 2 box. But yeah, there's a wide view here. That's the cell that's coming in. Don't see anything like a wall cloud like we had on November 4th of 2024, but still something to watch, still something to pay attention to. No doubt. And as we mentioned, still a lot of fuel that's available for those storms.
Maybe some new rotation developing south of that other tornado warning that's out west. So maybe kind of a little bit of a line there trying to get a few embedded circulations.
Yeah, there's a lot of them there. This is on the radar from Fort Smith, so it might be a little bit higher up. Let's take a look at that from a different source here. So we're going to bring this up from NOLA, and you can see some of those areas of elongated rotation, but that's the warning. That's the tornado warning, and that's the circulation that prompted that by Locust Grove. So if we go back just a little bit in time, there you see that circulation ramping up. A lot of wind, there's no doubt about that. Some strong wind, but at the same time, right on the leading edge of that circulation, could have a spin up that develops on the leading edge of that line. Circulation is definitely weakened for this. I wouldn't doubt if this tornado warning gets dropped unless it dramatically increases in intensity again. Here's a velocity image from Fort Smith. Notice just still a little bit. Haven't heard anything from our spotters, so it doesn't sound like anything super menacing. And then there's the range folding that's occurring from the radar beam in the Springfield area. So you can see that circulation, though, east of Shoto for sure. So things are still ramping up. We still have that cell that's approaching northwestern Benton County within about an hour and a half. Zach, I know you got a new track on that. Let's go ahead and go to you, and we track that into northwest Benton County.
Yeah, I got a new track on Weather 1, and this storm is just outside the coverage area, but it is moving in, and there is the new track. So this is a tornado warning. It does include portions of Delaware County, and if you live in these areas listed, you will be impacted by this storm. Bull Hollow, 6:25 p.m., Jay around 5:36, Sycamore 6:40, Maysville 6:46, Southwest City 6:51, Crystal Lake 6:55, Gravette 6:56, Sulphur Springs 7 o'clock this evening, and Anderson 7:06 p.m. And so I did kind of extend this warning a little bit farther than what the actual warning shows, because this is where the storm is going. And I don't think it will weaken. I mean, there is that possibility, but dynamics are there for these rotating storms. We have to assume that it is going to keep on moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. So moving at a decent pace here with this circulation. Just outside the coverage area, we're looking at the Delaware County area. If you're just joining, a lot of storms ongoing, more than just this one. That circulation that is in Benton and Washington County, that's gone way down, and the reflectivity has gone way down as well. And that warning is in effect until 6:30 p.m. this evening. And storm mode looks pretty messy. There's a lot of rain, a lot of heavy rain going on in Benton County, Washington County, Delaware Adair, and they just did drop that tornado warning that was including portions of northern Washington County and southern Benton County. So now it's just a severe storm, but I don't want to say just a severe storm, because it is still I believe it's tornado possible still, and it is a considerable severe storm producing 70 miles per hour straight line winds up in the Benton and northern Washington County area.
Yeah, we got that on weather too, just to bring that up real quick. So a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, 70 miles per hour winds, which can be the strength of a, EF0 tornado that can do damage. And we've got, like we said, hail's not as big of an issue, but there you see that considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I will say, though, it's kind of weakening. This cell is definitely maybe not tapping into the environment as much. So we'll see what that other cell does to the southwest. I also want to mention too, Zach, that now we've got areas just to the east of McAllister. We still have Wilburton. This is a considerable tornado warning. Considerable means a very, very strong tornado that's doing damage. It's observed. So storm spotters are confirming this. Probably debris that's being lofted on the radar. But that is moving east-northeastward, and I know it's outside of our weather coverage area, but Leflore County, you are going to be impacted within the next 45 minutes. So that's when the warning will be issued, most likely, as it tracks to the northeast. In fact, let me do this real quick. I'm going to do a quick storm track on this. We'll do the most dangerous portion of the thunderstorm. We'll take it to the northeast over the next hour and a half. So here's some of the areas that are going to be impacted as that storm tracks in an east-northeasterly direction. So McCurtain, 6:53, Bekoshi, 7:05, Panama at 7:11, Spiro at 7:17. So there's an area in northern Leflore County. Got to watch that. And if it does make its way into Fort Smith, it would be 7:36. So a little over an hour from now, this is when the ingredients are really going to become favorable for tornado potential too. This is a system we got to watch very, very closely. Okay, so no more tornado warnings in our immediate severe weather coverage area. We do have now a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that's still added, 70 miles per hour winds. Every single storm is basically considerable at this point, but there's that goes until 6:30, and that does include Cherokee and Mays County, Rogers and Wagner, but really not impacting any of our weather coverage. It does look like it does clip southwestern Delaware County. So southwestern Delaware County, we're going to be watching that cell pretty closely. Doug and Allie, I know we're in the middle of our 6 o'clock newscast here. We've got a few more minutes. I want to pass along, latest information. You can kind of take it with some reports, and let's do a little bit of our news coverage here as we continue to track these storms as they're moving in. All right, Doug and Allie, over to you in the news desk.
All right, Dan, thank you so much. Like we mentioned, we have gotten one report from the Benton County Emergency Manager, Michael Waddle. He said they had one report of a tree on a power line in Maysville, but right now nothing substantial. So of course that's great news. I also spoke with Gravette Police. They have no reports of any damage either. So
seconding that, I was talking with Gravette Fire. They had that possible rotation there in Gravette about a half hour. It seems time's running in together about a half hour ago there. So that's good news. The biggest issue, pressing issue, it seems right now, is just power outages. I know Ozark Electric Co-op alone with 1,800, the majority of those in Washington County, around 1,000 or so, but we're still waiting to get more confirmation on exactly what damage took place. Well, 1,900 now, I'm being told. Thank you there, Joshua. we're getting word of in the small community of Cincinnati,
Right.
In Washington County, what exactly was damaged. We're just kind of getting initial information about some possible damage there.
Yeah, trying to figure out what exactly was damaged, if that's power lines, trees down, anything like that.
Yeah,
So,
at this point, the only thing in a stone's throw of our viewing area, now Tahlequah is not in our immediate area, but we keep watch of that because what's in that county very well can slide over. I believe that's Cherokee County, that they may have some damage in their downtown. Oh, I know we had some video that came in.
yes, so we're about to
ago.
show that,
Okay.
getting ready to put that on the air. But this video from Tahlequah that you're going to see in just a minute, the viewer that sent it in said it's on Main Street of Tahlequah on Muskogee Avenue. So we're going to show that in just a minute. Oh, and there it is right there. This is from our viewer, Bryce Hill. He posted this on his Facebook page, and you can just see there the winds and the rain, and it's just whipping. And that was about 25 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago when he posted that on Facebook. And again, that's on the Main Street of Tahlequah, Muskogee Avenue.
All right, we do have reporters out and about. What we've done is we've kept them kind of on the I-49 corridor from northern Benton County all the way to the River Valley, just to be ready to be on the move in the event we did get word of some damage.
Right, and so we have our Michaela Rodriguez out there right now. She is in Fort Smith for us. And Michaela, what have you been seeing so far?
Yeah, Allie, Doug, so far right now, it's a bit muggy out here, a bit humid. It's been resting over in those high 70s, and the clouds have been real slow. We're moving north earlier when we were in the Fort Smith area. They could still be moving in that direction. Right now where we're at, there's not really breakage in the clouds, but I'm outside the Department of Emergency Management for Crawford County out here in Van Buren now. And they pretty much told me that they're going to be staging at the Emergency Operations Center. They're going to be tracking storms and ready to deploy if there's any emergency services needed. And they just want to remind people that if you hear any sirens outdoors, to remember those are meant for people outdoors, and that's not meant to warn people that are inside. So make sure that you're tuning in to the Weather Authority team to make sure that you're getting all that information weather-wise. But that's all that I've had here in Van Buren for now. Reporting here, Michaela Rodriguez, KNWA, Northwest Arkansas News.
And Fort Smith folks, River Valley, thank you, Michaela. Just keep in mind, you've heard Dan and Peyton and Zach mention it. We are keeping watch of this pretty significant, I think, confirmed tornado in the McAllister area. And we bring that up simply because it's moving to the northeast, and that would be the next threat that perhaps would hit our viewing area there in the River Valley area. And it just keeping a watch of it on radar, it does look pretty significant. They did have confirmed debris, I believe. So we're keeping watch of that. Of course, Dan will break in the moment that we feel it is pressing into our viewing area.
And we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
You're watching KNWA News at 6 with Doug Warner, Allie Lynch, Chief Meteorologist Dan Scott, and your Pig Trail Nation report with Courtney Mims.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I go live for KARC at 6:22, so I wouldn't be able to do a hit for you unless it was after that anyways.
Into the River Valley, I think is going to be trouble.
In commercial break right now, but
Yeah.
soon we'll be having some more severe weather coverage after a little commercial break.
Huh? You want this full weather?
Yeah, let's do it. It's going to be weather 1, right? Weather 1 for the full weather?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you ever get this large extremely dangerous? It was located over Blanco.
Yes. Yeah, that's that cell that's by Wilburton, moving towards that.
1 minute.
Strong circulation.
5, 6.
What?
How much time do you want?
Just how long ago? I don't know. I haven't built the show.
6. I'd say 6.
Hold on. I already got it in there, Zach.
I don't see it.
It's full weather, right?
That's not it.
That's not it?
Nope, the big 5, big 4.
Oh. Well, then here, hold on. Just a sec. Let me kill this here. Delete, hit.
There, yeah. I'm going straight.
Which one is it?
That one.
This one right here?
Full weather.
Oh, I've already done that. Joshua Myers. Has he called in? Okay. All right. What's up? Is it going?
Yeah, hold on.
Hey, that circulation in western Sequoia County is ramping up too.
4, 5.
That's
the show.
Your Weather Authority forecast with Chief Meteorologist Dan Scoff, certified most accurate by WeatherRate.
Very active weather day continues. We're watching a significant supercell that's going to be approaching western sections of LaFleur County. You notice there's debris. This is a considerable tornado, and this is a storm that we have to watch as it moves into a very untapped environment and very favorable environment for a tornado. This could be a long track tornado too, depending on if that cell can remain isolated and all by itself. Now, we also have another circulation that's starting to ramp up. This is approaching western Sequoia County. Josh Rugger is getting in position with this. This could prompt an additional tornado warning, which would start more tornado warning coverage. And that's a circulation that's coming towards Gore. This is right over I-40 essentially, so a lot of people traveling at 620. I-40, a heavily traveled area. We work our way northward, a severe thunderstorm warning. And we have Josh Myers, too. Joshua Myers, who's located on this circulation, and we'll hopefully be getting a report from him. There is Josh Myers' location. Michael Craddock is also out ahead of Josh Myers, so we can see as this storm tracks into northern Delaware County and northwestern Benton County. So this is a circulation that has a tornado warning, goes until 6:30. All of these cells are going to be ramping up, but that cell down by Wilburton really needs to be watched closely. This is one of the reasons we were concerned about today. Now, the convective mode is messy, meaning we don't have those little dots on the radar, the isolated supercells. We have clusters of supercells. They're not full-fledged supercells. They're kind of like what we call pseudo supercells, kind of supercells. So strong to intense tornadoes still possible. Wind shear is ramping up. So we got strong low-level winds that will be taking place. Only way that we maximize this softball potential hail is if we get those isolated cells. As of now, the engine is more, let's just say, less gas, if you will. Not as much as putting the pedal to the metal in a vehicle that has a good working engine. That would be essentially an isolated supercell. Damaging winds still a possibility, but here's the timing. A lot of people wondering what happens later on tonight. Well, this is the reason. So much thunderstorm activity. This is the reason that the Walmart amp just couldn't have that concert tonight. Too much lightning, too much of a safety concern for concert goers, for Halsey. And then you can see that storm activity dropping off as we go into the early morning hours on Tuesday. Now, there's that 90% chance of rain and thunderstorms in the River Valley. That's going to be ramping up from that isolated supercell, but there are additional circulations that are on their way in. So this is a look from our WeatherBug Network camera. This is in Rogers, and you can see a lowered cloud base. Finally, some, let's just say, visibility. It's very humid, 72 over 70 with a 70-degree dew point, at least a 93% relative humidity. Here's a look from our Kisser WeatherBug Network camera. This is going to have a view of that isolated supercell that tracks across the River Valley. Notice, though, we've got cloud cover and cooler air in northwest Benton County. We've got 80 degrees in Fort Smith. Here's the energy moving in. You can see the upper level spin in the atmosphere. That's why these thunderstorms are so explosive. And as that energy slings in, and this system becomes what's called negatively tilted, that's going to lead to more intense storm. Got a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go ahead and tap on that, and we'll get back to the dew points here. This is the new destructive severe thunderstorm warning that is approaching northwestern Benton County. This doesn't get issued very often. 80 miles per hour winds, that is over hurricane force, that is coming into the northwestern sections of Benton County, and that does include as well Delaware County, as you see. And it looks like as it moves northeastward, that's going to be moving pretty quickly. So we'll track that out. Let's go back to our maps here and show you the fuel that's available for these storms, for that isolated supercell that's going to continue eastward. Now, this is just to give you kind of a little bit of a glimpse as what's going to happen. It's not perfect, but you can see additional storms rolling in 8, 9, 10 o'clock tonight, and then possibly some additional cells that develop as the cold front catches up with the dry line. And then finally, by about 2 o'clock in the morning, the storms will come to an end, maybe a few lingering showers in the morning. But this is that severe weather threat, which will be updated again at 8 o'clock tonight. We'll see if that continues. But there's the significant hazards are possible, including that potential for strong long track tornadoes, only if those cells remain isolated like that one. Now, here's that rotation track. That's where it comes through the river valley. That's what we're going to be watching very closely. And then after that, storms start to move out, then we'll have to watch for that linear activity. Now, another thing we're going to be watching is right here. This is an area of widespread flash flooding that could take place. We're going to have a new tornado warning, so this is going to include our weather coverage area. I already know this is western Sequoia County. I can see the circulation off screen. This is ramping up, and that's now back into tornado coverage. So here we go.
He mentioned it right after I did, but that tightening of that circulation heading into Sequoia County.
Yeah.
And there goes the warning now.
Here we go. Tornado warning. This is in our weather coverage area, full-fledged, and the additional storm that's going to be moving into LaFleur County. So we'll go back and just to let people know as we continue our forecast, and then I'll get to the 7-day, and we'll get right back to that storm because it's still just a little outside of our weather coverage area. After that system moves out and that negatively tilted trough swings out, we've got additional energy and northwest flow. It's bringing isolated storm activity, but not as much fuel as what's available for this type of storm activity. So here's a look at Tuesday and Wednesday will be quiet. Thursday, Friday, we get additional storms to pop up. And then as we go into our Saturday and Sunday, we see additional storms as well. So here's that forecast. That's extended outlook. A lot of precipitation chances. Still very active. Wednesday will be a quiet day. Just a quick check of that 7-day, just so you're planning ahead. Everybody wants to know what's going on ahead. And we'll go back to the radar here as Zach, I know you got a new track on that storm. Friday, Saturday, Sunday in the mid-70s, Memorial Day in the mid-70s as well. And your River Valley temperatures in the upper 70s to lower 80s with storm chances continuing. And Memorial Day weekend will be active, but not anything like this storm system that we're seeing today. Okay, let's go to, if we can, Weather 2, and we'll look at Mega Doppler. And then, Zach, you can get back to Weather 1. And so we're back on all channels. We were covering severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado. Now we got a new tornado warning, and this rotation is really ramping up. This is intense. Let's get to it here on Live Doppler radar. Here's a look at the area of rotation as we check out Live Doppler radar.
Hey, Dan, we might have a little bit of a CC drop pick up in the last scan.
I appreciate that. This is a different cell. Let's go to Zach. I know you want to look at that on Weather 1. Let's do that. Weather 1, guys, in the control room. There's the circulation. Wow, that really ramped up.
Yeah, strong. It's moving quick, too. 65 miles per hour.
We got a confirmed tornado.
Yeah,
I think if you're in PTDS, you're going to have it right there. We'll bring that up. The tornado tracker is probably going to be determining, and this is the radar from Fort Smith, correct?
Correct.
Yep. I'm thinking as we look at the tornado detector, you're about to see debris. Now, it has to get lofted high enough in order for it to determine if it's a correlation coefficient drop. But what you're looking at here is this potential debris in the circulation. Don't know what happened, but that is, let's go back to Weather 2 if we can. Don't know why we're switching to Weather 1, but here's Weather 2. There's the tornado detector. Let's go ahead and we'll put on the PTDS, and we'll see if this starts showing up as a confirmed tornado. Gore, you need to be in your safe place right now. Western Sequoia County, immediate storm that's ramping up. This is producing damage, most likely. This is definitely a correlation coefficient drop. Zach, PTDS on Mega Doppler, if we can, please. And we'll bring that up and we'll look. So next radar scan, it'll probably pop up. We'll see some whites popping up. This is debris that's getting lofted into the tornado, several thousands of feet in the air. So we know it's on the ground at this point. There is a correlation coefficient drop, and that's probably just going to continue to ramp up as it continues to move northeastward. Very, very strong circulation. Let's look at that velocity signature and bring back up the Mega Doppler banner. This is an intense circulation. Look at that red and green showing up. New severe thunderstorm warning. We'll get to that in just a bit, but I want to show you this area of rotation right in here over Gore, north of I-40. But if you're close to Redbird Smith, you see some of the areas that are included. East 1000 Road. You need to be in your safe place. Get below ground if you can. The best place to be is below ground, but we're going to be watching this closely. Again, tornado debris spotted on the radar. We'll take a look here at on Mega Doppler. This is what you need to do in tornado safety. Downstairs, under something, center a house, keep away from windows. We're about to probably see this confirmed here. So Zach and Peyton, I know you're monitoring NWS chat. Let's see if we get a confirmed tornado. I think
tornado is occurring. They just haven't done it yet. They're kind of working on the strong tornado near Wilburton, but yes, they're typing up right now. Got the thumbs up from Steve Piltz.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. Steve Piltz is the meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service in Tulsa. Very, very bright individual in terms of severe weather and severe weather research. He knows his stuff. There's no doubt about that. He's manning the ship at the National Weather Service office in Tulsa, doing an excellent job on all these warnings. But there's that circulation. Notchtown, just south of that, that's crossing again northeast into northern Sequoyah County. We're way zoomed in just so you can see where that circulation is. And if we look at the rotation, just to let you know what you're seeing, this is a tornado possible, but we already know it's kind of pretty strong. Tornado likely is when you get into the red shades. That's a pretty strong tornado. And then you get into the pinks and the whites. This is where you get the EF3, EF4, EF5 potential. We'll see if this tornado ramps up. Hopefully not. Let's look at the reflectivity again. And let's do this. Let's look at a split screen if we can. We'll do a reflectivity velocity image. So this will show us both at the same time. And we zoom out a little wider just to get a better view. We're setting the storm motion from the warning. So we see that velocity image is exactly, there's a confirmed tornado. Now that's showing up. So in the control room, confirmed tornado just to the north of Gore. Let's look at that debris signature again. Let's see if that's showing up. We'll take a look. We can bring that up. Still a little bit of a debris signature that's showing up. That's just southwest of Redbird Smith. So definitely a confirmed tornado. Might have lifted, but still looks like pretty intense. So thank you, Peyton, for chiming in on that. Keep us updated on what you're seeing. Let's take a wider view here. And I'm going to do this on weather too as we look at the radar from Fort Smith. A lot of storms going on. Confirmed tornado, but the tornado warning has been dropped for the cell that's approaching southwestern Delaware County. We did have Joshua Myers, one of our spotters, on that. But this does have a destructive tag, so it's really strong winds. How is that possible? Well, we look at the velocity image, and you'll see here the strength of these those winds that are moving in. So some pretty intense winds along with the wind shift that's taken place. A little bit of a weak circulation that's down by Bella Vista. This is that confirmed tornado. Notice the bright greens and bright red areas. Again, that's in western Sequoyah County. That's going to be moving into southwestern Adair County. We'll do a track on that. And then we still have this behemoth of a storm that's approaching Wilburton. And Wilburton's right in the path of that. That's going to be moving northeastward towards the Spiro, Poto, Worcester area. You still have time, folks, if you live in LaFleur County, but you want to make sure that you're watching this storm closely. And if you need to, you can get to safety pretty quickly. This is going to be something that we need to watch very closely. So, all right, Zach, let's do a track on that isolated supercell if we can.
Yeah, so we're looking at Sequoyah and Adair County. Tornado warning is in effect, confirmed. It's on the ground, so you need to be in your safe place right now. And if you could take weather 1, I can show you that. Here it is right there. So we're looking at western Sequoyah County. This tornado warning does include portions of Adair County as well. And this is in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. If you live in the areas listed, you need to be in your safe place right now. Redbird Smith, pretty much right now. Evening Shade, 640. Vian Creek Church, 640. Flute Springs, 646. Henderson School, 646. Cookson Hills State Game Refuge, 648. This is a tornado warning. It's confirmed. It's on the ground. We saw the debris signature there, and I do want to zoom in on this storm closer and show you exactly where it's going. We have a 2-panel right here. Reflectivity on the left, storm relative velocity on the right. So
just east of the Gore area, pretty much right over Redbird Smith. That's where this tornado warning, or that's where this tornado is. It's going towards the evening shade area. If you live in that spot, you need to be in your safe place right now. This storm is moving very fast, around 65 miles per hour. The Pinhook Corner, you need to be in your safe place. Flute Springs, Marble City, moving up into the Bunch area, that is in Adair County. Greasy, you need to be in your safe place as well. Stony Point, just beyond the warning, and then Cherry Tree up there, getting further into the Adair County area. But that's where this storm is going. Confirmed tornado is on the ground, in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. And we can see these storms just ramping up.
Just all sorts of rotations along the leading edge. There's just so much spin in the atmosphere. And while it is a messy convective mode, there is a lot of potential for any one of these cells to produce a tornado. I want to go back real quick to weather 2. And we were mentioning a tornado touchdown. How do we know that? Well, here's the debris signature that was showing up. And so this is just kind of pinpointing it. And you'll see here, it's right in this area, right in here. So that little spot right in here is where your circulation is. So if we move it along in time, you can see the way that it kind of advances to the northeast. I know it doesn't look like much, but then that tracks to the northeast and then it moves out. The thing is that was co-located with the reflectivity and the velocity. So we know that this was in fact a little bit of a circulation that produced and prompted that confirmed tornado. And so you're going to see it right in here as it passed just to the north of Gore. So there it is near Weber's Falls, and then you see it kind of show up, and then it kind of weakened and dissipated. Now what do we have here in, looks like maybe something north of Marble City. There's going to be all sorts of little areas of CC drops, but they have to be co-located with the reflectivity. So we'll make sure that that's exactly where it is. Strong circulation showing up now north of Vian. That's how fast this storm is moving. Another circulation that's showing up. These cells, by the way, are going to be rain wrapped. Our storm spotters have encountered this all day. You heard Colby Ward mention this was rain wrapped. Joshua Myers saying that this is rain wrapped. So imagine you have a package, right? And you wrap it with wrapping paper because what? You want to conceal or hide what's in the box. Obviously, the box conceals that too. But that's the reason that you wrap a present. You wrap a box to conceal it. And unfortunately, rain wrap means there's a cell that has a tornado, sometimes on the ground, and it's doing damage, but the rain is obscuring it. And this is the way these storms are going to be. Unless you're on the very leading edge, briefly, you might get a very brief glancing view, and then that's it, and it's gone. But that's going to be what we're encountering with these cells. Now, maybe this one isolated cell that's down to the south that's approaching Wilburton might be a little bit more visible, but regardless, still a lot of thunderstorm activity that's out ahead of it. Now, this is that isolated cell. I'm still concerned about this, Zach and Peyton, as it moves into an environment that is extremely favorable, and that tornado warning is just west now of LaFleur County, and that could be prompting a new tornado warning that might move all the way northeast into LaFleur County now. So there it is. Tornado warning goes until 7 o'clock. It's west of our area. It includes Haskell, Latimer, and Pittsburgh County. However, if that continues northeastward, we'll see that moving in. Severe thunderstorm warning, considerable. All these storms are considerable. It shows you the amount of energy that's available for these cells. A lot of energy for sure. So many things to look at, but right now, Northwest Arkansas is really not seeing a whole lot of activity in terms of, let's get a wider view, Zach, Peyton, and I know, Doug, you're in the weather lab as well. So a lot of rain that's falling over Northwest Arkansas. I know people are very concerned about these areas on I-49. Right now, it's just cloud cover and rain, but as you can see, additional cells are going to be moving in. Now, once this comes through, I think that may be close to the end of it. Now, there's a chance that as the front moves in, maybe we get a little more storm activity, but we'll at least see a break in the storm activity. But some pretty intense cells. Yes, it is a messy convective mode, but all of these cells will have the potential to rotate. And this, by the way, is still, don't let your guard down, a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And, Zach, you can notice the winds, too, that are in southwest Missouri that the Weather Service reported. And there's a circulation that's showing up near Jay. So even though it's just a shower, it looks like a circulation also north of Bella Vista. Pan up to the north just a little bit, just to the east of Tiff City. Looks like that's 70 miles per hour gust right there, just southwest of Goodman. So you can see that right there, northwest of Anderson, emergency manager, about 7 miles west of Goodman. That was a 69 miles per hour gust. So it shows you those cells, even though they don't look very impressive on radar, they still have a lot of energy. And there's a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning that now covers basically everything up to the state line. And that goes for 35 more minutes. So tornado warning still in effect, still includes our weather coverage area, southwestern Adair, northwestern Sequoia County, multiple circulations along the leading edge. Let's look at the normalized rotation on this. We'll pinpoint those areas of rotation. You'll have one here. You'll have one here. Those are really intense too. We've got to watch that. If you're in the 10 killer area as that storm moves northeast, we still have a lot of daytime too for these cells to interact with some daytime heating, limited, although we have a lot of cloud cover and rain. Still have, so look at that circulation. Very strong. This is outside of the tornado warning, by the way, which would prompt a new tornado warning, which would be in Adair County, because this right here is a Sequoia County line. Circulation, the evening shade, and a new circulation now south to the west, the Pettit. And in fact, when we look at the reflectivity, you'll see it's rain wrapped. So you got a strong tornadic vortex signature that's located. We'll set the storm motion from the warning. Let's look at the velocity image. Very intense circulation. Look at that tightening up. So you're seeing bright greens, even some blues that are showing up. This is rain that's moving towards the radar. Let me highlight this for you. Rain that's moving towards the radar, rain that's moving away. This is an area of rotation that's picked up on the radar from Fort Smith. Also, you're seeing some orange showing up. This is that inflow into the circulation. What spotters do we have out there? Anybody that's located, this is a very tough area to chase. Highway 59, the jungle of eastern Oklahoma, just not very favorable. We'll zoom out on the wider view. Let's see who we've got. So Alex Hall, he's in the area of, it looks like Lincoln, and looks like Josh Rugger and Brendan Lindsay are approaching us. So I bet you this is the new tornado warning that's going to include parts of Adair County, and we'll see how far north that goes. Let's check this out. This is that new cell that's just outside of that tornado warning. So we're going to have probably 2 tornado warnings that are extending on this. And
it's actually for LaFleur.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
And that's for that considerable severe thunderstorm that has that considerable tornado warning. Yeah. A lot of times these warnings don't load up as fast as I want. So go back to, if we can, Zach, I know you got the new one. Let's go ahead and we'll bring that up on Weather 2. Or Weather 1, excuse me.
Weather 1's about to crash, Dan.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I got to restart it.
Okay. That's not good. I have a couple of crashes that are happening here on our computers. There's a lot of radar information. This radar data is quite filled in. But let's go ahead on Mega Doppler while you're restarting that, if we can. Let's dip down on Mega Doppler. In fact, you know what? I
got it.
Yeah, I'll take control. I can take control. That way you guys are doing some stuff behind the scenes. So here we go. We've got this storm that's tornado warned. It's a radar indicated tornado. Let's go ahead and you can bring me up. So there's a circulation that's just near Wilburton, moving towards Red Oak. This is going to be potentially long track. This is what we've been kind of fearing here. As I've got it, Zach.
All right.
And so we'll take a look here at the reflectivity. So here's the reflectivity with this cell. You're going to have to bring that up, though. So there it is, moving northeastward, tornado warning, and we'll get you the latest information on this. You need to be taking your tornado precautions if you live in Panama, in Spiro. Even though you're not included in the warning, this has been a persistent rotating supercell thunderstorm. And yeah, it is getting a little bit messy, maybe a lot of more activity that's producing some thunderstorm activity southwest of it. Hopefully that kind of weakens the cell. But here's a look at the circulations that are approaching southwestern Adair County. Currently, a lot of spotters that are out there in northwest Arkansas. We've got that considerable severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for northwestern Benton County. So everything's quiet for Washington County, but that's about to change as this cell will be tracking across the southern end of Washington County. Zach, let me know when you got Weather 1 rebooted so we can do another storm track on that.
I'm doing a track now.
Okay.
So I almost have that ready. We can probably take it full if you want.
All right, that sounds good. Let's go ahead and we'll do
Kind
that.
of a zoomed out version of where this storm is going. It's west of the coverage area. It's moving into LaFleur County. And we can see the track 40 miles per hour for the speed, moving to the northeast. And we have the areas listed. You can see them right there. So if you live in actually the latest scan a little bit further that way, so let me put it right there. If you live in the McCurtain area, 7:14 p.m., Keota, 7:25, the Bedwell area, 7:33, Cowlington, 7:38, Power Plant, 7:40, Spiro, 7:44, Redland, 7:47. Now, this storm has had a history of being on the ground and being strong to violence. And we can see it right there. This track is moving into the LaFleur County area. So if you are in this storm polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a life-threatening situation. If you know people in this area, make sure they're weather aware of this storm. And we're also tracking, I see Dan tracking some more circulations just north of this. This is kind of outside the coverage area. It's kind of a preliminary. This is where it's going to be going. It's going into LaFleur County. And this is a tornado warning in effect until 7:30 this evening. This storm has had a history of being on the ground. It's had a history of producing. It's had a history of being strong to violence, and that's the track right there. A lot of other storms ongoing this evening too, and I do want to show you those. Here is Megadoppler showing you some other circulations going on further north, and we can see the Sequoia County area, still a tornado warning in Sequoia and in the Adair County area. That circulation might be intensifying just a bit. I do want to zoom in on that and show you exactly where that is, because that's about to enter the Adair County area. If you live in the Bunch area, the Rocky Mountain, Greasy, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is another tornado warning, and we can see that circulation right there is pretty tight, normalized rotation showing that.
And we might have one on the ground. It's kind of tough to tell because there's, it's running into some of the mountains, but this would be just northeast of evening shade.
Yeah, that is a strong circulation. You can see how it's turning red now and a darker red. So this is that area that we really need to watch, like you mentioned. So had to reboot some systems behind the scenes, but there you see tornado likely. We're getting close to the pink shade. We'll be able to see debris if this is, look at the heavy forested area. So this is a fairly rural area, but let's zoom in as this approaches southwestern Adair County. A very dangerous portion of the storm is going to be passing just to the north of Bunch. So we'll put some roads on here. And there's a new tornado warning, by the way, that just got issued or extended farther northeast for that area of circulation, because we didn't have, we had 2 areas of rotation now. This is still the same tornado warning, but it's in the northeastern part of that warning. So here's some roads that we have that are going to be impacted. And so you got State 584, South 584, and that's going to be the zip code, by the way. It truncates it just a little bit, but just to let you know, 32,000 block. If you live in that area on South 584, and this is going to be crossing, again, here's the area. We zoom out just a little bit.
It's perfectly co-located, Dan. So I think it's on the ground.
You got a debris signature?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let's take a look at that if we can. CC drop.
Oh,
yeah. PTDS, guarantee it. The tornado detector.
Yep.
Tornado on the ground, folks. This is going to be confirmed. No doubt about it. Take your tornado precautions north of Bunch. Here you see some of the roads that are going to be impacted, but this is debris that's being lofted in the tornado. Now let's go back to the PTDS if we can, because I got that banner up on the screen just to show you that this is detected. Look at how it's spread out, even larger. So this is a considerable tornado, possibly with a large debris signature. And how high is that radar beam approximately? We're talking probably maybe 2,500 feet.
About 2,600.
About 2,600 feet above the ground. Radar that's detecting objects of different sizes and shapes. This is debris that's being lofted. So confirmed tornado just to the west of Bunch. It's going to be passing north of Bunch, though, pretty soon. So you see that at the bottom of your screen. That's correct. About northwest of Bunch. Maybe even another circulation, too, as there are 2 tornadoes on the ground. It could be. We could have 2 multiple funnel. That's the type of environment we have. And the stronger the winds get over time, we could have 2 circulations that are on there.
There it is confirmed.
Yeah, let's zoom out. Saw the new confirmed tornado that just appeared. So this was upgraded to a confirmed tornado. Now, let me tell you something. If you have Weather Call Next Gen, you just got a new call saying that a tornado is on the ground doing damage if you live in Adair County. And it'll only let you know if you're in the path of the warning, too. Not the entire area. If you're in Cherry Tree, you didn't get a call yet. You only get a call if you're in the polygon of the warning. And so we're zoomed way in, very, very super focused on the tornado detector. Here's your debris. This is no doubt a tornado. We're 100% confident tornado is on the ground. Here's some of the areas that are going to be impacted. Kansas City Southern Road, Malloy Road, Bunch Road, Sanders Flat. This is going to be approaching southwestern Washington County. If it stays on the ground, we'll have to see. We'll get a new radar scan here shortly to let you know. Now, here's what we want to do, Zach. We want to zoom out. For some reason, we're not getting the alerts anymore to pop up on the screen. I don't know what's going on there, but there's our weather radio that's going off. Okay, there we go. So just to let you know, we are under a tornado watch that's until 7 o'clock. You can see that on Weather 1. That might be extended, most likely. You can see some areas that are getting cropped out of that tornado watch, but most likely this will be extended because we're at 650 here, and I thought this might need to be extended anyways. All right, let's go back if we can, Zach, on Mega Doppler.
That circulation.
Yeah, it is intense. New tornado warning now popping up, so we can pop that up on the screen. We'll take a look here. This might include, we'll see what tornado warning this includes. So Adair County, so there it is for a new circulation that's north. So we got the confirmed tornado that's southwest of Stillwell. New tornado warning that's going to be approaching Westville and Stillwell. I want to see what we've got in terms of storm spotters on this. So we'll take a look here. So we got Michael Craddock, Joshua Myers, Alex Hall. They're going to be right on this cell as it moves in. Let's go to Weather 2 if we can. We'll bring that up, and you can get to see our storm spotters. Yeah, they're all ready to watch this storm as it comes into northwest Arkansas. So got Alex Hall, Josh Myers, Michael Craddock, Frankie Shepard, James Hilger, Rex Wren, Greg Reeves, Brendan Lindsay, Joshua Rugger covering this storm. That's going to be an isolated supercell coming through the river valley. And once they get a better view of this cell, hopefully it weakens a little bit. But this has been a long track supercell. But this is a strong circulation. So, Zach, let's look at that latest correlation coefficient drop. I'm going to do that here on this. You bring that up on Mega Doppler. But, yeah, there's your debris signature right there that's showing up. You can see that it's showing up as, when we get down likely debris, but we're getting close to that area where it's showing up as debris. So we could come back here just a little bit. Yeah,
Another warning confirmed.
Yeah, this is
extension.
So this is that confirmed tornado. Yeah, that's extended. Now, guess what? This is going off on the weather radios in Washington County. So if you live anywhere in southwest Washington County, and remember, we've got our WeatherBug Network cameras, Peyton, so keep an eye on those. I know you're watching radar closely on different cells, but we're starting to get a view if this is coming towards Lincoln. We've got a bird's eye view thanks to PG Telco's WeatherBug Network camera, and we'll get a good look at this cell. Hopefully we can see some type of visibility. It's been a struggle to do all that. There's the debris signature showing up. Zach, let's look at our probability of tornado debris signature. There's the new tornado warning that's confirmed, and there's your debris signature. So now, southwest of Lyons, north of Blanche. You can hear that weather radio. It's handy. It goes off. Problem is, it's going off for Washington County, which is under a tornado warning, but we're in Fayetteville. That's not site-specific. That's county-wide, and that's why sometimes weather radio can over-alert you. Okay, so we got Crawford County Emergency Operations Center. Michaela, we've got one of our reporters, Michaela Rodriguez. Michaela, go ahead and tell us what you're seeing right now in the Crawford County Emergency Operations Center.
Yeah, so we're in the Crawford County Emergency Operations Center, like Dan said. And if you want to come inside with me real quick, this is Jonathan. He's actually the SAR, stands for Search and Rescue Weather Lead over here. And what he's doing right now is actually monitoring those different storm weather systems that are coming in, trying to make sure that the Crawford County gets the correct and accurate information that they need to be able to know that they're responding as appropriately as possible. Now, we've actually moved inside. Thankfully, the Crawford County has allowed us to move in here to be able to get in a safer environment right now. It is getting a bit dark out there. Earlier while we were out there, we were seeing some thunder, some lightning. That wind was picking up a little bit, so we thought it was safe to be able to move inside. And so that's what we're seeing right now. We're going to keep monitoring the conditions from what we're seeing outside the windows and just what we're hearing from inside. So that's all we have here right now. Tossing it back to y'all.
All right. Thank you so much, Michaela. I will say that Crawford County currently is going to be a little bit southeast of this tornado warning storm, so it doesn't even include Crawford County. And the cell that's approaching Crawford County starting to weaken. Multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. That weather radio is going to go off like crazy. Peyton's going to get a workout walking back and forth.
It's like running suicides.
To turn off. Yeah, running laps, right? Horse laps, running back and forth on the line. So we know that. But here's a look at Heil Heating Cooling Mega Doppler. There's that circulation. This is confirmed tornado that's approaching Stillwell. You really need to be in your safe place. I mean, very, very seriously, this is a dangerous thunderstorm with the confirmed tornado. It's a pretty intense circulation too. We'll take a look here at tornado indications. There you get to see it. So we've got destructive storms that are happening, damaging thunderstorms that are happening. There's a weather call alert for, it looks like, Washington County. So we've got to be included in some type of warning. We'll check that out. But there's a look at the tornado observed that's across the area. And so downstairs under something, center house. So that's an example of weather call.
Thunderstorm warning for your immediate location for a storm producing hurricane force winds and or at least
just an example of what you can experience here with Weather Call Next Gen. And in case you're wondering too, this is very helpful because it'll tell you, hey, now we got a warning that's including Washington County. But this is a dangerous thunderstorm with a confirmed tornado that's approaching Stillwell. You need to be taking your tornado precautions, get downstairs under something, center of the building, and keep away from windows. Zach, let's zoom out here a little bit. And you just heard about the warning that was issued for Washington County, which includes the Fayetteville area. Well, there's the Fayetteville area, and there's the severe thunderstorm warning that is considerable, and hurricane force winds up to 70 miles per hour. Also, on top of that, you got all these storms that have tornado warnings on them and confirmed tornadoes. So I will say the storm's weakened a little bit that's approaching southwestern LaFleur County. It looked like maybe that circulation is starting to encounter a bunch of additional rain and thunderstorm activity, and so the circulation is not quite as evident. However, still a large hail core that's associated with the storm. My goodness, there are a lot of warnings. And it's good to have that weather radio because it gives us, situational awareness on storms that pop up. And also it's an audible alert too. Very, very good. But it is not site specific. It's countywide. And that is one downfall of the weather radio service. It's just a little bit of a larger area. But, it still is very helpful. So it's a great way to have multiple sources of warning in case one does fail, such as a call-in system, such as site-specific warnings. Or, you got a weather radio, you've got what Weather Call Next Gen, you got your apps, you got your alerts. Sometimes you have your family members calling you. Very, very dangerous circulation. You know what, Zach? We've got to do a wide view. I want to show people what's happening as we kind of zoom out and kind of show you overall what's taking place. So we still have this energy that's off to the west, upper level spin, lot of energy moving in. You can see the thunderstorms that are approaching the area. We're approaching 7 o'clock in the evening, and we're about to get some really heavy rain on I-49. I know it hasn't been heavy yet, but it's about to really come down across the area. Zach, I see you have a debris signature. You have a track on that. Let's go ahead and take it over to you on live Doppler radar, and then I'll give people a tour. We want to continue to focus on that confirmed tornado.
Yeah, this is probably the storm that we have to focus on the most. This is a confirmed tornado warning. We are in the Adair County area moving into Washington County. So if you live in the black polygon means confirmed tornado is on the ground. You need to be in your safe place right now. The areas listed will be impacted by the storm, and we can see debris. This is the correlation coefficient. When we see those colors, the yellows, the blues, that means that the things that are in the atmosphere are of different sizes, so likely debris. The Blanche area around 6:59, which is right now. Zion, 7 o'clock. KCS Stillwell Depot, 7:02 p.m. Stillwell, 7:02. Dutch Mills, 7:10. Morrow, 7:12. Clyde, 7:15. Lincoln, 7:16. Hubbard, 7:20. That's where the storm is going. This is a life-threatening situation. We had the zoomed-in view. This is the zoomed-out view to kind of give you an idea where we are. We are in the Adair County area, moving into Washington County. 6:59 is the time right now, and this warning is going to be going until 7:15. And it's a confirmed tornado warning. We're going to have to wait and see if this storm strengthens or weakens. But as of right now, it's looking pretty strong. We had that debris signature up in the air, and I think what's best now is to zoom back in on it and just show you some roads, maybe show you where exactly this circulation is going to be heading. And
okay, so let's take that on Prop PC. So this is is this live or is this a picture? Okay, Casey, all right, Casey Smith, that's a shelf cloud looking off in the distance. You can see the lowered cloud base right in here. Contrast is a little bit tough to see, but this is on the leading edge of the storm. And this is where, according to this type of storm, where you would have some of these appendages that hang down that could produce tornadoes. This is not your typical wall cloud that's going to be associated with a big time precipitation free base, all that stuff. But this is something to watch for sure. Now, we do have a live view from Lincoln. Any type of visibility at all, Peyton?
No,
from this?
Not a whole lot of visibility. It's really tough.
It has been a tough type of visual storm. So this is Lincoln. Which way are we looking? South?
Off towards the southwest.
Looks
kind
like
of southwest.
south. You can see some of the roads here in Lincoln. Rain that's kind of obscuring the camera dome. Don't know if that's a lowered cloud base off in the distance. Yeah, Peyton's moving around a little bit. Sometimes those raindrops can really obscure your visibility too. But enough with the views. Let's take a look back at Mega Doppler, give people kind of a wide view. Then we're going to run through all the different severe thunderstorm warnings. But man, that is a strong circulation, and that's approaching Stillwell. Stillwell, you need to be in your safe place at this point. Keep in mind your stream could be a little delayed. So look at the top of your screen at 7:01 p.m. This is down to the second at the time we are giving the live update. But sometimes streaming services, they could be 30, 40, even 50 seconds behind. And seconds can save lives in severe weather. So now is the time to get to your safe place, which, by the way, this storm moving at 50 miles per hour, the next radar scan will probably put it over Highway 59. Fairfield, Marietta, Stony Point, all you need to be in your safe place. But the most dangerous circulation is going to be passing right on the north side of Stillwell, but it could even be a little bit farther south because of the tilt in the storm and the way that the circulation could show up. So there's Stillwell Schools. There's the newest circulation now. Again, that could be on the south side of that just a little bit more. So anywhere in the Stillwell area, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. That is a strong circulation that's ramping up. And if we look at that normalized rotation, we'll see if we have any type of debris signature. There's the circulation associated with it. Probably doesn't have a debris signature yet. I would say that might be one that's starting to pop up again. So circulation that touches down, it's a little bit uncertain at this point. We'll look at the tornado debris signature. Let's check that out if we can. Yeah, it doesn't show up, as you can see, the PTDS.
That would track following when the tornado was confirmed, just following the CC drop.
Yeah.
That would be right where it would be.
That's where it would be. So we'll see if that. Sometimes it's right at the beginning. The radar is like, wait a minute, this is a little bit different size and shape, and so we're not exactly sure what's in the air here. But if you have objects of different length and different width in a tiny box, that tells you in a small area there's all sorts of things getting tumbled around. So that is still, we've got a radar indicated location. We'll see. Might not be quite confirmed yet. Let's go back to the radar indication real quick.
I think it might be coming here pretty soon.
Okay. The confirmed?
Yes.
Yeah, let's look at the CC drop again, Zach. Not the PTDS, but we'll see the newest information here. That would be exactly co-located with the reflectivity. Not all blues, by the way. I know we have a lot of weather enthusiasts that are watching, but not all blue colors indicate immediate debris. Yeah, that is a tornado. Tornado is crossing Highway 59 right now. Fairfield going to be impacted here shortly. Take your tornado precautions. This will most likely be confirmed. See how those blues are showing up. See how it tracked in a northeasterly direction, exactly the way the circulation is. Circulation's ramping up as well. We do have spotters, but they're not located in this area because, number one, you can't get cell service out of Highway 59. There's a lot of dead spots cell service-wise. So our spotters know that, and they're going to follow the storm because if they were on Highway 59, it would be passing them, and then they wouldn't be able to get ahead of it. So we'll be watching this closely. It looks like Joshua Myers is going to be right in the path of this cell. So be listening for his call in on the phoner line. Also, too, Peyton, make sure our weather spotters aren't streaming because we'll have some streaming video. I will say this, cell service has been spotty today. A lot of people calling and probably overloading the phone lines, which is why the spotters have been having trouble connecting their streams. We've heard that across the board. High-end severe weather threat, and that's causing some issues. Now, I know that news has been pretty quiet in terms of damage, but I think we're going to start to see a little bit more. Hopefully these don't become long track. But Fairfield, this is going to be a potential tornado. I think this is confirmed here. We'll see if they monitor it. What are they saying on NWS chat right now? Anything?
Nothing
Any
new.
chatter?
No,
Okay.
no, just still maybe drawing it up, but maybe it won't have the exact confirmed tag, but do have the kind of thumbs up, so to speak.
Let's look at the PTDS real quick if we can, Zach. So we're looking at see if it shows up. Might not be lofted high enough. You start to see it showing up a little bit gray. So that tells you that maybe there's potential, but not exactly set in stone quite yet. But it could be just initially touching down.
Yeah,
So,
it is confirmed.
okay, confirmed tornado in Fairfield, as we mentioned. Sometimes it takes a little while to pull the trigger in terms of, changing the information. But yeah, if you're listening in the control room, confirmed tornado now reported, as we've been mentioning, as the correlation coefficient drop is showing up. Let's show some, let's pan out a little bit, Zach. Let's go to the northeast, let people know where this is headed, kind of give them a hyper-local view. There's your circulation approaching Fairfield. We'll get a new radar scan at 7:06 right now. Look at that rear flank downdraft. Man, that's an RFD right there. So this is a tightening circulation as it moves to the northeast. We'll probably see that line underneath the triangle letting us know that this is a confirmed tornado. But there's a lot of other warnings. There's a lot of other cells. I know we're staying hyper-focused on this because this is a confirmed tornado. Zach, on Weather One, I want you to do a track. But in the meantime, here's what I'm going to do real quick. Just a real quick scan of all the other cells that are coming in, and we'll look at all the leading edge rotations. So we have heavy rain that's coming down in the Decatur area. It lost that destructive tag, by the way, so that's good news. But this is an area right here where we have severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get you through the latest information on that. So severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 7:45. This was just issued not too long ago. Notice, this is a heads up, tornado possible. There's a confirmed tornado that's down in western Washington County and southeastern Adair County. But remember, Easter Sunday, storms can ramp up, produce tornadoes with that tornado possible. It means that something could ramp up so fast they can't draw up the warning quick enough. So they're giving you the heads up. Anywhere along this line, you want to be watching for it. Here's that confirmed tornado that goes until 7:15, so a few more minutes. It was a short fuse one. That's the way this weather environment has been. Got a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45. That's also considerable. Tornado possible. Basically, every cell is going to have tornado possible. And then you've got this severe thunderstorm warning, radar indicated 70 miles per hour winds. We work our way south on this. A new warning that was issued at 6:54. That's where the weather radio was going off. And that does include the Fort Smith area, 7:08 right now. And we'll be watching this isolated cell right here that's just to the west of Poto that's going to be tracking northeast. So, Zach, let's do a track on that confirmed tornado that's moving through the Stillwell area. Let us know what you're seeing.
Yeah, I've got that right now, Dennis. So we're looking at the Adair County area. If you live in these areas listed, if we can take Weather One, we have that track for you. Kind of zoomed out Adair, Washington County, confirmed tornado warning on weather 1. And there it is right there. So we got Rice Chapel 711, Lincoln 719. So you were in the path. If you live in Lincoln, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a confirmed tornado warning. And this is going right towards the Lincoln area. Lincoln Middle School 720, Subtle 722, Bob Kidd Lake around 723, Prairie Grove around 726, Illinois Chapel 729. Confirmed tornado. You need to be in your safe place right now. We can see Dan walking across the screen there.
Yeah, you can pull me off of the wall, please, here, so I can monitor some stuff.
Yeah, so the Adair County area, that's where the circulation is, moving into Washington County. Can't stress it enough. This is a confirmed tornado warning, and it is a life-threatening situation moving into the northwest Arkansas area, currently in the Adair County area. I do want to zoom in closer on the Megadoppler source, but I actually have Megadoppler loaded up on some hail. We're talking about hail, baseball-sized hail up in LaFleur County, just west of Worcester. Just as another thing that we have to worry about. That's some destructive hail. So if you live in that area, you need to be inside, because if you're in that the hail of this size can be life-threatening. So that's the hail in LaFleur County. I do want to zoom up, though, to the confirmed tornado warning. This is the storm that we really have to keep a close eye on. Not much hail with this storm, but we can see the circulation. Here is the storm relative velocity. I do want to set storm motion from warning, and we can see the circulation just north of the Fairfield area, moving around 55 miles per hour with this storm. And here is the normalized rotation. We can see it really defined. So here's where the circulation is, just north of the Fairfield area, south of Peavine. If you live in the Penny area, you need to be in your safe place right now. Confirmed tornado warning. And this is another scan there. Still clearly defined.
Quite a pop in the studio. That was just a little a step, if you will, to increase your height, if you will, and that's what fell over. So that's what you heard in the studio, but a little bit behind the scenes. Doug is monitoring the latest. He's calling officials to see if they have any type of damage. We know that this tornado is on the ground and it's produced damage, or it was at the time. Zach, you mentioned that hail core. We're starting to see a little bit of that view from our Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera as the circulation approaches. And I want to go to that. That's going to be on Weather 2 as we bring this up. So there's the wall cloud. We finally, Peyton, we could finally get some structure. My goodness, it's been so long, but there's the lowering right there that's associated with the storm. Look at the lightning that's off in the distance. This is a dangerous thunderstorm. We'll see if there's any type of confirmed tornado. This is the first time that we've had visibility all day where we can see a base of this thunderstorm. So we don't want to lose sight of radar, but at the same time, we are recording this, right?
Yes.
I'm not sure if that was lightning or a power flash.
It looked like lightning. I saw lightning, but
I saw two of them. So.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll be watching here. We'll give a good look. So this is looking off to the southwest. Lincoln, you need to be in your safe place right now as this storm is approaching you. A very low cloud base. That is extremely low. This is the type of moisture and humidity that we have in the atmosphere. That is still some lightning, but what is this off in the distance here? That looks suspicious. You might want to zoom in on that, Peyton. I think we might have a tornado.
Yeah, think so.
Yep.
Tornado.
That's it.
Yep, that's a tornado. Let's see. Let's see if we can see the visible rotation with it. Yeah, you can definitely see that rotating. It could just be a lowered scud clouds.
That's on the ground.
I'm going to step out of the way here. Let's see, though. It could just be a lowered scud cloud. Sometimes that's what it looks like. Let's zoom out just a little bit more if we can. If it was, it could have been a brief tornado that spun up, currently lifted. That's the type of environment we've got, but you can definitely see that rotation. Here, I'm going to go ahead and zoom in. I zoom out a little bit on that WeatherBug Network camera. Wow, a lot of lightning. So that's zooming in right there. You can see how it's detached. If it was a tornado, that's where it would be, though. There's your view. And look at the lower cloud base behind it, too. Now you're really starting to get to see the contrast.
I definitely think it was a brief spin up.
Yeah, it might have been. Definitely, no doubt about that. Could have been a brief spin up right along the leading edge. This is what we call a ragged base, a ragged wall cloud. Very good visibility. Finally, some contrast. And then in the background, you've got this lowered cloud base as well. I'm going to step out of the way. I just want to point it out to you. Could be some little funnels that are hanging down too at the same time. So, and look at what's happening on the right-hand side of the screen, all along the leading edge. This is an extremely ripe environment. I'm going to zoom out here a little bit more. Zoom out just to get a wide view, because I think anywhere along this line, this could rotate, Zach.
Yeah, watch that right side of your screen.
I
there.
see it. I see it. Wow, look at the lightning. You can definitely tell this is a tornadic thunderstorm because of the lightning. The lightning is just more intense than anything else that we've seen. Right here could be a possible funnel. That's where that's where we saw that off in the distance too. Get a wider view. Once that starts touching down, we'll zoom in here.
Oh, there's a CC drop on Mega Doppler.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah,
Okay, let's
that was
get
definite tornado.
Yeah. All right. Let's get to it if we can on weather 1. So let's do a 2-box. Michaela, if you're in the studio, let's go ahead and start showing multiple things at once so we can get a view of this. Oh,
There it
yeah.
is.
There's the CC drop. Definitely a confirmed tornado. Let's look at the PTDS. That probably shows up as well.
And then a new warning
Yep.
takes it into Washington County.
It's on the ground.
So we got it on the ground here. That's crossing the state line. Now, that might have been the previous radar scan as we were seeing that coming from our WeatherBug network camera, our PG telco. And you can put a red background on that too as well. There's a look at that cell interaction that's moving northeastward. So Lincoln, Summers, you need to be in your safe place. There's that there's that confirmed tornado. This is on the ground, debris that's being lofted. And there you get to see it on the tornado detector right here. Detected. This will become a confirmed tornado. No doubt about that.
Yeah, well, they see it in chat. They
And
see
what
my
about
messages.
storm spotters? We have any reports? Anybody calling in on the phone or line
We've
at
got
all by any chance?
Josh Myers is really close to it.
Yeah,
So
we
is
do.
Michael Craddock is on his way.
Okay.
Michael Craddock's getting really close. I do have his stream up, but there you see
On weather 2.
he's almost to the highway.
All right. I'm
About to
gonna,
be dropping south.
I'm gonna zoom out a little bit on this camera. Is that okay? I'm gonna zoom out
Yeah.
just so we get a good view of the ragged wall cloud. Now the tornado could be on the right side of the screen. We'll see. Oh, look at this, right? Starting to show up right here. This is what we call a clear
Southwest
slot.
Highway 62.
This is the clear slot. This is where your tornado is going to develop. Lincoln, you need to
South
be
of
in your
it.
safe place.
Looks like it's trying to right now.
Looks like we saw lights flicker. I'm going to step out of the way here. Yeah, that's trying to wrap up. Look at the rapid rotation in that. Okay, what does that look like on radar? Let's do a split screen here. Remember, we're recording this, so we'll be able to see. If we can, let's go ahead and go to radar, because we want to give people some information on where this is at, where it's headed, so people know. Is that set from the storm motion? Doesn't look like it. Looks a little suspicious.
There you go. Now it is.
So this is approaching the Lincoln area. There's the confirmed tornado. We lost view of the camera. Michaela, we need to have both if we can. There we go. We got multiple views here. So we've got scan that QR code at the top right of your screen. That'll get you the weather app so you can watch our live stream if you're not already. This is a Michael Craddock stream. And there you can see the base of the thunderstorm off of the distance. We also have the view from our Lincoln WeatherBug network camera, as long as it doesn't take a lightning strike. Here's the rotation associated with this cell. Let's look at the normalized rotation. And there you can get to see it. North of Dutch Mills. Yeah, that looks real suspicious, guys. Right along Highway 59. Lincoln, you need to be in your safe place for sure. All right, on weather 1, Zach, we can do a track on this too.
You got weather 1 behind you. So
Okay. All right, sounds good. We'll keep that up because weather 2, I'm imagining we've got our Lincoln WeatherBug network camera. You know what? Let's do this. Let's make this full screen, Peyton, on weather 3, and then we can, whoever the director is, can make that bottom left box weather 3. So we can put that in. Okay. So here's a look. Look at the clear slot coming in. Let's bring that up full. I really want to see that. This is a look at the clear slot. It's beginning to get rain wrapped, but this right here is your wall cloud. My goodness. I think we're about to see a tornado touchdown just to the southwest of Lincoln. Well, let's go back to our radar source, but weather 3. So this is our Lincoln Weather Bug Network camera from PG Telco. Notice how it's starting to get a little hazy, but this is that lowered cloud base. Look at the rapid motion in it. Very lowered cloud base, also a clear slot that's developing. Got a new warning that's coming out, and that's for the alerts. I bet you that's a continuation of the tornado warning potentially, or it could be a delayed EAS system. Man, that is a very ragged lowered cloud base, guys. Continue to watch that closely. Peyton, I'm going to move this camera just a little bit over. I want to scan, see if there's anything that we're missing because we're just looking on a one focused area. So this is approaching Lincoln. Notice how it has that bluish hue too. This is a dangerous thunderstorm. Need to be in your tornado safe place. Oh, look at the rapid motion. Look at these clouds zipping along to the southwest.
There might be a little bit of a CC drop that's trying to pop up.
Yes.
It's kind of hard to tell.
Look at how fast those clouds are moving. And this is moving in the opposite direction. So this is inflow into the storm. This is moving. We are looking to the southwest, and those clouds are racing to the southwest, to the southeast. Okay. All right, good. Yes, let's take Michael Craddock, and we'll also bring up his stream as well. On that 3 box. Michael, this looks like it's about to produce. What are you seeing?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Dan. Say that again.
I said it looks like it's about to produce. I'm seeing some really rapid motion into the storm and maybe even a funnel that's starting to develop. What are you seeing?
Well, at the moment I'm going eastbound. It's just super heavy rain right now.
Hey, I want to bring up Michael, hold on just a sec. Let's bring up weather 2. It looks like
our camera, Dan.
Developing funnel. We did. We lost it.
Yeah.
It looks like maybe a developing
It's
funnel.
not moving.
Right here.
That's not moving. It's frozen.
Okay. All right. Go back to our. Okay. Good deal. Okay. Go ahead, Michael.
Okay. Well, I'm still going eastbound here, and the rain is so heavy I can't see hardly anything at all.
Now, what were you
winds
seeing? Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The winds are very intense.
Yeah,
I can tell you that, but I have not seen a funnel at all.
You have not seen.
I mean, because there's so much rain.
Now, what about earlier? Were you able to see anything earlier as the storm was approaching?
I saw a wall cloud, but that's all I could see. Okay. Nothing else dropped out of it.
You could tell. Look at that bluish turquoise hue. Now, this is not going to be a hail producer as much as a storm in the River Valley. We'll get to that as well. But this is a dangerous storm that's approaching southwest Washington County with a confirmed tornado. That's what we saw with a CC drop. I know you're looking at that, monitoring that too, Zach and Peyton in the weather lab, but we've got Storm Spotter streaming video. If we can, we'll bring this up on Weather 2 just to let you know. This is Michael Craddock, Storm Spotter live video. He is traveling on Highway 59. Tell me exactly where you're at right now, Michael.
South 45. There's the road that turns off to the south. It looks like.
Okay, South 45.
So Prairie Grove is 4 miles from me. I just passed a sign that said that. That's all I can tell you at the moment. Where.
All right.
I'm east of Lincoln a little.
Be on the lookout. Northeast of Lincoln, west of Prairie Grove. Circulation ramping up. Still shows strong circulation. Let me know if you see any type of power flashes at all. That would give us an idea on what's happening.
Yeah, because our camera's still down.
Camera's still down at Lincoln? Yeah. Okay. Well, we can get another camera. Perhaps we've got some areas. We got Kessler Mountain that could look off to the west from that.
Oh, it's back. Look at Lincoln now. Just torrential rain.
Just shrouded. Yeah, it could have been a brief power bump. I know they have that on.
Might not be power.
Oh, look at how fast those winds are going.
Yeah, you're still there. The rain is so intense.
Yeah, it is.
There's a little bit. There is power.
Okay, so we've got that. Here's what we need to do, Payne. We need to turn this to the northeast. If there's any tornado, you can see the way the winds are wrapping around this circulation. I know this is going to be looking into the tower. Let's turning a little bit more to the east. But we'll see. Yeah, you can't see anything. Visibility is near zero. So if there is a tornado, it will be absolutely rain wrapped. Look at the circulation. It looks like those winds are really swirling around quite a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, there might be one. It seems like the CC drop is starting to come back.
Yeah.
You can put Mega Doppler in one of those boxes. I can show you the CC drop.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's put that on the middle box.
Yeah,
here.
put that in the middle box.
And then we'll bring that up full. But we got to let people know where this is headed. I know people are concerned. I'm sure Facebook comments are just going crazy in terms of what location is going to be impacted, who's going to be impacted. Look at how strong those winds are.
You can pull up that box again now that we get the CC drop.
There it is.
That's southeast of Lincoln.
Yeah.
And east of Lincoln. So is rain wrap tornado potentially. Let's is that co-located with the velocity image? Yeah. Yeah, that is. And then let's look at the PTDS. Does it show up as well? Might not.
Yep.
Yeah.
Might have been too.
Man. Multiple circulations. I think we definitely have a circulation that's southeast of Lincoln. So let's take that camera and point it east. Yeah, there it is. New confirmed tornado warning coming out, right? Or is it an update to it? Looks like an update to it. So, hey, Zach, we needed to track on this. We haven't done that in a while.
They might be thinking 2 tornadoes.
Yeah.
I mentioned that in the chat, and yeah.
Yeah, I did see 2
possibly 2.
CC drops.
Oh, Hey, Michael, this is just south of you. Literally a CC drop that's just south of you. Be careful.
Just south?
Yeah, it's going to be crossing almost right where you're at. Might want to pull over here briefly if you can get a view.
Yeah, I can do that. Hopefully it doesn't go over me.
Put on the hazards. Be looking to your right.
I can.
This is coming right your
Yeah,
way.
I can't turn. Yeah, I cannot turn the car to.
Can you put on your hazards and
to see
just?
this.
Yeah, no, I understand. You just let me know what you're seeing. You're on the leading edge of it, so you're ahead of it. You're ahead of it. Just keep driving east. Don't pull over. It's going to be crossing from right to left.
So I'm ahead of it, you think?
If you keep driving, yeah, you'll be ahead of it. But you'll look behind you.
Okay.
And you might see might see some rotating rain curtains. So let me bring that up here real quick. Yeah, tough chasing here.
Yeah, this is tough. I can tell you, this is hard.
Okay, let's do this. Let's go here and we'll look at our spotter locations. So let me tell you where we're at right here. There's Prairie Grove. Prairie Grove, you need to be in your safe place. This is a confirmed tornado. Radar indicated. Debris is being lofted into the air. It's approaching the Prairie Grove area. We also have another set of spotters too, it looks like. Brendan Lindsay. So here's a track on that cell. You need to be in your safe place if you live in Fayetteville. In Farmington, 731, Prairie Grove, 727, Prairie Grove Battlefield State Park at 728. You got that Lincoln camera at all by any chance? Still?
Yeah, we do have it.
Let's point it straight east. See if we can see anything.
Straight east now.
Yeah. Just can't see anything, but it was a very menacing wall cloud as it was coming in. So
tornado warning coming for LaFleur County.
Okay, we got to focus on that storm as well. That's a confirmed tornado
right
too.
Now, Dan, I'm at a crossroad called Mock.
Okay, I can see your location.
Yeah, but I see nothing. It's so rain wrapped. I mean, if it is, it's rain wrapped. I can't see it. Now, is it
okay?
Do you think? Is it going to
I think we have Josh Rugger on the line here, or at least, yeah. I appreciate it, Michael Craddock. Just keep it safe. You can stay on the line. We've got Josh Rugger on live view. Let's go ahead and Josh, we've got you on. What you got?
It's just one now.
Yep, I can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yep, we saw power flashes. We saw power flashes just off to our west. We're
Okay.
located on I-49 southbound. We're on the side of the road. We are facing towards Prairie Grove right now. We did see power flashes just a moment ago off the distance.
All right. So we've got a confirmed tornado. Any visual
Look
of the
over here.
funnel?
Ghost train. Ghost train. Ghost train. I can see the ghost train right there off in the distance.
The ghost train, by the way, is inflow. It's called the inflow jet into the tornado, completely rain wrapped. This is a dangerous storm. I can even hear the roar. Do you have a little bit of a roar? Like a whooshing sound? Sounds like
Yeah,
it.
I can't hear the roar. I can't hear the roar. Yeah, it's just off truck south right now. I think it's about to cross the interstate very soon. We're on the side of the interstate right now. But yeah, we can see it right over there. You can see like the ghost train cross right there.
Man, those cars are coming real close. Are you outside your vehicle? Might want to be
No,
careful.
sir, I'm not. I'm inside the
Oh,
car
I see
right
it.
now.
I think I see the edge right here. That's the edge, Josh.
Yes, sir.
That's the
hear
edge.
sirens.
There's
We got
the
a
edge of the
tornado on the ground
tornado.
right here. It's
Right
coming
here.
across.
You can see it crossing the road right now. That is a confirmed tornado. Tell me your exact location. You're on 62, correct?
I'm on Interstate 49 southbound. I'm near exit 60 right now.
Okay.
Just off to the north of exit 60.
North of exit 60.
Dangerous storm coming in right now.
Oh, so this is the south side of Fayetteville. This is another circulation. Yeah. This is between Greenland and West Fork. Let's go to the radar here real quick if we can. Keep this shot up. But we've got I can hear the tornado sirens, by the way, outside as well. Tornado sirens are going in
Yes,
Fayetteville. Sir. Yep. Let's take a look here at what we've got. So Zach, we got to kind of hone in on this. So tornado on the ground. This is going to be crossing I-49. You're at exit 60.
Look behind me to make sure it's not a...
Okay. Here's what we need. We're not seeing anything in terms of reflectivity. So let's get the reflectivity on here. There's the circulation. This is what he's talking about. There's a new confirmed tornado that's touched down in between Greenland. There's the new confirmed tornado. It's a circulation that's south of Fayetteville. Take your tornado precautions if you live in the Fayetteville area. Let's get hyper-local on this. Let's let people know where this is headed. So we got a storm that's approaching the south side of Fayetteville.
repositioning.
Okay,
yeah, we're gonna have to reposition.
I got you. Hey, Michael Craddock, are you on the line still?
I still am.
We might need you to drop off because I bet you James Hilger, he's got a view on this cell. So let's go ahead and we'll get James Hilger on the line. Okay, stand by here. I'm going to call him real fast. Since nobody's calling into the phone line, we're going to get this on here.
I got James Hilger stream up on Weather 2, Dan.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Look at that. You can see the tornado. Hey, James? Yes. We can see the tornado. Can you call into the phone line, please?
I can't see it.
I see your stream. Okay, let's go back to it.
I'm in the rear inflow on it, just south of it.
Okay, all right. Sounds good.
I call you, though.
Yeah, go ahead and call me. All right. Call the phone line. Hey, let's bring up that feed. What was that bottom left? Was that Josh Rugger's feed? Go back to it. Oh, we had it there briefly. Go to that 3 box again.
I do have James Hilger stream, Dan, on Weather 2.
Okay, he says he's shrouded in rain.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. James Hilger, you're located on this storm. We got a tornado that's confirmed approaching Greenland. This is on the south side of Fayetteville. This is a dangerous storm. There will be damage associated with this. Let's go to Mega Doppler if we can real quick. James, tell me what you're experiencing. I know you can't see the tornado, but you're in some of the areas. Brendan Lindsay is very close to it. Go ahead and tell me what you're seeing, James.
Yeah, Dan. I'm fairly west of West Fork on the interstate. I'm getting ready to head back north. I waited to the last second trying to see it, and I couldn't. But the inflow winds was probably 60 to 70 miles per hour.
Okay.
And, of course, extreme heavy rain.
Okay, go ahead and if you can, bring up Weather 2. And you can see this is live Storm Spotter streaming video from James Hilger. This is located south of Fayetteville. Look at that greenish hue. Let's let people know where this is headed. Zach, you got to do a track on this. And let's look at, first of all, on Mega Doppler, the PTDS. You're going to see the debris signature. This is south of Fayetteville. Confirmed tornado with the hook echo. Very impressive storm. Thanks so much, James, for the report. I appreciate that information. Thanks for keeping us safe as you always do as we're tracking these storms.
If I see anything else on the road, Dan, I'll let you know.
Okay, please do. All right, thank you. Guys, we got to go to Weather 1. We got Mega Doppler, live Doppler radar. There's the debris signature. Greenland is getting impacted right now by the tornado. We saw that on the stream as it passes to the north. We do have that WeatherBug Network camera located at the Graduate. We might be able to catch a view. It's going to be very tough with all of the shrouded rain, but we've got a circulation, a confirmed tornado that's south of Fayetteville, crossing Highway 49. What do we got? I just heard someone. Is that Josh Rugger? Hey, Josh.
I've got huge lightning strikes right now where I am.
Yeah. Where are you at? Where are you
Big
located?
mortars going off right now. Yeah, we're located now off of exit 62. So we're near MLK Drive right now. And look at the winds whipping towards the circulation right now. You can see the wind whipping towards the circulation.
I got to do a big debris signature. You got to look at Mega Doppler. This is a bad tornado, folks. This is a strong tornado that's doing significant damage.
It's a big tornado, Dan.
It's a big tornado, absolutely. This is a dangerous tornado. Go to Mega Doppler on Weather 2. Weather 2, please. This is the debris signature. Brendan Lindsay is right in it. Yeah, Josh.
Moving right over Drake Field.
It's moving right over Drake Field. Fayetteville Country Club, you're in the path of this tornado warning. Confirmed tornado doing debris. Power flashes.
You need a J cover now.
I'm calling Brendan Lindsay. He's right on the storm. I'm calling Brendan Lindsay. Hey, Brendan, you're live on the air. I know we got a confirmed tornado. It's over Drake Field. It passed right by you. Tell me real quick what you saw.
All right, so I was looking south, kind of back towards West Fork, and it started wrapping up, and then you saw power flashes. I could hear it. I could hear the roar, actually.
Yeah.
I'm kind of headed north into Fayetteville now. Kind of worried about Elkins.
Yeah, I believe it. And by the way, on Weather 1, Zach, we really have to do a track on this. So let me know when you get a track on this cell as it moves northeast. We've got our WeatherBug Network cameras. Are we recording on that one?
Yes.
Okay. You can see the tornado on the left-hand side of your screen.
Yeah.
That's almost a wedge.
Bring that up a little bit bigger. You can definitely see
Let's
it.
do it.
The camera's a little bit dirty, but
yeah.
Bring that middle box up full.
Middle box up full. Brendan, are you seeing any power flashes still? Okay.
I was headed north. It's hard to see.
Oh, that is going right towards the Fayetteville Country Club area. Look at that. Look at the tornado. You can see it off in the distance. There's the circulation. This is our Mount Sequoia, or excuse me, this is a Graduate Hotel WeatherBug Network camera. And this is almost a wedge tornado.
That just shows you how much moisture there is in the air.
Brendan, go ahead and call the phoner line. Man, look at that circulation.
All right.
You're about to see some power flashes associated with this. Look, it almost because it has a multiple vortex. It's a multiple vortex. All right. Here's what we need to do. We need to track this cell. I know we're sounding a little bit nervous, a little bit, let's just say animated. You got a confirmed tornado on the south side of Fayetteville. We can see it. We know it's doing damage. The debris is being lofted thousands of feet into the air. This is a hook echo storm. Continue to track that storm as it moves east. This is a dangerous situation, folks. Very, very dangerous storm. Let's get to the radar. Let's let people know where this is at. Zach, do a track on this real quick if you can.
Yep, Dan, I got a track on Weather 1.
Power flashes on the left-hand side.
I've got a zoomed-out version on Weather 1 showing you exactly where this storm is going. Storm is moving 85 miles per hour to the northeast, currently affecting just areas northeast of Greenland. Storm is east of the Drake Field area, moving towards Baldwin. If you live in the Baldwin area, you need to be in your safe place right now. That's 7:39 p.m. This is a confirmed tornado. It's on the ground. You can see Dan walking across the screen right there. But Wyman area, 7:41 p.m. Haberton, 7:43. Goshen, 7:44. Sonora, 7:45. Mayfield, 7:47. So a highly populated area. Spring Valley, 7:48. War Eagle Mill, 7:51. Hobbs State Park Conservation, area 753 and Clifty at 754. And that's a wide view.
Mountain
showing
Spring
you-
Drive, you need to be taking your tornado precautions. I'm sorry to interrupt, Zach. This is coming right towards the south side of Stonebridge Meadows. Stonebridge Meadows, folks. This is a former community of mine. I used to live in that neighborhood, that subdivision. I knew they always knew that I took care of them. But once we moved out, I still got your back. This is on the south side. Here's Stonebridge Meadows subdivision. This is a large tornado that's topping that hill. Look at the debris signature as this is crossing over Highway 16. This is going to be crossing over Huntsville Road. I know this area so well. I used to live there for 15 years plus. This is a circulation that's crossing right over Mountain Spring Drive. That was on April 10th, 2008. A tornado came through this exact location. This is going to be a long track tornado, unfortunately. And look at that debris signature. Look at the velocity tier. Let's look at the debris on the probability of tornado debris signature. There it is, folks. Latest radar image. Now remember, circulation could be just a little bit south of that, but we've got a confirmed tornado. Could even become considerable, to be honest with you. I don't know if you're typing in NWS chat. Looks like we just had a power surge here in Northwest Arkansas at our TV station. Thankfully, everything is still online. But latest radar information here, 7:39. We've got that confirmed tornado. You can see all of that debris. This is a detected tornado. Can you see any views of it, Peyton, on any
Trying
other
to
WeatherBug
find something
network
from
cameras?
Posey looking south. Might be a little bit far. It is chugging along.
I know. The storm is moving fast and the visibility is very limited. So anything from our Mount Sequoia, probably totally shrouded in rain now.
Right.
Absolutely shrouded in rain. This is a dangerous situation, folks. You need to get to your tornado safe place immediately if you live east of Fayetteville. This circulation now is crossing over Stonebridge Meadows. It's probably already passed over that. There's the Stonebridge Meadows Golf Club, Baldwin, and then you got Lake Sequoia here as it crosses northeast. Look at the debris signature. This is lofted thousands of feet in the air. In fact, Peyton, you can do an analysis here. There it is, the circulation now crossing right over the top of this mountain. I know this is a Black Oak Road right here, Mountain Spring Drive. This is some high terrain. I can hear the winds howling outside of our TV station. Bring this up real quick, our WeatherBug Network camera. This is a dangerous storm. Now, Doug and Allie, I know that we are going to have damage reports. So you tell me what you're hearing about, and hopefully we're getting some crews out there shortly after. We don't have to go far to find the damage on this one. This is debris that's being lofted thousands of feet in the air.
Good amount of damage reported in Elkins.
Yeah. We have right now?
Yeah.
From straight line winds, from the RFD.
Probably from the RFD, if I had to guess. Maybe on the north side.
We're having power surges like crazy. Hopefully we're still on the air. We are live streaming. Be monitoring those Facebook Live comments. I bet you there's some people that are in this tornado.
Yeah, I'm looking at them.
Get as low as you possibly can. Get to your safe place. Let me bring this up real quick.
So we are off air.
We are off air.
As of 7:38.
We got knocked off. Well, we're still on a live stream, so you can join on that. Are we still on Facebook Live?
Yes. Yeah, we're still
good.
rolling.
Facebook
Still good.
Live, YouTube, Twitter, X, YouTube. That's why we did that, so we can stream our weather coverage area. Here, Brandon Lindsay's calling. Go ahead, Brandon. What you got?
Hey, Dan, we've got damage here in Greenland across the road, 071.
Yeah, I believe it. It's a significant tornado that's still on the ground. It's doing lots of damage just south of Stonebridge Meadows Golf Club. Black Oak Road is going to have significant damage.
You think
Harris Community Road, there it is. It's about to cross Highway 16 right now. This is an area that was impacted on January 29th, 2013. So you remember that area, January 29th, 2013? Okay, so we've got Colby Ward. Brendan, we've got Colby Ward on the phone line. I'm going to get to him here in just a bit, okay? But all right, Colby, go ahead, sir.
Okay, we were stationed in Prairie Grove, and the tornado formed just south of the Casey's, and then took off towards Greenland, we think. We had about 70 plus mile an hour winds. The power was on at the Casey's, but as we're driving through Greenland or towards Greenland, power has been sporadic. We are heading towards the Greenland area right now.
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go towards Baldwin, Harris Community Road, Elkins, south of Stonebridge. We got significant damage south of Highway 16.
Yes, I'm going to be
Significant
heading
damage.
to your old neighborhood. My brother lives in that neighborhood, so I just talked to him. I'm heading that way.
All right. So have your stream on if you can, and we can bring that
No,
up and we can show some of
It
the
does not-
damage.
I will take pictures. My stream will not work. So
Okay. All right. Appreciate that.
all right, I'll check back in.
Folks, we still have a considerable tornado that's been upgraded. Considerable tornado now that's over Harris. That's going to be Harris Community Road. This is passing on the east side of Fayetteville. So let me tell you who is not impacted by this storm. It's going to be, I know you're hearing rain and thunder, and we're focused right on this cell. There's the debris, the signature that's focused moving northeast. We've got some roads plotted on there. Let's go to our tornado safety information real quick, just to let people know. Downstairs, under something, center of the house, keep away from windows. This is what you need to do in tornado safety. As low as you possibly can, under something, center of the house, keep away from windows. That is the best idea. We got Josh Rugger that's up. We got his shot. Josh, where are you located? Right, look at the heavy rain too. That's another thing we're dealing with on top of that. Go ahead, Josh.
Yeah, right now we're still on MLK Drive, Dan, and it's incredible. The winds continue to point towards that area of circulation. They have been very powerful over the last 10 minutes or so, about 50 to 60 miles per hour where I am. Right now, we're trying to get out of here real quick because we want to find where that damage path is as soon as possible. So we're getting back on to the interstate right now, and we're heading towards Greenland. So we're going to be heading towards Greenland, and we're going to follow the path of this storm.
Yeah.
Tornado warning in Fort Smith area.
Okay, so
we
we got
check
a new,
on that. So
we got a new tornado warning. We'll do
I know
that.
we got that strong tornado, but
Yeah, I know we've got
both.
another storm that we've got to focus on. So we got multiple warnings. I do want to do this real quick. Let's just real quick reset. Just let people know who's going to be impacted the most, who's going to be impacted the least. I know this could be a little bit nerve-wracking. Let's get to weather 2 if we can. And here's a look at all the storms that are coming through Bentonville, Springdale. If you live in Benton County, you don't have to worry about tornado potential. You're done. It's over. It's finished. You're okay. If you live in eastern Washington County, Huntsville, Clifty, this is a considerable tornado. You can see the hook echo, just like I'm wearing on my tie here. That hook echo right there as it moves northeast, a considerable tornado warning. Now we work our way south. You can see additional cells that are popping up. Those are not tornado warned. But you mentioned we got a tornado warning coming through the River Valley right now in Fort Smith. So we've got to focus on that. We got 2 warnings. So here's what we're going to do, Zach. I'm going to keep this on weather 1. You're going to keep it weather 2, excuse me. And I'm going to do the track on weather 2. You do it on weather 1 for that cell that's in Washington County. Okay.
yeah, I got the track on weather 1
Sounds
for
good.
Washington County.
We'll do that here
When
real
you
quick.
want.
What's the speed? What's the motion on that tornado warning, Peyton?
50.
Okay,
Oh,
perfect.
down in the River Valley?
Yeah, River Valley. It's probably going to be 50 as well.
Probably.
Let's just track it. Here we're going tracking northeast.
It's 40.
Okay. Well, these are some areas that are going to be impacted. Fort Chaffee, 755, Diamond Grove, Lavaca, 803, Lavaca Middle School, 803, and Beverly at 809. Take your tornado precautions if you live in that area. Dangerous storm that continues to approach that area. Okay, we got Michael Craddock. I can still hear the sirens going off. Fayetteville, the warning is moving east. The tornado threat's over. We do have our Weather Bug Network camera by Huntsville.
Yeah,
just
I got
to
that
let you
looking
know.
straight west,
We're looking
slightly south of true west.
Yeah, so tornado is going to be right here. Hopefully it lifts. It looks like maybe the debris signature has dropped off. Hopefully this tornado weakens, but we're going to have a view of this as it comes over the hills here from our Huntsville Weather Bug Network camera. Okay, so Zach, let's do a track on that tornado warning storm. Michael Craddock's also on the line. Let me get to Michael Craddock here real quick, Zach, before we get to you. Okay, go ahead, Michael.
Hey, Dan, I just came down to MLK, and it is extremely flooded. Do not come out right now in this storm. It is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
Okay, I believe it.
Very high winds as well.
Oh, boy. Greg Reeves is right in the path of this tornado.
He's right on it.
He's right on it. It's basically going over his location.
And he doesn't have power at his house.
Yeah.
All right. All right, guys, that's all I need. Thanks.
Hey, thank you so much,
Yeah, thank
Michael.
you.
This is important information. Extremely heavy rain, flash flooding, flooding potential. Just saw a cloud to ground lightning strike on that WeatherBug network camera. Here's the circulation. Let me call him real quick.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to do that here real fast. Let me call him.
So if you didn't hear Michael Craddock, we got some serious flooding along MLK. I don't know exactly where he was along MLK, but definitely, we mentioned all hazards were on the table, Zach, and that it does include flooding as well. But I do want to look at Mega Doppler, see how that debris signature has kind of dropped off a little bit. So if we go back, this is when it was just east, going right over XNA, just northwest of Elkins. And then you can see in the last couple scans, you're not seeing as much of those darker blues. Still seeing some strong winds in there, but it looks like it might be trying to lift.
Yeah, it looks like it so. But, in these storms, they weaken, then they strengthen right back up again. So we can't let the guard down. Even though it seems to be on a downtrend, this could strengthen back up. Right now, we have to be in our safe places. This is a considerable, strong to violent tornado confirmed. It is on the ground, okay? So even though the correlation coefficient, it might not be as defined, it is still on the ground. And we are in Washington and Madison County here for this warning.
Hey guys, what you can do is bring up the Sigma and we can show you the exact track that this tornado went. And here it is right here. So we had it starting to touch down just to the southwest of Lincoln. And news, by the way, you can look at this as well. Here's a look at the tornado track. So this tells you approximately where it's located. Remember, the radar beam's pretty high up in the air, but Joshua Myers located very close to the damage, as it was just to the south side of Lincoln. We saw that wall cloud probably produced, if you go back to the west just a little bit, a brief spin up that was crossing the state line. And this was that debris signature right there. Then it continued east-southeast or east-northeast, moved through Greenland. That's where they said they saw the damage, and then moved across that area where you had south of Stonebridge Meadows. It looks like maybe this just barely missed Stonebridge Meadows by a few thousand feet, if you will. And then that track northeast, crossed Highway 16, went over Greg Reeves, hopefully lifted at the time, but still. And looks
it could
like
be strengthened back up again.
Maybe strengthening back up again. And we've got a view from our WeatherBug network camera. Now, we also have that storm that's down in the River Valley, folks. We've got a tornado warning, and this is starting to hook as well. This looks like this might be producing possibly another tornado. So here's a look at the cell. It's right over the radar. So we're going to have to look at a different radar here real quick. Let's look at INX. Here's the circulation that's associated with it. A tornado warning until 8 o'clock. This goes until, like we said, for Sebastian County. That's southern Sebastian County. This is a radar indicated tornado. It's a little bit different than the one that we had, which is a considerable confirmed tornado. Nevertheless, though, you're seeing what we're seeing. Hey, Peyton, you've been monitoring. I know you've been doing a lot of stuff behind the scenes. Tell me what people are saying on NWS chat.
All right.
On the Facebook Live.
On the Facebook Live, we did get a report from Police Radio about a house destroyed behind Lincoln High School, and they're looking for occupants right now. That was kind of the most recent thing. As far as the actual chat, there's a ton. Okay, exit 58 in Greenland just got word. Josh reporting some damage there, right where the tornado crossed, it seems like.
Feel free to type that stuff into NWS chat too. That helps the weather service out as they know about that, and you can do that in Slack. So good information there. And we know there's confirmed damage, debris signature. We can see the tornado from our WeatherBug network camera at Mount Sequoia. That was something else to see that racing across. We were recording those cameras, so we will be able to review that. But we still have that tornado warning that's in progress until 8 o'clock. Will likely be extended as the atmosphere continues to ramp up the tornado potential. And we also have this right here that's moving towards the Huntsville area. And Zach, let's take a detailed look at Mega Doppler if we can, as the newest radar scans are showing up. So maybe the debris starting to weaken and drop off a little bit, but it's getting closer to Huntsville. That's not debris compared to what we saw earlier. You can see the way that it follows a radial, by the way. That's not the same thing as a correlation coefficient drop. So we're starting to get a little farther away from the radar, but there's that circulation that's associated with the cell. Still has quite a bit of rain that's moving towards the radar and away from the radar. That's lifting northeastward. Huntsville, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Highway 412, you need to be in your safe place. Highway 45, you also need to be in your safe place. So all those areas in Madison County need to be watching that closely. Cannot get a hold of Greg Reeves. Tried calling him, no answer. And I know he doesn't have power from the storm that happened yesterday afternoon, right? Peyton was mentioning that. There's a look at that rotation. Let's look at the normalized rotation if we can with that cell on Mega Doppler. And there you can see the circulation. Now, we've got our WeatherBug Network camera located in Huntsville. And I'm going to bring this up live here real quick. A lot of stuff going on at the meantime, but this has a view of that wall cloud. Wow, you can really see that lowering. So it looks like maybe briefly lifted. Look at the way the clouds are moving. This would be your lowered cloud base right here. So if there's any tornado that develops, it would be associated with this circulation right here. And Peyton, we are recording Huntsville, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just to make sure. This is why you can't be on the cameras at all times. I'm moving over the camera just a little bit to the right. And so we can hear Doug and Allie as they're getting latest damage report
Yeah,
information.
we're going over some damage reports.
And we can send out a crew too because the storms are about to move out. I do want to tell people who are all clear, but before we do that, right here, right in the background, you can see the way this has a lowered cloud base. Right here is your clear slot. I'll step out of the way in case there's any power flashes that we're seeing. Yeah, look at that lowered cloud base. This storm is very much still prompting tornado potential. Now we got a new confirmed tornado warning.
Hey, we got to watch the river valley. There's a hook starting to tighten up.
I know.
It's very close to the radar. It's in a pretty bad spot.
Yeah. Okay. Michaela's in Van Buren. Perfect, because I think we're about to have a pretty significant tornado in the river valley too. That's starting to ramp up. But in the meantime, this is a wall cloud that's approaching the Huntsville area. It's going to be, unfortunately, crossing this hill, and we're going to lose brief visibility of it. But that's where your tornado would be located. If there's any tornado, you can see the way this is our rear flank downdraft that's starting to wrap up this storm. Your wall cloud is right here on the leading edge of that. And if there would be any power flashes and a tornado, we would know it's right here. Where was that? That confirmed tornadoes in the river valley. We got to get to that.
Yeah.
Multiple tornadoes. Here's what we got to do. We got to do a 2-box, guys. We got to do a 2-box of both radars. I'm watching the radar and the WeatherBug Network camera from our Huntsville area, but there's a circulation. So this is a new tornado that's confirmed, and it's southeast of Barling. It's approaching Lavaca. You need to be in your tornado safe place. All right, before we get to Josh Rugger, just want to let people know where this is headed. Central City, Lavaca, you need to be in your safe place. Look at how close this is to the radar beam. This is only a few hundred feet off the ground. So we are going to be seeing debris. This is going to be most likely showing up in terms of a significant tornado. Look at the hook echo too. Let's get to the reflectivity. Already seeing debris associated with that. That is the rotation in the storm. And there's the hook echo. You can see the way that looks. So what's happening?
Might be able to see it on Alma.
The rain that's wrapping around the circulation. So your circulation's right in the middle, and the rain is wrapping around that. You might have a view from Alma.
Yeah, I think
straight south.
I just saw some power flashes.
Okay,
It's
all
a
right.
little bit more southwest.
Okay,
Yes, to the left of the light pole.
Yep. Okay, so turn it a little bit more. Yeah, that's it right here. Right here is the tornado. Let's take a view of that in the river valley. Yeah, you can see it right here off in the distance.
It says recording, but there's no red light in the top right corner, but I'm going to hope it is.
Okay. Go ahead and maybe hit it again.
Yeah, I just
in
did
case.
that. Didn't change. But, yeah.
We could stop some of those other cameras that let's do that if we can. We'll stop some of the other cameras. Yeah, this is a confirmed tornado in the river valley. It's approaching Lavaca. It's moving just east of the Fort Smith radar. So Barling, we're going to be able to see power flashes. New tornado warning being issued now. Man, this is the environment that we were dreading with this system. May 19th, 2025. People say tornadoes don't come through Fayetteville. It happened today. And we know that for sure. Look at the roof flank downdraft wrapping around. So we're about to be shrouded in rain. Oh, power flash, tornado. Yep. There it is. Oh, you can see multiple power flashes. This could be a substantial tornado too. This is an isolated supercell that's out ahead of everything. Notice how there's no clouds or there's no rain or thunderstorm debris. There's your circulation. There's your tornado off in the distance. We could probably even, I'm going to zoom in on that. We might lose contrast, but maybe we can get a view here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go ahead. I'm going to zoom out. We lost view of Huntsville. Huntsville's camera looks like it's shrouded in rain now,
completely
too.
shrouded. It was rocking a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
Definitely shaking in those strong winds.
So this is a confirmed tornado. We're seeing a tornado that's touching down from Alma. Fort Smith doesn't have a view because it's shrouded in rain and you're looking east into the rain core, so you're not going to be able to see it. And this is about to be shrouded in rain too. Look at the cloud to ground. This is what we call funnel cloud lightning. I'll step out of the way just a little bit just to make sure that I don't cover up any power flashes. But your tornado is right in the middle of the center of the screen there.
And it'll just move into a more favorable environment, Dan. I looked at the Boonville Elementary School WeatherBug Network camera.
Yeah.
And it is just quiet as a mouse.
Can you see that? Can you see?
You can't, looking off to the west because of the trees taking up the horizon. It's a little bit far.
How about northwest? Can you see it from the northwest? Yeah, not really. This is one of the newer cameras, by the way. Yeah, that you can't see it. Well, you can see what we call a little inflow tail, well, a feeder band, if you will, to this supercell. Quite a ways away from Boonville, so it's not quite the storm. Okay, Zach, weather one, I know you got a track. Let's do that. Let's let people know where this is headed. And then what we're going to do is we're going to give the all clear for people that need to know about this.
Yeah, weather one, we have a track on it, and it's right there. This is in the River Valley where this storm confirmed. So counties are Crawford, Franklin, Sebastian. There's a confirmed tornado warning through 8:30 this evening. And if you live in that black polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a tornado is on the ground, and here is the direction that is going. Northeast at around 50 or actually 60 miles per hour here for this track. And the areas that will be affected are going to be Lavaca 801, which is pretty much right now. Beverly 806, Riverdale around 807, Vesta 809, Pleasant View 814, Cecil 816, Meg 818, Ozark Bible Institute 820, and Cravens 821. Can't stress it enough. This is a life-threatening situation. If you're in the path of this storm, you need to be in your safe place right now. We really have to zoom in on this storm because this storm is really ramping up now. And here's Mega Doppler. Here's the storm relative velocity. Right to the east of Central City, Lavaca, you are in the path of this storm. Immediately, you need to be in your safe place. And we can see this storm moving east at around 60 miles per hour. I do want to zoom in even more. Show you the exact roads here. Diamond Grove area. That's where the storm is.
Anything on Mount Magazine looking off to the northwest, maybe try that one. It's an older camera. We're getting it replaced with the newer technology, but hey, at least we met
southwest?
Northwest.
Northwest,
yeah, northwest.
Just checking some things, checking correlation coefficient.
I understand. A lot of haze and humidity. We still have daylight though. We're still
that
able
high
to
up
see
at
it.
least.
Yeah. Let's see. Here, I'll show you our WeatherBug Network camera from Mount Magazine. So it's going to be on Weather 2. Bring that up full. Zach, thanks so much for that track, letting us know where that's headed. So, all right, we got Michael Craddock, one of our storm spotters. He's been tracking the storm. We've been seeing his video. Do you have your stream up by any chance?
Well, I think it is at least.
Okay.
I'm not really positive it's working at the moment.
Oh yeah. Here's some of the damage.
No, it doesn't show it's working over here. I'm in Harris. They must have had power just past, out past where you used to live out here on 16.
Yeah.
Definitely. It looks like a tornado had hit here.
Yeah, we know that. We could see the debris signature. It was very evident. I'm going to bring up your location. Your stream was working. It's a windshield wiper in the middle of it. But tell me what you're experiencing in terms of that damage.
Okay. Quite a bit of quite a bit of damage right here. We got some pretty big tree limbs down. Let's see here. I don't see any major trees down right where I am, right here. Still lots of lightning, of course. Power lines are down. But we got tree branches the size of 8 inches, maybe 10 inches or so, something like that on the ground.
Okay. You might want to try going southwest a little bit. And I bet you there's some substantial damage. Harris Drive, South Harris Road.
Southwest?
Yeah, southwest
Okay.
of where your location. Because the tornado crossed over Mountain Spring Drive, Black Oak Road, Hunt Lane, Edwards Road, also Harris Road. And there's going to be some smaller areas. So if you want to, I see your location. You're by the Harris community. This is where that tornado crossed on January 29, 2013. Just drive up the road a little bit and then turn left and see what type of damage you have in that subdivision.
Okay.
So we'll take a look at that.
All right. Are you talking about back towards Fayetteville?
Back towards Fayetteville. Yep. I see your location.
All right.
Brendan Lindsay is also by South Van Hoos Drive. So yeah, go back.
Yeah, I just saw Brandon. As a matter of fact, he just went by.
All right. Sounds good. Appreciate that. Still have that confirmed tornado in the River Valley, Zach. You're watching that. You're tracking that. Let's get to that. And while in the meantime, we'll have that radar up. And then Josh Rugger, go ahead and tell us what you're seeing in your area.
Hey, Dan, that storm just got confirmed again, the one that's in Carroll and Madison County.
Okay, sounds good. Josh, you're up. Let me know what you got.
I saw that. That's my bad.
Can you hear me, Josh?
Okay.
Don't know if he's up or not. I see him driving around. I don't see a whole lot of damage. There's a little bit of debris in the roads right now. Hopefully, maybe this tornado lifted. The debris was lofted in the air. We know it was on the ground, though. There's no doubt about that. You can see people around. Also, the heavy rain, too, that came down as well. So if we get Josh's shot back, confirmed tornado in the River Valley. Zach, go ahead and take us through that. It's going to be on Weather One, guys.
Yes, actually, we're looking at
Carroll and Madison County.
Carroll and Madison County. That confirmed for the River Valley. That has been downgraded to a radar confirmed storm. But this is a newly confirmed. This is the storm that produced the damage in Greenland. We are looking at the Huntsville area, just northeast of Huntsville. I do want to zoom in on this storm with Mega Doppler and show you exactly what we are looking at. This is a newly confirmed one. If you live in the Alabama area, you need to be in your safe place right now. Marble, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is going to be in effect until 8:30 this evening. So if you live in this red and black polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a life-threatening situation. It does include portions of Carroll and Madison County with this storm. And here are the areas that will be affected. The Osage area up in Carroll County, Rural, Green Forest, Berryville, and then beyond that, it should be moving up into the Boone County area, maybe the Omaha area. And Cody Hudson is up there. He might be able to intercept this storm here coming up here pretty soon. But right now, the areas that really need to be careful are the Marble area and the Alabama area.
Why don't we go through all of the radar information here? So we've got the circulation that's showing up southwest of Marble. Brendan Wilson, one of our, let's just say,
one of our big fans.
Big fans on social media and on the live stream. You need to be in your safe place right now. I know he's a little bit concerned about tornadoes. You need to be in your tornado safe place. Here's what we need to do, Zach. We're going to go through the reflectivity. We're going to go through the velocity. We're going to go through the normalized rotation and the correlation coefficient. Let's see what we've got on this cell. So first of all, the reflectivity southwest of Marble. You can see that circulation moving in. This is the confirmed tornado. Let's look at the velocity image. There's the velocity. Let's look at the correlation coefficient and see if we see a debris signature. So that's kind of a little bit of a fuzzy signature, but still pretty strong circulation. And then finally, see if we see any PTDS, a probability of a tornado debris signature. Let's go back in time just a little bit and let's see what we have.
It's hard to tell because of the radar beam shooting through the tornado warning storm that's right on top of it.
Yeah, a lot of attenuation. There's no doubt about that. A lot of attenuation that's occurring. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag too. Let's go back to the River Valley. River Valley folks, we've already told you to take your tornado precautions. This is a storm that's radar indicated. It was confirmed earlier. Let's go back in time just a little bit, and we'll show you the circulation. Set the storm motion from the warning. There's Central City, so we know that a tornado touched down. Basically, it looks like Fort Chaffee. It's going to be close to the Fort Chaffee area, southwest of Central City, and then making its way northeastward towards Lavaca. All right, let's go ahead and we'll zoom out here just a little bit. So Hackett is a little southwest of everything. So we had a viewer report saying they're seeing something major in Hackett, probably a lot of rain, a shelf cloud that's moving in. Let's look at the reflectivity, Zach. So this is on the backside of the storm. So you're going to see some strong winds that could cause some damage, considerable severe thunderstorm warning on the leading edge of the storm. At the same time, you've got a tornado warning that's radar indicated. But Hackett right now, not under the immediate threat of a tornado. And Doug and Allie, if you give me the thumbs up, if you want to give us some information. I know you're running around gathering information. If you want to get to the news desk, you can give us some of the latest reports on some of the damage. But there's that circulation now crossing over Marble. Need to be in your safe place. So we got a confirmed tornado on this. What is the latest information out of that NWS chat on that cell, Peyton?
Nothing super new. It just kind of what we've been talking about, how it's hard to see the debris, especially because, that's almost 7,000 feet in the air from the radar, and it's shooting through that tornado-warned storm, which has hail and all that attenuation.
Can we see anything on the Huntsville camera? I'm bringing that up. We're looking northeast. It'll be tough to see, but maybe we can get a view of a power flash or something like that off in the distance. Strong circulation. Look at that.
The winds were a lot stronger earlier. I was been kind of watching this camera just before you told me to turn it towards the northeast. But yeah, I haven't seen any power flashes.
Let's take the camera and point it a little bit more to the left, because if there would be a tornado, it would be, just a little bit more to the left. There you go. That's good. Because here's Huntsville. So we want to be looking northeast. And remember, the storm is moving kind of northeast. So it would be getting more in a northeasterly direction. But shrouded in rain, maybe we'll get a view of a power flash or something like that off in the distance. And by the way, if you have any type of reports or any type of pictures, we would love to see them. So if you want to bring up that QR code to scan your photos, this will take you to our weather app. You can do it as well. But this will take you to our Weather Authority app. And then what you can do is scroll all the way down. You'll see submit your weather photos. It'll take you to our photo submission page, photos and videos. This is so helpful to us because we can't cover all the areas, just looking at Facebook and comments and stuff like that. This will help us with some of the reports that you have that you're sending in with damage reports. But this is a dangerous storm, has a confirmed tornado. We're still going here. This warning is going to go for several more minutes, I think until 8:45, Zach, if I'm not mistaken, looking at the path of the warning. Look at all the lightning, too. You can tell this storm is intensifying right here.
Say 30.
Moving north until 8:30?
Yeah.
Okay. So another 19 minutes or so. Look at all that lightning, though, from that WeatherBug network camera in Huntsville. Those cameras are so important. Our spotters are amazing. They're awesome. They get shrouded in rain, and then the next storm will basically start to approach the camera where we have visibility, but it doesn't last long. So any more reports of that damage? I'm just surprised that I'm not seeing any structural damage, but I'm almost guaranteeing Mountain Spring Drive, as that tornado went right over that high elevated area, we have to have damage, and hopefully not significant damage, but I'm guaranteeing you tree damage. I know we got damage in Greenland. We reported that as it crossed I-49. So we've got trees and down power lines that we're reporting. But let's get to Allie. We got Allie and Doug in the in the studio here, or maybe just Allie. Allie, go ahead and give me the latest here on what you're seeing if we have a camera shot with you. Yep, we got Doug and Allie. I'm by here in the back of the corner in the green wall.
Can't really see up here. So I did reach out to West Fork Police Department. They drove into Greenland to help out the folks there. They've been sending me nonstop photos and down power lines, roofs ripped off of houses, power lines blocking streets. And so that is Highway 71 and Rush Street. Multiple
multiple buildings,
houses. Yeah.
I was going to say.
So
Okay,
there is-
that's what I was expecting.
And then that right there, that's in Fayetteville. That is a backyard, obviously, of Mountain Ranch, Fayetteville.
Yeah.
So
clearly flooding an issue. Somebody sent me a video of Veterans Park in Rogers underwater.
yeah.
It may just have a hard time draining out of there.
Mhm.
Also, we confirmed earlier that Prairie Grove Mutual responded to Lincoln. Multiple homes there damaged. One just south of downtown, and he did confirm for me another home that was damaged. We talked about it probably 20, 30 minutes ago, just behind the high school, Lincoln High School. So as far as the structural damage, we're hearing it out of Lincoln, and we are seeing it,
In
many
Greenland.
images out of Greenland right
Yeah.
there off of Highway 71.
Mhm.
Just as it crossed, Josh Rugger was right there on I-49, just as it crossed I-49 and hit Greenland as it made its way out toward Goshen. It did leave a trail of damage, trees on homes, and we've got those images in
On our
production.
website, yes.
We might be able to get them up here in just a bit.
Hopefully in just a minute. So
And
that's what we're seeing so far. And of course, they'll just continue to keep on coming in, unfortunately, those storm damage reports.
All right, I appreciate that. We're going to go back in time. I want to kind of show people real quick, briefly, the track of this cell. And so we can go ahead and Zach, this is a radar product that we have, what's called the tornado detector. So it's the probability of a debris signature, and you can see that it is detected, and it came over southern sections of Fayetteville. Here's the damage in Lincoln, just south of the high school. There's the damage that's associated with it. Continue to track eastward, south of Bob Kidd Lake. We can zoom in a little bit more. We can show you some of the roads. Greasy Valley Road is going to be having damage. Also, you've got areas that are, let's see, Apple Hill Road. That's going to have damage. Also, the debris signature passing Prairie Grove Lake Road. So then the tornado continued, maybe briefly lifted, potentially. We were seeing circulation, but then it really ramped up. We were seeing that very visible, almost what appeared to be like a wedge tornado at times. And you can see that's pretty wide as it crossed I-49. Hopefully no vehicles were impacted by that, but that's at exit 60 and exit 58 as Josh was there. In fact, you can see Joshua Myers located in that area. Continue to track northeast. And so we got new information, a flash flood warning. And then you can see it tracking south of Stonebridge Meadows, very, very close. Fayetteville Country Club probably had some damage, but looks like it passed over a fairly rural area, thankfully. Not quite, north enough to get into downtown Fayetteville.
Mile or two north.
Man, it was very close, but still several people impacted by that. And then you see the debris signature starting to pick back up as it came into Marble. So that's the latest there. I want to get to the very latest radar imagery, and we'll get back to the reflectivity. Now, here's what I want people to know. We're going to go ahead and bring the Mega Doppler up full. If you live in Benton County or in Washington County, the severe weather threat is over for now. Will other storms develop? I don't think so. I think we've overturned the atmosphere. If they do develop, they'll be weaker. Maybe they develop along the front potentially. But as of now, they are going to be weaker. Now, if you live in southeastern Carroll County, you are going to be under a tornado warning right now. Rule, Osage, just southeast of Berryville, Marble. Those areas need to be watching this storm closely. If we look at the reflectivity and the velocity, it is still showing up, and it still has a pretty strong circulation associated with it. We work our way south into Madison County. That storm's about to move out of Madison County. So you're done with the tornado potential. Fort Smith, Van Buren, you don't have to worry about the severe weather potential anymore either. But in Franklin County and in Ozark, we have a pretty substantial storm that still has a tornado warning with it. Looks like it's becoming more of a wind threat, but there you go, just north of Charleston. Here we go, moving towards Peter Pender. You want to be sure you're watching this out because you are under a tornado warning, and at any time, these areas of rotation can ramp up and pretty much rapidly intensify. Then we work our way south of that. You have severe thunderstorm warnings that are for Panama, for Podo, for Heavener, southwestern and southern Lafleur County, severe thunderstorm warnings. So, but it looks like the tornado threat on the I-49 corridor has come to an end. So there you go. There's the all clear, just to let you know in terms of what we're seeing across the area there. So that's what we're going to be watching. And tornado debris signature is not showing up anymore. So that's good news.
I do want to say just how strong this line is. Every single storm on this line is considerable. So 70 miles per hour winds.
That's still substantial, and that can knock down trees. But speaking of damage, we do have some photos here. Yeah, here's a look at that home, one of the homes that was damaged. That was in Greenland.
Wow.
Yeah, Greenland, substantial roof damage right there. So you can see that looks like, depending on how that was built, that's going to be high-end EF1, maybe even low-end EF2 potentially. Go ahead, Doug.
Concrete building, too, that took significant damage. I believe it was on 71. So there's multiple structures. One of those was like, cinder block looking building that took a hit.
Yeah.
Trees down. In fact, I posted those pictures on my Facebook page and somebody commented they took shelter. They were in a shelter literally just feet away from where where it came through. So I'm starting to get a lot more images. Obviously, you've been in, Allie's been staying in close contact with a lot of these small
Westport
communities.
Police.
They lean on each other.
Yes.
And I saw it covering even Greenland football on a Friday night. I noticed so many Westport people were up there.
Right.
Law enforcement, first responders. They do lean on each other, just like we've got Prairie Grove and Lincoln working together, or Prairie Grove working down in Lincoln trying to help those folks. Damage there.
Such small communities. But yeah, the Westport Police Department, I mean, they drove right over to Greenland right after the storm went through to help out. So, and that's who's sending those photos in to us right now. So we appreciate them. They're helping pick up, those houses and everything else that was
the
damaged.
big concern, so far we're not getting any word of any injuries, which is amazing at this point. If that is the case, for it, as you just showed, for it to track for as long as it did from the Lincoln area all the way across I-49 past Greenland, and still no official word. I know even out of Sebastian County, I think I saw that no word. They had some damage there, but no word
on
of any,
injuries.
no injuries. So that's.
We hope it stays that way.
Yeah, so far the most amazing part of this. Dan.
Yeah, thank you so much, Doug and Allie. I want to show weather 2. We're watching this track. This is a Mount Magazine. It's getting close to nighttime, and the camera starts getting a little fuzzy, but that's the base of the thunderstorm. Might see a lightning bolt off in the distance. This storm still has a tornado warning with it. That is for Franklin County. Peter Pender, you need to be in your safe place. There is a circulation that's starting to ramp up a little bit. It's not as intense as it was earlier, but boy, you can see those low-level winds. And another thing, Peyton was showing this on the WeatherBug Network camera out of Gaither Mountain. So this is looking kind of at the ground. You can see how fast those clouds are moving. This is what we call the low-level jet. So you're basically almost in the low-level jet. That's that wind shear that was available for those thunderstorms. You're just not going to see much of a view, but there you get to see how fast that's moving. New tornado warning popping up, and that's going to be right there for the Boone County area. So that's for that same cell. Looks like maybe the radar is a little bit delayed here. We'll take a look. Make sure that that's the most recent radar. Yeah, so there's the circulation. I think that's a little delayed. Let's take a look. Yeah, here you go. So Springfield's radar is a little bit old. Let's tip this down. So they did issue a tornado warning. Hey, Peyton, we need to take our WeatherBug Network camera and point it northwest out of Gaither Mountain. Because we were looking kind of at the ground. Oh, yeah, that's just sucked, Dan. You can't. You were looking west.
I was looking at the ground to get a view of if that house had power, what are the trees doing?
Yeah.
That's why I was looking at the ground, because we are absolutely socked in.
Understandable. Yeah, this is what you're experiencing. If you're trying to get outside and look at this like you're in the plains, you can forget about it. That shows you can't see anything right there. That is just shrouded in rain. But there is a new tornado warning now for Boone County. Guess what? We got Cody Hudson, one of our weather spotters. It's amazing how we've had this storm surrounded by all different angles from all of our storm spotters. All
he's in
the
Harrison
region.
right now.
Yeah, so Cody Hudson covering the folks in Boone County and Newton County. There's a circulation that's ramping up. That's prompted a new tornado warning out of the National Weather Service out of Little Rock. Let's get the latest information on that. And this tornado warning, by the way, for Boone County goes until 9 o'clock. Now, I know that's a little outside of our targeted weather coverage area. However, people on satellite and people on basically antenna, should I say, not satellite, but antenna, can pick us up because our Posey Mountain transmitter can pick us sometimes up in the Harrison area. and also people watch the live stream as well. So there it is, Monday, 8:30, tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning until 8:30, tornado possible. But like we said, if you live in the I-49 corridor, you're done with the severe weather threat. It's over. Problem is we still have a lot of juice and atmospheric moisture in the river valley, and tornado warning does go until 8:30. That does include the river valley, and that's moving eastward. So looks like that storm's going to be moving into Johnson County shortly. At the moment, tornado warning radar indicated, but we'll see if that gets extended farther east. No severe thunderstorm warning yet for Johnson and Logan County, but I wouldn't be surprised if that gets issued here shortly as well. Yeah, wow. Okay, here's what I want to do. I'm going to bring this up on, we're going to bring up, because you got that on Weather 3, we're going to bring up a Gaither Mountain WeatherBug Network camera along with Mega Doppler at the same time. So you can get to see that. And Zach, we're on Mega Doppler, just to let you know right now, on Weather 2. So we'll go back to that circulation. There it is, approaching Osage, south of Alpena. This is Highway 412, and it's going to be getting close to Highway 65. If you've ever traveled to the Branson area, then you know this area. And our Gaither Mountain WeatherBug Network camera is located. We can bring that up. In fact, let's pop that up on the screen if we can. Gaither Mountain, southwest of Harrison. That's going to be looking off to the northwest. So you'll get to see the location of that.
Would you want Dan say that again?
Bring up Gaither Mountain. Bring up the WeatherBug Network camera. This locations on Mega Doppler.
Oh yeah.
So you'll get to see where we're looking, and we're looking off to the south. We're southwest of Harrison. Ooh, man, big time lightning. There it is. So we're looking basically west northwest. If we get any visibility, this would be our best view. Just want to let people know where that camera is located and where we're looking. So a lot going on. We got anybody in the any information in the control room at all? Any information to pass? Any other live streams that we have? So nothing new right now. It's kind of quiet. I'm sure we got some of our crew out. I'm going to step out of the way because every time I step in front, you're seeing a flash or some type of lightning activity. Get to see if any power flashes occur off in the distance. Totally shrouded in rain. Have no visibility at all. Maybe start to see a little bit of a lowered cloud base. What do you think, Peyton, off in the distance?
Really tough to tell.
Pardon me?
33,000 power outage. 23.
All right. 23,000 customers without power in Washington County. Look at Madison County, too. It's red, but it's a larger percentage of people that were without power, nearly 6,000. And some of this is overlap from what happened, unfortunately, yesterday afternoon with that isolated supercell that came through. Benton County not impacted quite as much, about close to 1,800 customers without power. Carroll County not impacted at all. And keep in mind, too, this is older. I mean, sometimes this information is a little outdated, but it gives you an idea. Okay, I'm getting a view of this lowered base here.
Yeah,
we're finally
a good view.
to see
Clouds
something.
are clearing.
Yeah, clouds are clearing. The moisture's getting sucked up by the storm. I don't see anything tornadic immediately, but let's take a look here from our Gaither Mountain WeatherBug Network camera looking off to the west. Boy, you can see the wind shear. Look at how fast those clouds are moving. Isn't that incredible how quickly that cleared out?
Yeah.
Man.
Totally socked in and now it's cleared.
So that's the storm kind of sucking up that moisture, if you will, using it and allowing for fuel. But I don't see anything super tornadic out of that. That's a pretty elevated base, a lot of lightning, obviously. A dangerous storm nonetheless. Kind of spin around. And here you get to see some of the lower clouds that are obscuring the view from okay, let's go back to the west if we can.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. But that's obscuring the view of Harrison. So this is a tornado warning that still is included in our weather coverage area. And Zach, let's do a track on this as we're watching these cameras closely. We'll go on weather. Look at how fast that cloud's moving. Let's go on weather 1 here and do a track.
Do have a track on that for you on weather 1.
Wow, look at that low level.
Show you
jet.
that.
Man, that's crazy.
It's a little different angle here. Here's looking from the Springdale radar.
Okay.
And we can see the track moving east, northeasterly around, I believe, Speed is 55 miles per hour, so moving pretty quickly. And if you live in these areas, you need to be in your safe place. This is a tornado warning. This has had a history of being confirmed, and we can see the Botavia area, 835, Bear Creek Springs, 838, Boone County, 839, Harrison, 841. So if you live in Harrison, you need to be in your safe place right now. This is a tornado warning. The Woodland Hills area, 846, Bergman area, 848, Zinc, 853, Lead Hill, 857, Lead Hill High School, 857, Dodge City, 901. That's the timing of where the circulation is going. Again, this is a tornado warning. If you live in that red polygon, you need to be in your safe place right now. This warning does include Boone County, and the storm is moving out of Carroll County, moving into Boone County, and that's what we are looking at right here, Dan.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Bergman 848, Zinc 853, Lead Hill 857, and the high school at Lead Hill 857, obviously same time. Dodge City at 901. So those are some of the areas that are impacted as that storm crosses. And we still have that Gaither Mountain WeatherBug Network camera. I can see Peyton moving around, checking it out, seeing if there's anything that's associated with it. As of now, nothing visible, right? Just keep an eye on that, Peyton.
Yeah, definitely keeping a close eye on it. Cody Hudson's out there. I think he's just east of Alpena.
All right.
He might be kind of, in between where the highway turns off.
Yeah. Does he have his stream up too? Or
I do have a stream up on Weather 2, yes.
Okay, I'm going to bring that up here on so Weather 2, bring that up full here. Here's a look at Cody Hudson. This is live Storm Spotter streaming video from our heroes in the storm. Man, they have been all out and all over this storm, tracking it in all different directions. So we've got you covered from west to east as the storm moved over the area. And Peyton, also too, I know that we're probably still getting a lot of comments on social media. We can interact with some people too, and tornado warning has dropped off too for the River Valley. So just to let you know, Franklin County has no longer under a tornado warning.
Yeah, just kind of another report from Lincoln. I
Mhm.
know we mentioned that house near the high school. There's also the Head Start building in Lincoln that is pretty heavily damaged as well.
Yeah, okay. Man, we could see that wall cloud coming in, and it was pretty menacing. And I remember we recorded the Lincoln WeatherBug Network camera. We dropped off of it at times to show you radar, but we have that recorded the whole time. So if there was a tornado, when we start gathering information, we'll be able to see it. Now, I could see the base here associated with this cell that's coming into southwestern Boone County. Finally, we get a view of the lower cloud base, and we can bring that up. And you just keep it right on this stream here. We're going to bring that up from Gaither Mountain. So there's that lower cloud base. This is associated with the tornado warning. So this is where your tornado would be developing if there would be one. Right now you can see there's nothing that's on there. New tornado warning. Just as nonstop. Look at how fast those clouds are moving. That's what we call the low-level jet. So what that does is that creates a lot of spin in the atmosphere. You get the horizontal rotation. I hear you talking, Zach. Is this that storm?
Different storm. It's down in the Franklin County area.
New tornado warning for that.
Yep, we'll spin up along that line.
Yeah, it's going to be QLCS tornado potential. This is the base of that thunderstorm in southwestern Boone County. But we do have that tornado warning now in Franklin County that we have to cover. So, and we're recording Gaither Mountain, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's get back to Franklin County and take a look at that on Weather 2, or Weather 1, excuse me.
So take Weather 1. We can look at, we're looking at Boone County on Weather 1, but I do want to show you the new warning that has just been issued for Franklin County. This is in the River Valley area. So we've got this new warning is in effect. It's a tornado warning in effect till 9 o'clock this evening.
Oh,
that's a CC drop.
On that one, yeah.
Yeah. So this is on the ground.
It's not exactly co-located, but it's very, very close.
It might be
close.
It might be dust getting kicked up. I don't know.
Latest scan.
Circulation, yeah.
It's closer to it.
Yeah. Altus, Denning.
That is.
Yeah, it's on the ground. Yeah.
Starting to show up. I'm sure the next scan we'll see a little bit more debris get lofted.
Franklin County.
So Altus, Denning, man, all these areas that have been impacted by tornadoes, May 24th, 2011. That was the Denning Etna tornado. But this is not as intense as that storm. But let's take a look at the reflectivity if we can to get an idea. So here's the leading edge of the storm. Let's zoom out a little bit. We know that the upper level wind shear is favorable for tornado potential. There's that tornado warning for Franklin County. This is south of Ozark, southwest of Altus. And also, too, I'm noticing, if we can zoom out just a little bit more, there's an outflow boundary and the gust front. This is all cold pool dominant. So right here, all this is not going to have tornado potential by Charleston. But north of that, this is where it's balanced, and that's where your tornado potential would be, where that circulation is. So we'll look at the latest radar scan. Mount Magazine maybe has a view of that.
It is looking north. I'd be looking right at it.
Yeah. Boy, tough to see, though.
Unless there were a ton of power flashes, it would be really tough to see.
Yeah, exactly. We'll see if this gets confirmed. Latest imagery. One thing that is a little concerning, sometimes dust can get pulled up. So it looks like maybe a little bit of a gust front on the leading edge. This might be an elongated, you can see that debris drop. However, I don't think it's a correlation coefficient drop. I think it's dust that's getting kicked out ahead of the gust front. Looking at this, and then right here, you've got essentially bugs and dust and stuff that's getting kicked up out of the leading edge of the storm. If we go to the reflectivity and the velocity, you can see maybe a little bit of a nub, but there's also a little bit of an outflow boundary. So we'll have to see if that's a debris signature. I don't think the PTDS is going to pick up on that, but that's something to watch for sure and check it out. So if you're just tuning in, it's been hours and hours and hours of severe weather coverage on this May 19th, 2025. We've had confirmed tornadoes. One of them went right through the south side of Fayetteville. That also was on the south side of Lincoln, traveled over Greenland, continued northeast across Highway 16, very close to the Stonebridge Meadows subdivision. That was a lot earlier, and that was when that storm was coming through. And now we still continue to have storms, but we're starting to wind down that severe weather potential. Yeah,
that's right on top of the tornado warning. That
no,
new severe
no visibility. New severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, it's right on top of the tornado warning.
All right. Yeah, we'll see that circulation showing up. Do we have any more viewer photos at all? We could start showing some of that on megaphone here as the storm is continuing to. Okay, let's show. And by the way, I want to put up that QR code. Yeah, here you can see some trees that are downed. That's some tree limbs, and you can see some of the trees that are shredded. So that's definitely a sign of something coming through there. Do we have a submit your photos QR code that we can pop up on the screen? So this is for the Weather Authority app, but you can scan that, and that'll take you to our photo submission page. So you can go on there. You can get the photo submission page by scrolling all the way down on the app, and then that will take you to basically what we call megaphone, and that's how you can submit your photos and videos. Love to see that. I haven't been able to look at social media at all. It's just been nonstop warnings, been nonstop severe weather information. I've got my. Okay, all right. All right, so we do have a new update here, Zach, as you continue to track that tornado warning storm. Two of them, actually, one that's coming into the northwest side of Boone County. So Judge Patrick Deakins is on the line right now. Mr. Deakins, what are you seeing right now? And tell me where you're at and what you experienced with this storm.
Well, right now I'm down here in the road department in our war room, kind of just monitoring everything. And what we can say is we're taking in a lot of reports of down trees and power lines on roads that are impacting it. So just trying to assess that right now, triage where we're at with all those reports and respond accordingly. You're going to see our road department people out, of course, with all the first responders too, but just try to give them room to work and stay off the streets if you can so that we can start to try to clean this up.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of debris to be cleaned up on the roads. Thank you so much, Judge Deakins. Appreciate the information. Any reports of injuries that you've heard of or any type of information that you can pass along?
No, right now we're having structural damage reports in both Greenland and Lincoln area, but luckily right now it sounds like that might be limited to structures. Limited reports of injuries right now. So let's hope that that continues to play out and that everybody was safe this evening.
Yeah, that would be great. That would be amazing if we went unscathed in terms of injuries. So thank you so much, Judge Deakins, for the report. Appreciate that.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, let's take a look here at live radar winds again. There's a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for the Clarksville area, northern Logan County. This storm just won't quit as it continues to move east-northeastward. A lot of storms moving into Carroll County, western Boone County, northwestern Newton County, as well as southeastern Madison County. But and then flash flooding too on top of that. There's a new flash flood warning that's out as storms are really dumping heavy rain in the river valley. So that's what we're experiencing. Zach, go ahead and take us on a little bit of a storm tour, if you will, and also a radar track.
Okay, so I got some good news. So that tornado warning that was in Harrison County, that's been dropped. So we're still watching that area. Now we have a line of storms coming through. So along this line, what we have to watch out for are these little spin-up tornadoes. Those are going to be a possibility. The atmosphere is still ripe for these rotating storms, especially in the river valley in counties like Logan and Johnson, Scott County.
Look near Worcester.
Yeah.
Like in LaFleur County.
Uh-huh. Oh, yes. Peyton, good call. Yeah, that is stuff like this is what we have to watch. These winds are strong. Even though there's not a tornado warning, the pink shades, that's getting up there close to 70 miles per hour. If you see oranges by Monroe, that's close to 80 miles per hour. So even though these aren't tornadoes, these straight line wind damage events can really cause a lot of damage too. Now we're just scanning up and down this line. I did kind of zoom down into LaFleur County real quick. I do want to zoom out once again. We do have a tornado warning.
Hey, we're going to bring up some video here real quick from courtesy Larry Lane here. Look at this as the storm was coming through. So just winds whipping around.
Wow.
You can see the swirling of the winds. And this was located where, approximately? Okay. Near Vian, okay. So Larry Lane, this is when the storm initially came through. Golly, that's some strong winds from that cell. Totally, if that was a brief circulation, looks like some straight line wind. You can see some trees knocked down, some fence posts. Definitely rain wrapped for sure. It looks like with that tornado potential. Okay, Josh, Zach, you were mentioning we have a new tornado warning on that cell, don't we? Or do we not?
No, we don't. No, we're just mentioning that one for Franklin County. That's the only tornado warning we have in effect currently, and it will go until 9 o'clock this evening.
Yeah, it looks to drop off here pretty quick.
Yeah, I think that will be dropping off because the circulation looks to be a lot weaker. But that being said, we're still seeing these straight line winds with these storms, torrential rain, flooding. That is going to be a serious problem. Those green polygons, that right there shows you just how much heavy rain has been falling. These flash flood warnings issued by the National Weather Service includes all of Fort Smith, LaFleur County. We can just see all that heavy rain just being dumped across the area. Still severe storms up in Carroll County, Madison, you're under a severe storm warning. Franklin County, you're under a severe storm warning. Crawford County and into the Newton, Johnson, Logan area, severe storm warnings. As far as tornadoes, right now, that's not on the front of mind here. It's the straight line winds, it's the rain, but still, we could see a spin-up tornado along this line. And that's what we're watching closely for. This is the reflectivity. See the atmosphere or see the area ahead of that line in the Johnson, the Logan County area, the Scott County area. Those areas are still primed for severe storms, and we're going to have to watch to see if any of these rotate. I do want to go to the storm relative velocity and just do a quick scan. Peyton mentioned that little, almost looked like a hook in LaFleur County. A little bit of rotation, not tight enough to issue a warning on it, but still worth watching. And up that line, really nothing's jumping out as a tight circulation here. but we can't let the guard down. It's 8:42 on this Monday, and we're tracking storms across the area. And these storms are severe. Heavy rain, not much hail. This event seems to be turning into more of a less of a hail risk. We did have that big Hatch destructive, the issue by the Storm Prediction Center across the area. I'm not too worried about hail, but still tornadoes, those are possible. Heavy rain, flooding, possible. The straight line damaging winds, all that is in the cards tonight. And
so it sounds like, we've had a lot of damage reports, but not a lot of injuries, Zach. And this is a report from a nurse at Washington Regional. And all are accounted for. Managers haven't gotten a call that were needed. So it's not necessarily a red alert on call for a mass event in terms of injuries and maybe even fatalities. So that's great news right there. As this storm came through the south side of Fayetteville and Lincoln, and hopefully that continues.
Hopefully everybody heeded the warnings,
Yeah.
and that's why we've been talking about these storms for days in advance, because we knew that the potential was there for these storms to happen, and that's why every newscast we always stress the potential for it. We do these live streams on the internet. We don't do it for our pleasure. We do it to
keep the people safe, right? And awareness too. Awareness, know that there's potential for severe weather. And maybe the timing was, a little delayed. We had the window of opportunity right around 5, 6 o'clock in the evening for the greatest potential, but there could have been a storm that popped up a little earlier. And that's why the schools let out. That's why, think about having a concert in the middle of that. That would have been extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
You're still having lightning. I'm still hearing rumbles of thunder, heavy rain. In fact, let's do this real quick just to let people know there's still some stratiform lightning that's ongoing with these cells that are happening. So as you mentioned, Zach, yeah, really, really great information. This is why we do what we do. Let's take a look here at our WeatherBug network, our live Doppler radar on Weather 2. That's not all the lightning. That's so much information. Look at the amount of strikes. Lightning all the way west. That's over eastern sections of Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas. Look at all the lightning that's in the river valley. Almost every single storm's highly electrified. Now, this doesn't have all the positive and negative strikes. We can take a look here. That's just that. But if we look at positive and negative strikes, you'll see a tremendous amount of positive strikes. These are some intense storms. We knew the energy was pretty stout moving in. This is not your typical type of environment. This is one of the higher end environments. The good news is once this comes through, that's going to be the end of the activity. So, man, what a wicked storm system for sure. But still we have no tornado warnings, so we can actually drop off on our weather coverage, go to our live stream. We'll be doing Fox 24 news at 9 here coming up. So yeah, Zach, it looks like no tornado warnings. We can go on our live stream and we can return you back to regularly scheduled programming, I think.
Well,
I do believe.
Yeah. We still have the Franklin County warning still in effect.
It is still in effect. Yeah, it's kind of hidden right here. So stop the music. Yep, we still have this.
Still in effect.
Still going for how many more
Tough
minutes?
to see here with the red radar and
it really is. Polygon. There's so many warnings that are out there. What does that velocity image look like? Just to make sure that hasn't completely dropped off.
This is from the Fort Smith radar.
Doesn't really look like much.
Doesn't look like much.
Let me go to this as well. Yeah, I don't think that warning is going to last. They might just keep it around. Look at it from a different radar. So we still have officially a tornado warning in Franklin County. I don't see anything that's menacing at all for rotation on that. And that's going to drop off here pretty soon. So tell you what, we're going to return you back to regularly scheduled program. We are going to continue this coverage on our live stream on knwa.com, on YouTube, on X, and also on Facebook. So keep it here with your Weather Authority. Thank you so much, Peyton, Zach, everybody in the control room. We'll have more information coming up on our 9 o'clock newscast on Fox 24 and on KNWA at 10 o'clock.
All right. We are out of on-air coverage 4 hours later.
I don't think
4 hours?
Tornado warning is going to last.
No.
I don't see anything on there. Yeah, that's good.
I don't think so.
Nope. What are some of the comments on there in terms of people? So
There's
maybe
probably at
There's
least
just
100,000 comments on
there
that.
is a lot.
we probably dodged a bullet in terms of fatalities. I sure hope.
I
and
know.
Injuries.
Thankfully, that went
I haven't-
south into mostly rural area.
Uh,
I hope everyone is okay.
do
You know, I know
are
still
we
some.
reporters that are going out there.
We're
Okay.
about to do the 9.
Josh is in Greenland and Casey is in Lincoln.
This
Josh,
will give us a little
Rugger?
time to reset,
Yeah.
so we're not going. Because there's no reason to stay on the whole time. Because the
Yeah, well, we
waters
know
are
we're still
dropping.
live.
Yeah,
Hey.
we're still live.
Yeah, yeah, and we're still
Duh.
on these storms until
I
the
mentioned anything about me going
threat's
off on
over.
Lincoln or anything? Warnings dropped. Franklin
Warning's
County
gone.
warning's gone
Yeah, Greenland is
officially.
Yeah, Lincoln, I'll worry about it.
You think it's still outflow boundary? What? You think these storms are outflow dominant?
Oh yeah.
Where's the outflow boundary?
Now they are right here. They may still be balanced, but I don't see anything immediately prompting tornado potential. This is going to be all. See here, I'm gonna decrease the reflectivity here. Stand by. And you're gonna see the outflow boundary. Okay, close. You can see it surging out ahead of it right here.
Oh yeah.
See it right there?
Yep.
Right there.
This is like really similar to what happened early Sunday morning. Like this part of the line.
That's probably gonna be a new flash. New flash flood warning. Oh, update on Bentonville, nothing. Just rain. Some moderate to heavy rain with occasional lightning. We mentioned Bentonville. We mentioned the I-49 corridor several times. It's basically over. What do you need to answer?
Severe weather tomorrow morning.
Done. Nothing. Don't worry about it.
I think that was the comment.
The atmosphere is overworked and used up, so that's going to be it. Very, very intense storms with wind. How's Brendan Wilson? Any news on Lincoln? Yes. Lincoln, south side of Lincoln has damage. There's some structures that are on the south side of Lincoln. Now is the time. Mitchell Meyer put that in. Yeah, but that's delayed here. SPC Outlook. Reflectivity is basically the radar that's getting the energy that's returned, so it's reflected back to the radar. That's how you can submit your weather photos. All right. So here's a look at perhaps maybe a little bit of a rotation that's starting to, boy. Guys, we got another circulation starting to ramp up again. I think we're going to have a new tornado warning for LaFleur County. In fact, this might even be confirmed. Not quite yet. It's got a lot of radar attenuation to go through. But here's the deal. If you live in Stapp or Page or Zoe, there's your circulation. That's crossing Highway 59 right now in southern LaFleur County. And that's going to be entering into southwestern Scott County. Let me show you here.
Hey,
Yep.
right, I'm calling the sheriff, but make sure you know.
It's northwest of Page, but circulation that's going to be approaching Stapp. Yeah, but it is going east southeast towards Page. Yeah.
Are you calling it staff?
Staff.
Spell it.
STAPP.
Sheriff. Hey, Sheriff, can you hear me?
Report
I want to
and
give you a heads up. It's not out yet, but there looks like a possible tornado forming near. Is it
Page and Black Fork, southwest Scott County, and southern LaFleur. Yep.
I'm going to the Greenland.
Okay. I think we got a new tornado warning coming.
Think so?
Look at the circulation.
Yeah, tightening up.
Yeah.
Where's
you
that?
said in Shady Grove,
Where's that?
Shady Grove,
Oh yeah, I talked about that earlier.
Yeah, I know. This is brand new.
I know.
Latham.
This ramped up
Yeah.
right there. Highway
Talked about it back
59.
over here. Okay.
Springdale is good. Yes. In fact.
I'm running Greenland.
Yeah, it's like it's there.
Okay, sounds good.
Is that here still? Is good?
All right, no problem. All right, bye.
Like Dan, do you need me here?
Nope.
Okay.
Hey, Dan, I can't tell you, that was LaFleur County Sheriff. They also have homes destroyed in Shady Point in LaFleur.
Okay.
Latham, this would have been from an earlier event, not this.
Yeah, definitely.
Off Latham Road. They're out there cutting trees down.
Yeah, that was the tornado that came through the river valley.
I haven't even looked at the nines on
So anybody that's on I-49 is, I'm sorry, we're doing some stuff behind the scenes. We got our newscast coming up too. We'll keep that going. This is archive radar, but we want to go to the current radar. Here's that circulation that's showing up. And this could prompt a new tornado warning. There's your circulation. Pretty tight too. Pretty evident. Hopefully it weakens, but this is going towards Page. There's your circulation. No debris signature showing up. Wow. Prairie Grove's okay. All right. Good deal. Oh, Stillwell, man. Yeah, that storm was crazy when it came over. We have a lot of images. We've just been, I'm sure I've got a ton of images too. I've just been busy covering the storms and multiple tornado warnings. I think Marble had a tornado. I can believe it. Van Buren is good for the night. Yes, you're done. Check it out at the bottom of the screen. You can see the all clear list. All of Benton County, all of Washington County, all of Madison County, all of Carroll County, west in Crawford County, west of I-49, including the Fort Smith area, and all Oklahoma counties north of I-40. What's going on, Josh?
Great job, Dan.
We're still alive,
Yes.
man. What what did
Cody,
you
that's-
see?
Well,
Did you see any damage? So
I did. So here's the deal. A lot of the roads are
flooded.
number
Yeah.
one, or they are blocked off in Greenland.
Yeah.
So a lot of there's a lot of police presence right now. I will say I sent quite a bit of video and photos, as much as I could get, to Christina.
Yeah.
I think I saw the beginning of what would be a damage path in and around Greenland.
Yep.
Have
you seen
near the
radar
Lee
at all?
Creek
Or no?
neighborhood? Yes, I have. I saw this.
Okay.
This flooding is really bad.
I know.
My,
Yes.
my apartment complex is underwater.
I believe it.
But I'll tell you, Dan, that was a very strong tornado. I mean, I could tell because, when I was looking at the tornado, because I knew it was there because I saw the power flashes initially over the mountain.
where Prairie Grove was, and then I saw it coming down the mountain. But you look at that ghost train with those inflow bands,
Yeah.
and it kept stretching on and on and on and on. I'm like, dude, this has got to be a big tornado going on right now, because when the ghost train's going that far off,
Yeah.
it's a big one.
So we have cameras recording. We have Lincoln going, and I haven't even been able to look at it. But let's do that real quick. I don't know if we're gonna have time.
Dominating, Zach.
Yeah, great job, dude.
You guys did great. So yeah, the Lincoln camera would probably have the best view of that.
You're gonna see a lot of structure here at first. It almost looked like a tornado too. Let's see.
Oh, we have to say it anyway.
There was a quick touchdown.
I think so.
Yeah. And then it ramped up after that. It went through its cycle process.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then you're seeing, oh man. There's the coast slot. There's it coming through, and I think right here.
Hey, Dan, this show's coming up like 2 minutes.
Yeah, I know. Actually, less than that. I don't have. You're gonna have to give me a radar tour, Zach. Okay. Because I don't have anything ready.
That show's still in there. You can probably just take that. Just get rid of all the risks and everything.
Yeah.
Where's the MPS? Who's the 9 o'clock? You are off the top, sir.
Figured. Figured so much. Now just
get
bring
ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
National, let's tell you the video first, but 30 seconds in. Like a minute and here we go. What is street? I'll give you a mega dolphin tour. Hold on. That flooding is really bad in Fayetteville, even though there's no warning.
Yes.
Dude, my apartment complex like underwater.
MLK Drive because we took
Really?
shelter right around that hotel,
Yeah.
MLK Drive.
It's really bad down
And
there.
it was bad for a minute.
I'm sure it's a lot worse down there.
Yes, absolutely. Training thunderstorms.
Oh, sorry.
Wish me luck. I have no idea what's coming up.
PCR.
3, 4, 5.
All right, stand by for the news.
Breaking news from Fox 24.
And hard rain coming down earlier this evening during a tornado warning in Tahlequah, Oklahoma, west of Adair County. This video was sent into us by a viewer. This is just a small piece of what all Mother Nature brought to our area this evening. And we're not out of the woods just yet. Thanks for joining us at 9. I'm Allie Lynch.
And I'm Doug Warner, of course, with KNWA. We're here on Fox 24. Our very own Josh Pineda is out and covering some of the damage here tonight. So we're going to check in with him in just a bit. So hang tight for that. First, though, we need to get you the very latest on the weather, what's taking place right now in our region. Again, we have live team coverage from all across Northwest Arkansas. First of all, let's get it over to Chief Meteorologist Dan Scoff with the very latest. And I know you're still concerned with some issues down in the River Valley.
And right on cue, Doug, here comes the next warning, and we'll take a look at that here. But first of all, let's go ahead and we'll bring that up. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning. So let's go to weather 1 if we can. We're doing weather 1. We were doing weather 2. We've been doing all sorts of different coverage. But on weather 1, if we can, we'll bring that up. This is a look at all of our WeatherBug Network cameras. And this shows you the amount of lightning that's still out there. A tremendous amount of lightning still flashing with this thunderstorms all across the area. Now, while there's still lightning in a lot of locations, that doesn't mean that the severe weather threat is everywhere. Let me tell you who's all clear, first of all, to put and put people's mind at ease. Anywhere in Benton and Washington County, the severe weather threat is done. We've had it earlier. We'll run through that coming up in the full Fox 20 forecast. But these storms are beginning to move out of Benton and Washington County. Yes, still some lightning, some rain. Flooding is a big issue. In fact, Zach said his apartment is flooded from areas along the Razorback Greenway with some of that torrential rain that came down. Then you've got more thunderstorm activity that moved through the River Valley, a lot of confirmed tornadoes. This is our Mount Sequoia WeatherBug Network camera. And Dripping Springs, unfortunately, totally shrouded in cloud cover where you can't see anything. We'll take a radar tour here. We'll start off, first of all, with the newest severe thunderstorm warning. Had some rotation and since weakened, but nevertheless, still some circulation that's showing up very close to Page, south of Huebner. You can see some of that area of rotation. Also see Scott County now about to experience a severe thunderstorm warning. This is 60 miles per hour winds. And we'll take a look here anywhere along the leading edge of that line. We're going to have to watch for perhaps a little bit of weak rotation. We'll go back to reflectivity. We'll work our way north. River Valley, severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll take you through all of those as well. Here's a look at the moisture. It has been sapped. Therefore, no more mugginess, no more humidity as much as we had. The atmosphere wrung all this moisture out like a sponge. Look at the temperatures too. A lot cooler. So where we still have that severe weather threat is Logan and Scott County, where the atmosphere has not been overworked. And in fact, on the future track model, you'll see those storms making their way eastward. Additional storms could develop tonight. We'll be watching those closely, but the atmosphere is overworked. But this type of environment could still produce some spin-ups along the leading edge of the line as the cold front starts to move eastward. So here's your 24-hour rain forecast showing those rain chances popping up. 60% at 11 p.m. And then as we go into the overnight hours, those rain chances will start to drop off. Allie, Doug, I know we got a lot of information. We've had a lot of damage across the area. You've got the latest information along with all of our reporters that are out there. I just got to give a shout out to all of our storm spotters because, man, they tracked this storm from west to east as it moved through the entire weather coverage area, along with our weather team too, Josh Rugger, who was out there tracking this tornado as it was touching down.
Yeah, he was on top of it that tornado track. It moved from the Lincoln area right at I-49 when it moved into Greenland. He was right there on top of it.
And you could hear it.
Yeah, and we'll take you through that track, and we'll show you that coming up in the Fox 20 forecast.
All right, check back in with Dan in a moment. Quickly, let's give you a quick look at power outages. Washington County, the absolute most significant number here. You see in all 35,000. Of course, that's counting one of those lower or south central counties as well. But in Washington County alone, 23,000 without power. Madison County, more than 10,000 without power. Roughly almost 3,000 without power in Crawford County. We're going to keep tracking that. Just know those power crews are, even while the rain's still coming down, already hard at work trying to get that power restored. And we kick off team coverage tonight here on Fox 24 in Greenland. Multiple structures, including many homes, damaged, some heavily, after we know a tornado pummeled that area right after crossing I-49.
That's right. Let's go ahead and send things out to Joshua Pineda. And Josh, where are you right now and what have you been seeing? I know you were in Greenland for us tonight.
Doug, Allie, I'm here on Highway 71, just off of the intersection of Allen and Main Street, where there is significant tornado damage from that tornado that came through Greenland. Here, I'm gonna step out of the way so you can see. Now, here I am on, this is Allen Road right here between Main Street. There is two businesses down the road from here. Those trucks are blocking it right now, but the roofs of those buildings have completely torn off, and I think they're on the other side of the street here. Lauren, if we can turn the camera so you can see some of that damage there on the other side of the street there. Multiple structures have been damaged, and I'm actually told, Lauren, if we can turn right here, there was actually a building that was standing right here completely gone. There is debris to the right side of that. Multiple down power lines in this area. I am told homes who are along Main Street have significant damage. We just can't get to it yet because multiple agencies are responding to this. Fayetteville Police, West Fork Police, Greenland Police, multiple fire departments are blocking off the roads here. So if you're traveling on Highway 71, I'm on the between the intersections of Allen and Main Street. For traveling on this road, you are literally being asked to turn around. Let's show them right here. Cars are being asked to turn around right here. Multiple tree limbs are on the roads here. Again, down power lines. It is a very dangerous situation if you live in Greenland. But the good news is there's multiple agencies out here working to clear up this road. Again, multiple structures have been damaged in this from this tornado here. EPCO Plumbing, I'm told that there is another business just to the side of that. There is a storage area. I actually spoke to the owners of that, and they were just completely distraught. They were making sure that their building was okay, but it also received significant damage. There's also apartment complexes just down the street here. It is continuing, a lot of lightning in the area. The rain is continuing to fall. Again, a very scary situation for people to be out here right now. Multiple cars are literally being asked to turn around right now as we speak. So we're continuing to monitor the situation. I've been in contact with the Greenland mayor, who is constantly giving me updates on where to go. So we'll be communicating with him and working to send that back to you guys there in the studio. But for now, reporting in Greenland, I'm Joshua Pineda, Fox 24 News.
Joshua, thank you, and stay safe out there. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit. We first want to show you these pictures. This is from the West Fork Police Department, but this was in Greenland. So right after that storm came through, West Fork officers drove over to Greenland and sent us these photos. This is just south of Drake Field near Highway 71 and Rush Street. Washington County Dispatch telling us just before we came on air, there is significant damage across Greenland, like Josh was telling us. But as of now, thankfully, no injuries have been reported.
It's the very reason they're turning traffic back,
Right.
keeping cars out of the way so first responders can get in there. Again, just to make sure no one's hurt, but it's just amazing. All this destruction we've seen and reports of damage, but yet no one injured. Just amazing. All right, probably one of the more remarkable pieces of video we've seen come in. This is from Melanie Campbell. This is just north of the University of Arkansas campus.
Leverett Street.
Yeah, if you've ever driven Leverett Street from west north, it is a uphill, push on your vehicle to get up that hill. This apartment complex, I believe it's the South Creekside Apartments on Leverett. It backs up to Skull Creek. Not sure if this is part of Skull Creek overrunning its banks or what, but just look at the parking lot in that apartment complex. Again, this is the South Creekside Apartments on Leverett, just north or just south of North Street, just north of the University of Arkansas campus. So that rain came down heavy,
really fast,
often,
yes,
and without much gaps, and so that's what you get as a result. All right, we want to talk about more damage team coverage over in Lincoln. We had many Prairie Grove first responders racing down the highway to help out there. We know a number of homes. We're told even one of the education buildings, believe the Head Start building, also damaged tonight.
Yeah, that's right. So Fox 24's Casey Smith is live in Lincoln for us tonight. And Casey, what all have you seen in the area? I know this is the first time that we are getting to chat tonight.
Yeah, Doug and Allie, I'm here on Old Cane Hill Road in Lincoln, just behind Lincoln High School. And this is the residence of the Sotos, where I rolled up on just behind me right here. If you can follow me over here, this is where the Sotos live. I just talked with them. They're a little bit shaken up. Thankfully, no injuries. That's because, we're getting some rain right now, which is a far cry from what it was probably about an hour and a half or so ago. Because behind me, about 200 yards or so, I don't know if you can see some of those lights from the trucks and various cars. If there's a blinking light in the distance that you see, they were sheltered there at a shop where they were able to weather the storm. And they tell me that they feared for their life because just during that moment, they said it got silent and then they heard a roar and it felt like their feet were lifting up off the ground while they were weathering that storm. They were tucked away in the bathroom of that shelter. They heeded the warnings that we were putting out on KNWA and Fox 24 when we were going wall to wall during the coverage. They heeded those warnings and they were able to get to safety in that shelter as they weathered what is believed to be a tornado that came through Lincoln. And the aftermath is just mind-boggling because I'm going to step out of the way here. I don't know if you could see, there is police lights right there. Well, just above that, there's twisted metal from that shop all the way 200 yards away that was lifted off of that shop and lifted all the way through the air. It got caught on a power line, and there's a power pole that is now tilted at about a 75-degree angle or so. Crews are out. There were some residents from Lincoln that were out trying to block traffic. They didn't say if they were with the city or anything like that. They said they just lived in Lincoln and they were out here trying to make sure everybody was safe. We were originally parked right around where that police car is, and they were saying with such the rain that was here, they were just saying that we should probably move our cars just in case those lines were to give, just because the ground is so saturated that it'll be a lot easier for that power pole that is at that 75-degree angle to give way. But just a scary situation here in Lincoln where allegedly a tornado possibly came through this exact area just behind Lincoln High School, where the Sotos were taking shelter, and just a scary situation. And now kind of the cleanup process begins for this family. Thankfully, the home isn't necessarily damaged. They said there was a little bit of damage to their cars. Maybe they'd have to buy a new one, but right now they're just shaken up. But for now, from Lincoln, I'm Casey Smith reporting for Fox 24 News. Doug and Allie, let's go ahead and set things back to you.
All right. Thank you, Casey. And they're live for us in the Lincoln area. Again, just amazing that no real reports of any injuries yet, but it sounds like as soon as the sun up by tomorrow morning, we'll get a better view of just some of that damage out there. All right, we want to turn our attention to the Sebastian County area. We have Travis Cooper with Emergency Management on the phone. We know we had a possible tornado touchdown in the Gore area tonight. They're also having water rescues underway. Travis, thanks for joining us. Tell me what's going on as we speak right now in the 9 o'clock hour.
Yeah, you're welcome. So over the last hour and a half or so, we've been hit pretty heavy with large amounts of rainfall. So flash flooding is the biggest concern at the moment. Within the flash flooding area, we have a lot of areas of Fort Smith around 10th, 11th Street, and then also Towson and Phoenix, where we still have stalled vehicles in those areas. There's no one in those vehicles, no injuries, no major damage throughout all of Sebastian County. We had 50 to 60 mile an hour winds come through about an hour ago. We're actually hitting that second round coming in from LaFleur County just now as we speak, coming into Sebastian County. We had a lot of rotation along the Oklahoma-Arkansas state line, all the way from Hartford, all the way to Hackett and Bonanza into close to Van Buren.
All right. Well, again, no other significant damage Travis, that's been reported to you, as whether it's been straight line winds or possible tornado?
Yeah, so what we're looking at is we have had a good number of limbs and power outages in the area. We've had about probably 6 transformers below that came across public safety communications, and then also 911 calls where we have a lot of power outages that coming off and on. And then we actually have a lot of lightning that has struck a home and also an apartment complex over near Albert Pike area. And so far, everything is okay. No major damage, no major fires, but we still have a few hours to go.
Real quick question, just a couple of seconds. Fort Chaffee, any word on any damage there? I know we were tracking something in that area earlier.
Absolutely. So from the Fort Smith EMS dispatch all the way to the Sebastian County Emergency Operations Center building, we did have heavy rotation come across south of Fort Smith into the Barland area and Chaffee Crossing area, which is where our center is actually located at. And we did take cover. And in that area, we did have some tree damage, but nothing major of any structural or any other road damage in that area. So far, we're looking good.
All right, Travis Cooper, Sebastian County Emergency Management. Thank you, sir. So we've got caught you up to date. Damage in Lincoln, major damage in Greenland, and there in Sebastian County, they had obviously flash flooding, a number of cars stuck in that water, and high winds. But so far beyond that, nothing too serious in Sebastian.
And we want to give an update for you tonight. We've been talking nonstop with Dave Parker from RDOT. So this is a photo he sent us. This is around Highway 59 in Lincoln. He tells us that his teams will be spending the night helping clean up scenes like this with chainsaws and just getting debris like this off the road. You can see a number of downed trees and other debris clogging up those roads that RDOT manages. So his team will be very busy tonight, along with many other agencies.
All right, well, hang tight to much more coverage of this tornado outbreak, basically, not only in Northwest Arkansas, Eastern Oklahoma, the River Valley. Another check of that forecast. Stay tuned. Keep it here.
You're watching Fox 24 News at 9 with Joshua Pinetta, Chief Meteorologist Dan Scott, and your Big Trail Nation report with Courtney Mims.
All right,
I gotta
commercial.
do this real quick.
Dan's got about 2.5 minutes
To
to
build
make
a show.
Do we think he can do it?
You better believe it, Chief.
I think he can. But yeah, we're still dealing with a lot of flooding, and these storms are still severe. And we have to highlight those. We have to highlight this tornado possible storm for Newton.
Oh boy.
In Johnston County. It looks like part of Logan County.
You're going to be giving me a
radar.
Yeah, radar tour.
Yeah.
But first, I got to do this. 8. Okay. And there's the track. Wonder why they don't have any of the damage reports on this. We passed it along.
So we got about a minute and a half until an update on these storms and an update on the rest of tonight, the rest of tomorrow, and what we can expect coming up here.
Okay, and then this is going to be kind of putting all the damage together. Do they have any viewer photos? We should get Megaphone on there and stuff like that to show that stuff. Nothing. We should be able to build a playlist. I'm sure we got a ton of photos and videos.
Yeah, there's a lot of photos and videos and so. Yeah, and if anybody else has any photos or videos, feel free to send them in.
It's gonna take a second.
Yeah, radar tour. And then here's what we're going to do. We're going to do a sweep.
15.
Hold. Very slow.
4, 3,
Nope.
2, 1.
Stand by for coverage.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Your Weather Authority forecast with Chief Meteorologist Dan Scoff, certified most accurate by Weather Rate.
Well, it's still a highly electrified night with lots of lightning, thunderstorm activity. And the good news is that the severe weather threat has wound down. But look at the horizontal rain curtains that are occurring at Boonville Elementary. That just shows you how strong these winds are that are coming in. We still have severe weather across the area, but the tornado potential is starting to wind down. You'll notice a lot of lightning, though. And by the way, here's the Walmart amp. Isn't it a good thing that concert wasn't tonight? I mean, just think of all the people that would be driving around. I know, unfortunately, that they weren't able to reschedule. And I know Halsey fans are bummed out about that. But here's a look at this storm system from Boonville. Look at how strong those winds are, just torrential sideways rain. This, by the way, is from our Boonville Elementary WeatherBug Network camera. We'll take a look at the radar here shortly. And just a dangerous situation here for areas that are in the river valley. Before we get to that and we get to a radar tour, I got to show you some of the shear tracks that are out there. These are 1 hour rotation tracks, meaning where the storm rotated. And this prompted the tornado warning in Delaware County near Colcord. And then there was a tornado warning that was by Tahlequah. That was the first storm of the day that really started to ramp up and touch down. And there was also one by Gore in Sequoia County. We'll take a look at that. But there's a circulation as it moved into the west side of and northwest side of Washington County, which, by the way, there's damage reported in Cincinnati. Here's the track as this storm came through an hour later. This is from 6 to 7 o'clock in the evening. Here's the rotation track moving into southwestern Adair County that produced damage near Gore and on the northwest side of Sequoia County. And then this was the storm that was tornado warned as it tracked across Adair County, Washington County, rotation. We know it was a tornado. We could visibly see it even at times on our WeatherBug Network camera from Lincoln. But the strongest circulation was as it crossed the south side of Fayetteville near Greenland, exit 58, producing damage, and then continuing northeastward, crossing Highway 16, some tree damage there, very close to the Stonebridge Meadows subdivision. Boy, what a scary situation that was. And then we had a storm that came into the southwest side of Fort Smith as we were tracking a confirmed tornado that was touching down south of Washington, south of Fayetteville. But there's a rotation track. We know we have Shady Grove that had damage in LaFleur County. So there's going to be multiple areas that received damage. Let me take you through a live radar, 6-hour radar loop. There's the circulation approaching Benton County. We got several storms along the leading edge, rotation. You got rear flank downdrafts that were enhancing the rotation, and still a lot of storm activity. Now, here's the current radar. If you're wondering about severe weather in Benton and Washington County, we're done. It's over. But you can see moderate to heavy rain still continuing and plenty of stratiform lightning associated with that. But we do have severe thunderstorm warnings that are on the leading edge of this, Newton County. However, we'll look at real quick the rotation, see if there's any type of circulation with this. This is just basically becoming a wind event. We work our way down to the south again, and let's look at the reflectivity. Again, Boonville picking up on that rain and thunderstorm activity. All that wind was going in one direction, but you'll see here Boonville now experiencing maybe even a little bit of a small hail core in Logan County. Working our way southwest of that, Waldron, about to experience a storm, a little bit of small hail as well. And we work our way southwest of that. Severe thunderstorm warnings for southern LaFleur County. I do want to mention this is McCurtain County. Zach, let's do this. Let's put on the rotation. Let's see if there's any circulations that we need to watch. One that's approaching Polk County. That's going to be very close to Mena, and a little bit of an elongated rotation. But this is all cold pool dominant, but maybe a circulation just to the east of Boonville. So here's your timing of the rain tonight. We're starting to drop off on those rain chances, and that will be going way down during the morning hours. No more severe weather tomorrow. It will be noticeably cooler, and we'll show you that here when we take a look at a future track radar. But here it is from Rogers. You'll see plenty of lightning off of the distance. There's temperatures in the lower 60s, dew points around 60, southeast winds at 14 miles an hour. Our Kisser WeatherBug Network camera showing low clouds, some lightning off of the distance. This, by the way, is a storm that's moved through the Fort Smith area. Look at how the temperature change has taken place. So say goodbye to the severe weather in terms of the tornadic potential. All that energy is moving out. What an intense system. Here it is, an upper level system. We knew the energy was moving in. You can see the thunderstorm activity just erupting, which is causing tremendous rain, flash flooding. There's the warm front and the dry line. Now, one thing we do have to watch is as the cold front comes through and catches up with the dry line, there could be additional storms that pop up of the lesser severe variety, but nevertheless, we're still going to watch the threat and maybe additional storms will develop. In fact, you'll see this on the future track as that moves east. Watch what happens when the cold front moves in. Maybe additional storms start to pop up in some locations in the river valley, but that will be of the lesser variety just because it doesn't have as much fuel. Still a level 4, but I think that's over. That's done, and that risk is over. We still have along the leading edge, still the potential for a rotation to crank up, but I think that threat is also winding down as you see those rotation tracks coming through, and then that's going to be the end of it. One of the things that's not done is the excessive rainfall forecast. We got a moderate risk of excessive rain. It started during the early afternoon. That energy is moving out, and that's going to be the end of our severe weather potential. However, we do have more energy coming in by the end of the week, and that's going to lead to more rain and storm chances. You can see that developing on the European model. Lots of shower and storm activity popping up across the area, and so that's going to lead to multiple rain chances. So here's your extended outlook. 30% chance of rain for Friday, Saturday, and your 7-day forecast does show that storm activity for late week. As far as storms for midweek, that's going to be dropping off. So some good news there. And a much better day tomorrow. Breezy, though, behind this system with a westerly wind, 10 to 20 miles an hour. Wednesday, we're in the upper 70s. Thursday in the lower 70s. Northwest flow, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Memorial Day, still having that potential for thunderstorms. However, that storm system not going to have as much fuel and energy to work with. Remember to download our Weather Authority app for the latest. So you can also send in our photos, videos on our website. Go to fox24news.tv. Go to submit your weather photos. We would love to see them. We'll be right back with more Fox 24 News at 9 after the break.
All right, there was your weather forecast. Now we're in commercial break, and we're still tracking storms. We have the crawl on the bottom of the screen there. Severe storms ongoing. You get some lightning. Look at the development.
Oh, man. Yeah, that might be catching up with the cold front there, huh?
Yeah. You even saw some storm spin tracks later on tonight.
Yeah. Shouldn't be as much, though.
Yeah, those are mainly for
I'm going to go get a slice of pizza.
River Valley.
I'll be back, Zach. You got it for a little while?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Talk about leaving them high and dry, huh?
I got it.
It's all right.
No, you're good. Yeah, go and get some.
Yeah, can we see the debris tracks? Yes, you can.
What was the question, Heather?
Hmm?
Heather said they didn't really answer it.
Who didn't?
The forecast.
What answer?
I don't know what the question was.
Yeah, well, tell me.
There's a lot of questions that come in
That are firing out
and
like
they
left and right.
and they just gets lost.
It seemed very iffy. What? Keep in mind, I only had like
Oh
three.
wait, there it is.
What?
So Benton, Washington County is clear the rest of the night for severe, but NWS has us in enhanced.
Yeah, because that's old news. They updated that at 8, and I thought I took the risk out, but I didn't have time to do it because I was doing the rotation tracks.
Yeah, the risk is old.
Here's the rotation tracks. But I can also show you CC too. So we can go back in time, I think a few hours. Let's see how far I can go back. Yeah, 1 minute. That's as far as back as it goes. So there's south of Prairie Grove. There's damage. Boy, look at that. There's the damage by Greenland. Drake Field. I'm surprised Drake Field doesn't have any hangar damage. I think it will. Yeah, I bet you it does. It went right over Drake Field. Or either that or just south of. Yeah. Yeah, I think that wouldn't be bad. I wouldn't be surprised if it has hangar damage. Look at that debris signature. That is very evident. That's when they determined it was considerable. This is old, by the way, just to let you know. I didn't answer. They're done. Severe weather threat from Benton, Washington County's done, and you also got it scrolling at the bottom of the screen. I don't understand.
And welcome back. We are continuing our team coverage tonight of the severe storm that 4-4 area is.
Take down south I-49 River Valley. That's where Fox 24.
Kyler Rodriguez has been inside the Emergency Operations Center in Van Buren with the very latest on what we're learning about damage and anything else going on right now. Kyler.
Dan, Allie, that's right. I'm down here in Van Buren at the Crawford County Emergency Operations Center. Now I'm here with Veronica Robbins. She's the Director of Emergency Management here. Now, Veronica, talk to me a bit about what we saw tonight and what the current conditions are like out there.
Well, right now, obviously, we're getting a lot of rain. And tonight, when we were issued a tornado warning in Crawford County area, it was for the eastern part of Crawford County going through Mulberry. I've checked with Chief Gregory down there, and he don't have any damage reporting back to me on that. Just a lot of rain. And we're asking for people to beware of the flooded roads. We've had several reports of roads that have flooded. And, that's going to continue out through the night. So it's going to be more roads that are be flooded. So we don't want people trying to drive through those areas and take all precautions necessary. It takes a very small amount of water to wash a vehicle off the road. And we just need people to be safe and smart when they're out driving.
Yeah, absolutely. Just because that rain has stopped doesn't mean those weather conditions are immediately out of the way and gone.
No. And we'll be here throughout the night until this system passes us. Our weather team, we've had one part of our team disperse, and we'll have another team come in to get us through the night. I've got Jonathan Baker, our lead SAR of our weather team here. He'll be with me here throughout the night until the weather clears out, making sure that if we did go under another tornado warning, that the sirens are set off at the appropriate times. We're just asking everybody to be very vigilant still through the night.
Absolutely. Well, I think that's all the time that we have right now. So reporting in Van Buren, I'm Kyla Rodriguez, Fox 24 News. Back to y'all.
All right, Michaela, thank you for that. Stay safe out there. So we want to show you this video. This is in the River Valley. This is from the Sequoia County Sheriff Larry Lane. This is from right outside his home in Black Gum, just north of Vian. Sheriff Lane told me that he and his family, they're okay. Just several downed trees around their neighborhood. And with that wind whipping through the county. But again, we are glad the sheriff and his family are safe tonight. You can see there just strong wind and rain just coming through that area.
Hey, and also, we got you an update there out of Sebastian. There's a look at Sequoia. We are expecting sometime soon a news conference from Washington County officials. The minute that happens, they're going to discuss damage, what they're doing right now that these storms have pushed through. Hang tight for that. That could happen within this hour. So hang tight here as you continue watching Fox 24.
All right, commercial break, part 2. So we're just talking about the damage across the area. A lot of flooding still ongoing. Dan will have another weather update coming up here after this commercial break. I hope he knows about it. I'm actually going to go see if he knows about that. So stand by. I'll put the radar up, and I will do this.
The 9:30 check with data.
All right. Yeah, so stand by for another weather update.
Looks like you're doing a couple of videos in.
Okay, can we show that video then?
Yeah, you want it for that, the little one? you're
Yeah.
trying to do? Okay, yeah, okay.
Oh, Mount Magazine got clocked. Man. Yeah, that video of the Arkansas Storm Chasers. Also, too, can we go back and get Josh's video when he was on it? Because you could see it passing and crossing the road.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Your next one, not this one. Okay.
Wait. Who's up for me?
So we're still tracking storms. They are severe in Newton, Johnson, Logan, Scott County.
Not tornadic, though.
Not tornadic.
15.
Brendan Wilson, Huntsville, Walmart hit. Yeah.
Really?
10.
All right, stand by for another weather update.
2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Taking you further. This is Fox 24 News at 9.
All right, welcome back. I think we're going to check back in with Dan right now, right?
Yep, we are. So Dan, I know it's been an active weather pattern for us all afternoon, all evening. What can folks expect later on tonight?
Yeah, so the good news is that things are going to quiet down. We could see additional thunderstorms, some rumbles of thunder, but by no means will they be the storms that we saw earlier this evening between about 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock in the evening. These storms are going to be a lot weaker. However, they're still going to be noisy. Here's a look at our WeatherBug Network camera from City Hall in Decatur. You can see the lightning that's showing up. Mount Magazine took a hit there briefly, but it's back online, thankfully. Look at all the lightning. That just gives you an idea of what we're experiencing. You talk about an intense system that just has lightning galore. Now, we'll take a look at the radar, and we'll give you a detailed report on who's going to be in the clear. I can tell you this. We've got people that are watching the live stream, and they're still concerned in Benton, Washington County. You're done with the severe weather potential. Let me say it again. You're done with the severe weather potential in terms of tornadoes for Benton and Washington County because the air is rain cooled. Now, you are seeing additional cells starting to pop up near Bartlesville, near Tulsa, northeast of Tulsa on I-44. They don't have the fuel to work with as much as the storms that came through earlier. So the severe weather threat is a lot lower. I know you look at the Storm Prediction Center, you're still seeing the moderate risk, and it's shifted east a little bit, but that's old as that's only updated at 8 o'clock, and now the storms are moving out. So you can see the cloud cover off in the distance. Here's a look at High Heat and Cooling Mega Doppler. Now, we do have some storms that are approaching the eastern sections of our weather coverage area. Waldron, you also got flash flooding. That's a concern and an issue. You see several flash flood warnings and flash flood reports. severe thunderstorm warning for Logan County. That storm's moving over Mount Magazine. Some activity in Waldron, but that is all what we call outflow dominant. So some straight line gusty winds, which is still serious, but not the tornado potential. Temperatures in terms of dew points are in the lower 60s. See how it's much cooler? That means your severe weather threat is done. But Russellville's in the upper 70s, could have some pretty intense thunderstorms. And just to track these storms as they make their way eastward, could have a few rumbles of thunder overnight tonight, but that severe weather risk is dropping off. Temperature-wise, tomorrow, we're going to hover in the lower to middle 70s, definitely cooler than we were today, less humid as well. And coming up, we've got some video that we want to show you from Arkansas Storm Chasers. This is right here from Maddie Allen's, and you can see that circulation off in the distance, some lowered cloud base. There's a cloud to ground lightning strike. That's pretty scary for sure. And then we've got this video from Arkansas Storm Chasers that was on I-49 as the tornado was passing Greenland. And so you can see this next video if you can. We'll bring that up. Here's Arkansas Tornado Chasers. You can see the wedge tornado. You're going to get to see when they zoom in on this. So this is I-49 looking northbound. Tornadoes already crossed I-49. And you can hear them talking about a wedge tornado. And we were seeing that on our WeatherBug Network camera.
Huge tornado.
Yeah, there it is.
Wedge tornado.
And there you see the McDonald's as well. That's on the screen. So there you go. That I did believe that's looking south. So bring me back up. But that video looking south, and that, by the way, was the McDonald's as the storm was crossing over Greenland. So that was a little bit south of Greenland. The tornado tracked south of Fayetteville as well, in the Stonebridge Meadows area, just a little south of that. Mountain Spring Drive, I'm telling you, people haven't even visited that. That's probably going to be some of the worst damage is on that hilltop by Black Oak Road. And if people want to really see where the damage is, have some of our reporters go there. I think that's going to be some of the worst damage east of I-49. And we'll take you on that debris track coming up in the next Fox 20 forecast. Guys, send it on back to you, Doug and Allie.
All right, Dan, thank you so much for that. Well, we are, of course, continuing our team coverage tonight of these storms that brought damage, a lot of damage to our area.
Yeah, we're on the Fox 24 set tonight because Joshua Pineda with Fox 24 is out in one of the hardest hit areas just south of Fayetteville in Greenland, right where this, we talked, the video you just saw, that wedge crossed over I-49 and damaged a number of homes there in Greenland. Josh, what do you got?
Yeah, Doug, Allie, right now I'm on Highway 71, just off of the intersection of Allen and Main Street. Now, currently there is a bulldozer working really hard right now to try to remove some of the debris that's on the road here. Now, to the right of the bulldozer, there are two buildings that have been destroyed by that Greenland tornado. The roof of the Epco Plumbing, which is just a local business here in Greenland, the roof of that has been completely torn off and flung to the other side of the street. Now, to my left here, there's actually a building that was reported to be, there was a building right here that was completely destroyed. The debris to the right of that. But shout out to the utility crews because they are working to restore that power as we speak right now. They're working on those power lines that were down here. Again, significant debris here. Now, I'm on Highway 71, and I'm actually being told there is a detour to get to I-49 on the intersection of Lillian and Napier. Now, there is a detour there to try to get to Interstate I-49, but well, let's turn around so we can see there's tons of people, tons of cars still trying to get across here on Highway 71. So if you need to be out right now, please do not drive here on Highway 71. Crews are working very hard to try and clear up this road. Again, tons of debris here on the roadway. There was down to power lines. Utility crews are working on it right now. Now, I've been in communication with the Greenland mayor, who's constantly sending me photos that you're going to see if you head over to the fox24news.tv. Tons of debris. Again, multiple homes were damaged in this tornado. I'm told right now, I know it's kind of hard to see right now, but where this car is going, there is more homes down the road that was not destroyed, but partially torn roofs off of those homes. So we're continuing to monitor that situation and bring you any updates. As of right now, I still have no confirmation if there are any injuries. But again, if you're going to be traveling on Highway 71, I'm just off the intersection of Allen and Main Street here. Highway 71, there is a detour on Lillian and Napier if you need to get to I-49, right? I-49 right now. But again, right now, there's a bulldozer just down the street working to remove the debris from the significant Greenland tornado that came through here earlier tonight. Reporting in Greenland, I'm Joshua Pineda, Fox 24 News.
All right, Joshua, you saw power crews already hard at work in Washington County alone, which includes Greenland. 23,000 without power, almost 24,000 overall in the state right now, pushing 38,000. Again, those line crews don't wait till the rain
Right,
stops.
they're already out there
hustle
trying
out there
to-
and getting hard to work. All right, another area we're watching closely. We're going to check back in right now in the Lincoln area where we know we had, of course, not only Lincoln first responders, Prairie Grove went over to help out there tonight.
Yeah, and that's where we find Fox 24's Casey Smith for us tonight. And Casey, what all can you tell us about that area? What are you seeing?
Yeah, hey, Doug and Allie. If you're with us at the top of the hour, I kind of gave a quick anecdote about the Soto family that firsthand experienced the storm as it was passing through the Lincoln area. This is just north of Lincoln High School, just on the old Cane Hill Road area. And so I'm going to step out of the way for a second just to kind of show you what's behind me here. There were multiple police cars here. Actually, they still are on scene. The one police car that you see is backing up, is just now turned his lights off. And so with that, the thing about it is crews are out here responding to some of the twisted metal that with the wind picking up, it's really starting to swing around and clank around. And it sounded like it was about to dislodge because the one main concern is a power pole about 50 yards behind me or so that is leaning at about a 70-degree angle. And the reason for that is because of the winds whipping through from west to east as that storm system came through and shook the Soto family quite literally and figuratively as well, emotionally. And so with them kind of dealing with that, there are Lincoln residents out here that they tell me they're blocking traffic just to make sure nobody comes through and is in a potentially dangerous situation with the power lines still hanging and potentially getting dislodged by that twisted metal that came from the shop that they were hunkered down in, probably about 300 to 400 yards away toward the west. And so with the winds picking up, that becomes a little bit more of a concern about that metal. And then even with the ground so saturated, that power pole eventually tipping over and giving way. And so we were originally parked 50 yards that way when we first arrived on scene, but we were advised to move safely by those crews that were here on scene. We heeded that advice, obviously. And obviously, people out there, if you see any down power lines or any potentially dangerous situations with power lines, avoid those as well. And so that's kind of the situation where it is right now here in Lincoln, just north of Lincoln High School, just behind Lincoln High School. It's a lot calmer than it was just a few hours ago or so. The wind is really starting to pick up. It's gotten very chilly out here, but it's just a light drizzle. But there's a light show off to the west, a lot of lightning going on. And so thankfully, a lot calmer situation. And the family here, no injuries to report. They're just shaken up. But for now, reporting from Lincoln, I'm Casey Smith for Fox 24 News. Doug and Allie, let's go ahead and send things back to you.
All right, Casey, thank you. I'm sure shaken up for sure. A lot of those families in our area.
Absolutely. Now that we know it's pushed out, and just know with the lightning, we play it safe. It's not like old school with the live trucks with the big mast up in the air.
Right.
Our entire live system is just backpacks and cell phones. So that's makes it a lot more safer for us to be out there when lightning is still kind of in the area.
Right. Well, we're going to take a quick break, and we will have another check from the River Valley on these on those conditions when we return.
Whoa.
God, lightning. Show some
Man, that was
cameras.
incredible.
What cameras?
Lincoln.
Here's
All right.
Lincoln Light Show. So we're about to do another weather update, so just stand by for that. It's going to be a little recap.
Can you get it? Okay. All right. This is going to be real brief. Oh, yeah.
Well, they might not be in there.
I'm doing it.
Oh, okay. No. Nice.
You're going to do archive. How about this? I'm gonna do archive. Actually, here's what we're going to do.
So we're in a commercial break right now. We're about to do.
I'm taking off the time on this.
It goes
on the
straight to
Mega
Dan.
Doppler banner. Okay. Taking off the time.
Yep.
Okay, I gotcha. So this is gonna. Are you gonna, or do you want me to do it with the controller? Is
No,
that-
I can do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Just start north,
So
go south.
let's do normalized rotation,
Huh?
and then that was pretty rough right there. Golly, is that Wolf Mountain? Man, if we could have had that camera at Wolf Mountain, we would have been able to see that one too.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay. I'm taking off the warnings just so people don't get confused. Remind me to turn them on again, okay?
Yeah.
Alerts, home ports. Okay. So you're going to do normalized rotation, then you're going to do the PTDS.
Just that Washington County storm.
Yep.
1 minute.
Oh, and then I got to do a radar. Who's calling? Oh, Peyton.
Yeah, we know we're on the air. Yeah,
What's
we're
up,
just
Peyton?
in between commercial breaks.
Yep. Yep. I can. Yep. I can do that. Sounds good. All righty. That's what I was gonna say. There's got to be damage at the airport. Is there any? Okay. All right. I've got another Fox 20 forecast. I will send it right after. Okay. Okay. Bye. Zach, you can do this for me.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Your Weather Authority forecast with Chief Meteorologist Dan Scott, certified most accurate by Weather Rate.
We'll get to the forecast, but I just want to do a quick recap because we're running out of time on this Fox 24 News at 9. You can see the time right now is 9:49. But this is archive radar information, and we'll go ahead and we'll zoom in on this, and you'll notice this is the rotation track on that cell that moved through the southwest side of Lincoln. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to change this, and we're going to look at what's called the probability of tornado debris signature. And this tells you exactly where the debris was lofted and detected on radar. And so we'll zoom in on this just to the north of Dutch Mills. Here's the circulation as it started to cross the state line into southwest sections of Washington County. Here's Lincoln. Here's the damage. Remember, it doesn't necessarily mean that the tornado wasn't on the ground at this point, but just the radar picked it up. And then the next radar scan, as we continue to track this eastward, makes its way south of Prairie Grove. This is where the damage is all located. And then I think perhaps a handoff happened or another tornado touchdown. This was a brief touchdown, and then you go north of that, and this is where the debris really shows up. And this is where the tornado becomes considerable. We zoom in a little bit more. Peyton just called and reported damage at Drake Field with power lines that are down on 71. And so that's near the Greenland area. Lots of rumbles of thunder. We continue tracking northeastward. You can see the track of that cell making its way just south of Stonebridge Meadows Golf Club, my former neighborhood. Then it continued to track east-northeastward over Highway 16. Now, we had reports of potential damage in Madison County as we tracked northeast that might have touched down again as it was crossing through Huntsville. Confirmed tornado here, and someone reporting that tornado happened in Marble and just west of Marble. There's damage most likely in Madison County, and then the storm continued north. Now, I got to zoom out a little more, and there was another possible tornado that was in the river valley at Shady Point, and you can see that, or Shady Grove, should I say, just north of Poto. A lot going on, a lot to digest, but here's the current radar. No more tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings about to move out of our weather coverage area. we'll continue to monitor that. For tonight, we're in the upper 60s to lower 70s. Our 7-day forecast, real briefly, to show you Wednesday, Thursday, 79, 73 Thursday. Over the weekend, isolated showers and storms. We've got more on KNWA News at 10 on our sister station. Go ahead and flip over to that. But enjoy a quieter afternoon tomorrow. And you have a great night, everyone. Be safe.
Is that the end? All right, so that was a little recap of what happened with the storms.
That's what I heard.
We actually have a little bit more Fox 24 news, so that's good. But we are still tracking these storms, and I do want to get back on those.
We have to go to our live stream and edit it. So go to Okta, because that's where it's on, and then they can clip it from that.
Okay. So, you have a minute 10. Michaela and then had to readjust. That's why you didn't have it. But we'll have her once, and the boys each twice again.
All right.
But they have to go to Okta.
Here we go. Still tracking these storms. No tornadoes. Still severe. But these storms are moving out. A lot of people wondering, are we good for the nights? So here's the deal. Northwest Arkansas, Benton County, Washington County, Madison County. I think we're done with severe storms tonight. Maybe some more lightning, maybe some more downpours, but as far as severe weather, I don't really think we will see any more in Northwest Arkansas. If you live in Berry County, McDonald County, you're good. Delaware, Adair, Sequoia, I think we're done with the severe weather, but flooding is still an issue. We had a lot of rain. Even behind these storms, some moderate rain going on in Benton County, Washington County. Every square inch, 100% chance of rain in Washington County right now. It's raining everywhere. Really heavy in Newton, Johnson, Logan. That's where the heaviest rain is. Scott County. Little circulation south of Scott County by Mena area. That's south of our coverage area.
What's going on right now? Is it you guys or me?
No. Yeah, I think you're in it, right? Yeah.
But we're in a commercial break, and we're about to do another segment of Fox 24. And then beyond that, we have KNW News at 10. Stand by.
All right, welcome back. Well, that severe threat for Northwest Arkansas is over, but River
Yes.
Valley.
Still a few little areas on the eastern fringes of our weather coverage area. The storms are about to move out. Here's one more look at the 7-day Fox 20 forecast. I thought we were done with the show.
How's that pizza?
Pizza's good. still
You need
chewing
some
on it.
pizza and some
The first
electrolytes.
The first bite of food that guy's had in like 5
Oh my
solid hours
gosh.
of weather coverage.
You guys
Hey,
here this
that's
morning,
what we
too.
do. That's what we do. And we knew this might be a very volatile day. We had an idea that, that there might be tornado potential, elevated. And look, at tornado touchdown just south of Fayetteville. I mean, it was almost headed right towards our building. So you could hear the wind outside, that's for sure. Now, here's the deal. Obviously, the tornado came through during the day, but it was quickly at night. There's going to be, I think, more damage than we think, especially we're seeing some areas in Greenland. I think there's going to be damage off of Mountain Spring Drive. I know that area just south of Stonebridge Meadows.
I used to live there.
I used to live there. That's a high elevated hill, and I guarantee you there's a lot of trees down there and hopefully homes that weren't hit too bad.
Very latest on KNWA right now.
All right, still tracking storms.
But about to move out.
Yeah, they're moving out of the area. Yeah, so we just talked about who's good to go to bed. I mean,
everyone.
Yeah.
Just
people have been asking. They've been away from their homes, taking shelter. They want to go back. You could be entering into some flooding issues if you do that.
Is your apartment flooded, Zach? Are you on the bottom floor?
No, I'm top floor, so
Oh.
I'm good.
You're good.
Yeah.
Where do you live?
Not
where there was flooding.
Yeah.
What is your social security number?
Yeah.
Yeah. Zach, what's your credit card number? We can put that on there too.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of flooding, widespread flooding across the area, Washington County, River Valley. We have a lot of flood warnings.
I want to address that comment here. Rexana, I do want to comment on this because the tornado warning really didn't include northern Carroll County. It was in southeastern Carroll County. We were covering that, but the tornado was coming towards northeastern Madison County as it was coming through Huntsville. I'm just not even going to comment on that. Have a nice night.
Yeah.
Carroll County wasn't under the immediate threat, especially northern Carroll County.
Yeah, so
we had multiple storms at multiple times. In fact, 2 tornadoes that were touching down at the same time.
Yeah, Franklin County, widespread flooding down into some Sequoia, LaFleur County. A lot of flooding. So if you did take shelter in a specific area and then you're trying to go back tonight, that might be an issue. So if you can, if you're at a relative's
Get ready,
place,
Zach, we're coming out.
I would probably just stay put. So
Do
stand
you
by.
want to do the tornado? Let's do this.
You want to do that one again?
Yeah. But a little quicker though.
Yeah.
That's not PTBS.
All right,
You got it.
15 seconds. Doing an update.
You got it?
Yep.
All right. I'm gonna.
Do you want to do normalized or no?
No.
All right, stand by.
Let's go do the tornado detector.
Proudly covering the Northwest Arkansas community. This is KNWA News at 10.
Well, storms have brought damage and tornadoes to our area tonight. You can. We want to show you this video. This is Greenland, or we wanted to show you the video. Here we go.
There we go.
This is Greenland shortly after the storms moved through the area. You can see trees down, multiple homes damaged. So far, though, thankfully, we've not heard of any injuries.
That's the most important thing. Multiple homes, power lines down. We're going to get you that live update in just a moment there. We begin that team coverage after multiple confirmed tornadoes here across the area. Now confirmed damage, the majority of that in Washington County. Thanks for joining us here at 10 o'clock. I'm Doug Warner.
And I'm Allie Lynch. Chief Meteorologist Dan Scoff and the Weather Authority team have been tracking these storms all day long for us. And Dan joins us now. Dan, that severe weather threat is in Northwest Arkansas is over. In the River Valley, we're almost there.
Yeah, it's almost there. It's starting to move out of Scott County. That's going to be the last county impacted. I want to take you back to the tornado detector because as we were covering this storm, you'll notice that we mentioned the tornado debris in Greenland. Well, this is essentially the tornado track. And so we'll zoom in here on the southwest side of Lincoln. We'll cover this here real quickly. But there's a look at the tornado debris that touched down as it was crossing the state line. Crossed south of Lincoln. We know there was damage just south of the high school to several structures, continued east. And then it might have lifted briefly because the radar didn't pick it up again until it started to ramp up over Greenland. There's the debris. You can see how that tornado is detected going through Harris, southeast of Baldwin, and then continuing crossing Highway 16, possibly more debris at Crossroads, lifting again, and then potential another touchdown on the northeast side of Huntsville. And I heard there might have been some damage at the Walmart in Huntsville. Haven't confirmed that yet, but that's possible damage. Then you can see that track through Alabama and Marble. Now we work our way southwest just to let you know, and that looks like debris up there, but that's really far away from the radar beam. We also had a confirmed tornado damage, as you can see, north of Antlers, but also in LaFleur County from another storm that had a confirmed tornado as it made its way through the south side of Panama. And this is Shady Grove. We mentioned the damage there. You can see the debris, and then as the storm tracked east and then crossed over, basically over Fort Chaffee, there was a little bit of damage with trees that were reported down in Lavaca. So that kind of gives you a brief overview at what we know right now. But still a lot of lightning and thunderstorm activity. But before we send it on to Doug and Allie and the rest of our news crew, this is what Waldron's dealing with. Thunderstorms, lightning, heavy rain. And you'll see on the satellite and radar, we still have Scott County that's included under severe thunderstorm warnings, as well as Logan County. But those storms are just about ready to push out of our weather coverage area. After that, all the storms will be gone, and we're going to have a quiet night, maybe a few rumbles of thunder. But as far as the severe threat, that is beginning to wind down. As you'll see on the future track models, everything will be pushing out, maybe an additional round of storms. Not likely, though, in the River Valley, and those rain chances will be dropping off, maybe a few isolated showers. We'll have more coming up, including some video of that tornado touching down on the south side of Fayetteville. That's all coming up in your full forecast in just a bit. Doug, Allie, back to you.
And I know we got a lot of antenna viewers down in Mena, even down in Scott County. So yeah, you're getting set for some heavy storms. Hey, download the Weather Authority app. The easy peasy way to do it. The QR code on your screen, that will take you straight to the app to download it. That's where the entire Weather Authority team keeps us updated, even between newscasts. And as we let that QR code breathe for just a second, real quick, Fort Smith, we've been just advised a number of flooding issues, road issues down there. I'm going to run through this list real quick. Just hear my words. North 18th at North L, 10th at, I think I can't even read my own handwriting. Is that Grand? I think I put.
That's right. Yep.
15th at, man, my handwriting is the worst handwriting in the world. I believe that's Roses, maybe. Rogers. I'm sorry. 15th at Rogers, Townsend at 0, and North 11th at A. Now, we've been getting a lot of your pictures and videos. Some of the video we saw were people, I don't know, out swimming in the flooded streets and sledding. Let's not do that just yet.
Yeah.
We don't know what lies underneath that water as the rain continues to come down there in parts of Fort Smith. All right, our team coverage begins in the field in Northwest Arkansas right now.
And that's where we find our Casey Smith. And Casey, I know it's dark out there right now in Lincoln, but earlier when you first got out there, what were you seeing?
Yeah, Doug and Allie, we rolled up on the scene, Old Cane Hill Road, just behind Lincoln High School, and we found a lot of twisted metal and some power poles that were down to the side as this strong storm rolled through. Now, the Soto family, I'm going to step out of the way here just for a second. The Soto family, they were hunkered down in this building right behind me. This building, this white building that you see right here, they were hunkered down in this building with just their family. They work on this ranch here in Lincoln. And as you can see, if you pan to the right, just the damage that is over to the side. There's a car underneath all that structural damage there, but they were inside, and thankfully they were all safe. There were no injuries reported there, but the scene here is just like none other, because if you pan down, you can see right here, this appears to be a shower rack right here alongside some styrofoam. Here's a yardstick right here, as well as just almost like a wall mount right there. And so it's just devastating to see just the collection of anonymous items just scattered around. There's a street sign as well, just sitting right here on the ground right beside me. But thankfully, the Soto family, they were all safe. But there were some twisted metal from this building right behind me that were tossed 300 yards throughout the air, all the way down to near where their property is at. And it's covering some of the power lines and things of that sort, causing a concern and a safety concern that had different residents coming out just to make sure that traffic was okay, as well as some of the local police department to make sure that traffic and pedestrians weren't over there by some of those power poles that I'm told could potentially give way with the saturated ground. So thankfully, it's a lot calmer than it was just about an hour and a half to 2 hours ago here in Lincoln, where now we just have a little bit of wind, a little bit of light rain, and then it's also a light show as well with a lot of lightning around me. But for now, reporting live in Lincoln, I'm Casey Smith for KNWA Northwest Arkansas News. Doug and Allie, let's go ahead and send things back to you.
All right, Casey, Holly, appreciate it. I know the poor guy's drenched.
I know. He's been out there all night.
The rain continues to come down. that same tornadic storm continued tracking east over I-49. Our Josh Rugger was right on that tornado when it then struck the town of Greenland, where numerous homes damaged along with other structures.
That's right. And that's where we find our Joshua Panetta, who's been talking to city leaders for us tonight. And Joshua, what have you heard? And then most importantly, what have you been seeing out there?
Yeah, Doug, Allie, right now, crews are still working on restoring the power here in Greenland. That a significant tornado came through the heart of Greenland right here. There are two businesses just to the right of those power utility crews here completely destroyed the roof of Epco Plumbing, a local business here in Greenland, completely destroyed. I think the roof is actually on the other side of the street here. There are a ton of debris here. Again, there was actually a bulldozer that came through the street here earlier this evening, was trying to clear up a lot of the debris that was on the roads here. I've been in communication, like you said, Allie, with the Greenland mayor. He's been telling me that there's been a substantial amount of damage that's been caused to multiple homes. I'm here just off of the intersection of Allen and Main, and if you continue to go down Main Street, there is even more homes with roofs that have been torn off of the homes here. I've spoken with one gentleman off camera who's actually from Greenland. He graduated from Greenland High School. He was actually chasing this storm from West Fork to Greenland. He said, Josh, I've never imagined that something like this could take place in the place that I grew up in. He said, 38 years I've lived here in this area. This is the first time I've experienced anything like this. But again, multiple utility crews are right here, right now, right behind me here, working to restore the power here in Greenland. We will continue to update you with any information that we learn here on air and on our website at fox24news.tv and at KNWA as well. Reporting in Greenland, I'm Joshua Pinella, KNWA Northwest Arkansas News.
All right, Joshua, thank you so much for that. And continuing our team coverage tonight down in the River Valley.
Yeah, Michaela Rodriguez, she's been in the Emergency Operations Center there in Van Buren, keeping tabs on what they've seen and what they're doing about any damage that's moved through. Michaela, update us.
Dan, Allie, I'm here right now at the Emergency Operations Center, Department of Emergency Management here in Van Buren for Crawford County. And so I'm here with Veronica Robbins right now. She's the director of that department. Now, Veronica, we've been out here all night. Y'all have been out here working on the clock. Tell me a bit about what we've seen and what we're seeing right now.
Well, we had a lot of rough weather come through the county. And again, you know, we have contacted the chief of police in Mulberry, where we actually had a tornado warning issued for the eastern part of Crawford County. And right now we don't have any damage to report other than some roads that have flooded with all the rain. And basically we're just asking people to be safe when they're out driving.
Yeah, absolutely. And y'all are going to go ahead and be here throughout the night. Is that correct?
We are. We'll be here until this next system passes through, and we'll probably get up early in the morning and go assess any roads that may have damage from the flooding. And as people get up in the morning and they get ready to go to work, we're asking you to be careful, keep a distance from everybody, you know, watch for, you know, flooded roads, and just drive safe. Give yourself enough time to get to where you're going in the morning, because the rain might still be falling by then. And we've gotten a whole lot of rain tonight, and we're just concerned about the low-lying areas. And we just ask people to be very, very safe when they're out there.
No, absolutely. Thank you for allowing us to camp out here with you all tonight.
Oh, absolutely.
And so that's all that we have right now. Reporting in Van Buren, Michaela Rodriguez, KNWA Northwest Arkansas News.
All right, Michaela, thank you so much again. Just want to reiterate the power outages. They're still getting after it. 35,000 in the state without power, 20 of those in Washington County alone.
Yeah, and that's a lot of folks.
Yes.
All right, well, we're going to take a quick break, and we will we'll get you more weather coverage coming up.
You're watching KNWA News at 10 with Doug Warner, Allie Lynch, Chief Meteorologist Dan Scott, and your Pig Trail Nation report with Courtney Mims.
All right, still doing coverage. We're in a commercial break right now. We've got a lot of reporters out live in the field doing updates on damage and doing updates on the flooding, which is ongoing. And I think that's what this is transitioning to, is a flooding event right now. A lot of flooding, a lot of rain. The whole coverage area right now is seeing rain. But check it out. But severe storm threat is pretty much almost out of here. Washington County, Benton County, you're good. No more severe storms tonight, hopefully. Yeah, I mean, I really think that some of the models were showing some more storms tonight around midnight to 2 a.m. I do think that those will not be anywhere near what we saw earlier. Maybe a little bit of lightning, but I don't expect severe storms tonight anymore, other than the far eastern coverage area.
What? So do I pitch to sports?
Power's back in West Fayetteville. Good.
No.
No sports at all. We're just gonna be ready.
What do the outages look like?
5-minute break instead of 3-minute break.
Oh. So this is right.
Christina, are we talking
break-
about the
break is
outages
now?
coming up or no?
Yeah. Well, you can. They can. You can.
Oh, people were just asking questions about
Yeah.
them.
I
Yeah.
field sports, so we'll have extra time, so we can't mention it.
Cool.
But yeah.
Christina,
Yes.
I know you don't have any time, but I'm just putting in case that we can find time. I'm emailing now Washington County Emergency Management and Sheriff's Office. Is supposed to be together. We have never seen this before, but in case we try to use it. I'm just gonna put it in.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. All right. Yeah. See how those storms just took off out to our east?
I don't know what the storms did to some of these people, but
Tornado warning off to our east.
some of these people are
Just
mean.
outside the coverage area.
Just flat out mean.
Yeah, so still thundering in Bentonville, but no more severe storms for Bentonville tonight.
Yeah, I know.
So we've got another full weather coming up here.
Get out of
And
here, risk.
we'll do a radar tour. We'll do some updates on what the rest of the night will look like. We'll do some updates.
There's a lot to cover, obviously. You're gonna give me a radar tour?
Yeah. I can do that.
I'm gonna do a flash flood watch. Tornado watch is expiring. Oh man, there's so many warnings to cover. I just don't think we're gonna be able to get to it.
Yeah, it's a mess.
But look at
A lot
that.
of watches and warnings.
Oh, Clinton. Guess who's in the path of that? Blaze Thomas.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, hold on. Hold the phone.
Huntsville area, yeah.
Everything's good.
It should be
All right.
good.
You ready to play this?
Madison
Zach?
County's good. You can see
Make
right
sure they
now.
have a super on here that shows. Yes. Zach. You
Yep.
have to play this over here on Weather 3.
Oh, okay. All right, yeah. Stand by
Is it
for.
times one? Is it one speed?
Yep.
Okay.
4.
All right. Here we go.
1,
What time is that? 7.
2, 3,
34.
4, 5, 6.
Your Weather Authority forecast with Chief Meteorologist Dan Scoff, certified most accurate by Weather Rate.
This is previously recorded video, and this, by the way, is from our WeatherBug Network camera at the Graduate Hotel. We got a lot of cameras to go through, but we're going to play this, and you're going to see on the right-hand side of your screen lightning strikes, but that is the tornado that you are seeing on the right-hand side of the screen and the edge of the funnel. You'll notice some power flashes. This is looking south from our Graduate Hotel WeatherBug Network camera. We're about to turn the camera to the right. So a little bit to the left, but then all of a sudden you'll see that we're turning it to the right, looking a little more south. And this was live as we were covering that storm as it came into the south side of Fayetteville. This is when it was coming through Drake Field with a heavy circulation. And so once that camera starts to pan back to the south, you'll see the tornado crossing south of Fayetteville. Lights going out, power flashes. We're going to, again, download all this video. Yeah, here, I'll step out of the way. And there you're seeing the tornado off in the distance. Like you can see the actual funnel. It was pretty wide. And as it was going overhead, there's the back edge of the storm as it was coming through. Saw a power flash off in the distance. Again, this will take a while to go through, so we got to talk a little bit more about other stuff. But we also have other video, too, from Arkansas storm chasers that was located on I-49. And that was, if you want to bring that in, let me know, Christina. We can bring that in during this newscast. But there's that circulation and there's the tornado. And we'll take you through that rotation track here in just a bit. Now, you can get off the previously recorded. This is live video. This is from our Boonville Elementary WeatherBug Network camera. This is located off in the distance, and you can see some heavy rain coming down. Waldron High School, some heavy rain, but the thunderstorm activity is beginning to wind down. Now, here's that rotation track that prompted the tornado warning near Colcord and in northwestern Benton County. Here's the rotation track that was approaching the southwest side of Adair County, Webbers Falls, and then the rotation track as it made its way through Lincoln, Greenland, south of Fayetteville. Remember, we're looking at Graduate Hotel South. That was where the tornado passed. We know there was damage. So that was, you saw the visibility too. It was very poor almost all day. Very, very tough to see these circulations. A little bit of a rotation coming over. We had debris on Mega Doppler showing up east of Huntsville. So we have a feeling there was tornado damage there. And then south of Spiro, north of Poto, just north of Kavanaugh Hill and Poto Mountain, you've got that rotation track that went through Shady Grove that did some damage in LaFleur County. So there's probably other areas that got hit, to be honest with you, little brief tornadoes that touched down. Here's a look at the severe thunderstorm warnings that are moving through, and you can see that's about it. But a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued, and that is for southeastern Scott County. Here's a look at the tornado warning. That's north of Russellville. It's headed towards Clinton, Arkansas. That's not in our weather coverage area. That's Little Rock Television. We'll look at the circulation on the leading edge of it as that storm comes through. Let's look at the velocity signature and showing up, but not nearly as strong as what we had earlier. Keep in mind, too, just south of Scotland is where we're seeing that circulation showing up. So let's zoom out on the wider view, look back at the reflectivity, and you'll see some strong winds. But there's that severe thunderstorm warning that's coming through northeastern Polk County and southeastern Scott County. So that storm activity is about to wind down. So if you're watching in Washington, Benton County, we're done. You can go to bed. No more storm activity. Yes, you'll hear some rumbles of thunder, but the severe weather threat has come to an end. If we do see additional storms, they'll just be loud and a little bit annoying. Here's the rain that's coming down right now still with a Walmart amp, Top Golf. I know that concert was canceled tonight. I think you can see why with this storm system coming through. A lot of energy to work with. And here's our Mount Sequoia WeatherBug Network camera looking off to the west. Lightning has decreased. Winds a little breezy. Temperatures are in the mid to upper 60s to lower 70s. So here's the big storm system coming through. The severe weather threat's over. Flash flooding is a concern and has been a concern. As this energy kicks east, we don't have as much fuel to work with. And so we'll see if the additional storms develop. I don't think that happens. Here's a look at the latest future track model, which shows maybe a little bit of isolated activity popping up in the river valley. But I think you could go to bed. We'll watch it. If something pops up, we'll let you know about it. I don't think you have to be too concerned about that. The excessive rainfall forecast is an issue, though, as heavy rain will continue to come down. But that's also about to wind down. We do have flash flood warnings that are in effect. Too many to mention. The tornado watch is about to expire for Benton and Washington County. Even though it's still in effect, that's also going to be expired here shortly. So our 7-day forecast shows temperatures in the mid to upper 50s. Then on Wednesday, we're in the upper 70s. You'll see here Thursday, we're in the lower 70s. But we do have more rain and thunderstorm activity coming in Friday, Saturday, northwest flow, a little bit of activity developing. And the river valley showing those storm chances as well Friday and Saturday. If we have a little time, we'll end with this video from Arkansas tornado chasers before we go to commercial break. This will show you again that tornado looking south from the Greenland area where that tornado did damage.
All right, looking back at the radar, looking at Scott County, there is a little circulation trying to work its way into far southeastern Scott County. It's not warned on yet, but there is a severe storm warning. You can see maybe a little bit of rotation, but that's pretty much south of the coverage area. It might clip southeastern Scott County, but little hook. We'll be watching that.
No, that's okay. He's still in.
We'll be watching that. But here's a big view of the radar showing heavy rain with green polygons or flood warnings. The heavy rain has moved into Scott County, Logan County, But most of the heavier rain is east of the coverage area, finally.
I know there's a power flash. Let me see if I can see it.
I thought I saw some,
Yeah.
maybe. But there's lightning too, so.
Yeah, visibility was terrible, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, there was that one.
Let me turn the lightning on. Some scattered lightning across northwest Arkansas. Nothing really to be concerned about, though. But it's still raining, so the flood water is probably slow to go down. So 30 seconds, we're going back to the newscast, and we probably have some more people out in the fields doing damage coverage. But for us, storms are winding down.
Four, three, two, one, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You're watching KNWA News at 10.
Well, the hardest hit areas this evening, Washington County, and namely in Greenland, where multiple structures were damaged and power lines down.
And that's where we find our Joshua Panetta, who's been talking to city leaders all evening for us. And Joshua, I know you've been in constant communication with the Greenland mayor.
That's right, Doug and Allie. I can officially say that Highway 71 is officially open. We just drove through that area, actually looking for more damage. You can see police and fire here are off to the side here as utility crews are continuing to restore the power that was from the down power lines that were destroyed by that Greenland tornado. Now, Highway 71 was closed for a few hours. There was a bulldozer that actually came through and was clearing off the debris that was on the roadway. Multiple businesses were destroyed.
So we did get a new tornado warning for far southeastern Scott County.
I mean, so far south. You can see this is a part of Scott County right here that it includes.
Yeah.
So really this is, and the circulation is barely going to cross over Scott County, except for maybe 1/1000th of the county area. So this is really Little Rock television coverage. It really is.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yeah, so we'll keep a close eye on it.
Tell you who needs to be southeast of Buck Knob. We'll put some roads on here. Buck Knob Road needs to be watching it.
Yeah. So we're plotting some roads here. A new tornado warning.
Highway 270.
Sorry, Josh, but thank you. I had somebody message me. I think
So if you live in this area, you need to be in a safe place right now.
It's hard tonight.
It's a pretty rural area,
Greenland was
but people
first
do live
struck
out there.
Actually, over at Oklahoma, but it caused damage in Lincoln, also in Washington Parish.
That's where we find our Casey Smith in Lincoln, who's been out there all evening for us, gathering information and also talking with the people here.
So that's in Scott County, April, far southeastern Scott County, and it's moving into far southeastern fringes of Scott County. But there's the circulation.
Washington County News
But really, that's the only place that we're concerned about right now is far southeastern Scott County. Yeah, Gravid, Arkansas, you're good. Yeah, Kylie, yeah. Gravis fine for the rest of the night. Maybe some isolated storm activity, but it shouldn't be severe. But we can see normalized rotation up on the screen right there. And that's getting up there. Strong rotation. So it's not confirmed, but radar indicated rotation right here for this warning. So on the southeastern Scott County line. Yeah, Waldron is good. Waldron is not in the path of this circulation. Waldron is way up here.
Yeah.
Here's the base velocity. You can see that little hook right there. That's where the circulation is.
Smith Force and Lincoln, the only
Here's storm relative velocity.
Power outages. People without it, well over 30 across the state, 34,000 across the state. You see that one county kind of down south, but the majority of it, all of the River Valley, Northwest Arkansas, I believe like 12,000 in Benton County and 20,000 in Washington County. The only reprieve, it was.
So this should cross US Highway 70.
As miserable as it could be in mid to late May right now. So we're doing good there, but again, in Madison County, there are 6,000
basically out of our coverage area.
about 700 people, just a handful in Crawford. Sebastian was around 1,400. As the storms continue to move across North Arkansas.
Everything's going.
Quick break. Quick check with Dan.
How do you get the counties on there?
Show county names.
Oh.
Everything's done.
How about Mina though? Someone talks about Mina.
No, Mina's fine too.
Yeah.
Everything's east of Mina.
Yeah.
All right. There you go, Zach. You've been waiting for it.
I have. So we got one more weather update in the news, and then the news is done.
Oh,
look
at
that
circulation. Wow.
What? What did you guess it?
There it is.
Oh, I thought you were dropping games.
Benton, Washington County are good. What we are looking at though is far southeastern Scott County.
Ooh, that was the back edge right there. Very rapid rotation
You see
from
it?
Lincoln's camera.
You got final weather coming up.
I know.
You want to show radar?
Definitely. We'll show the tornado warning that's south.
How much time do we have in final?
33.
You want me to start zoomed out and then zoom in on it? Or start zoomed in?
Yeah, first of all, I want to show them this real quick. Go to weather one, Zach. Go to weather one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna remove all those street names.
Oh, you're talking about Zach.
Go to weather one on this.
No.
Oh,
sorry.
This is recorded video from earlier. Watch this circulation, man. You can see it cranking up. Look at that. Look at that rotation. Out on the leading edge of that. And then there's the clear slot developing, and then there's the developing tornado. Look at that. And then the camera spun around the wrong way, and then it made its way through. But right back here, watch this circulation. You can really see it when you speed it up. Watch right in here. Look at that. Look at that rotating. Rapid rotation. That was the developing tornado right there. And you can see the clear slot coming in, and then there's your tornado. It touches down by Lincoln. And then the camera was going to follow it. Oh, in fact, look, I think you can see the tornado right here. You can see it right there on the screen. We'll analyze that a little bit more later. In the meantime, radar tour, Zach.
You want me to start zoomed in?
Yes. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. Just to let you know, on Heil Heating and Cooling Mega Doppler, we do have a tornado warning that's in Scott County. However, it covers like maybe 1/1000th of
Of
the
our
county.
area.
Yeah,
Oh.
1/1000th of the
Wow.
county. Check this out. You'll see on Heil Heating and Cooling Mega Doppler, there's a Montgomery County that's impacted more. And notice how that just barely clips southern Scott County. It's out of Mena, out of Waldron, no areas that are going to be impacted for that region. But you'll see here, more storms expected for the end of the week. We'll have more on that damage on KNWA today.
All right, still
Dan, good job.
streaming.
Thank you, Dad.
But yeah, newscast over. Still watching the
like,
radar. That's
literally.
out of here.
Yeah.
Well, it's still there technically.
I mean, one-tenth of a mile away from the county line. Seriously.
Mhm.
That's it. This is Scott County. This is Montgomery County. We're not going wall to wall for this because it's so far southeast that it's moving out, and whether Little Rock is covering that. Let's look at the normalized. That definitely ramped up what you mean though. Okay, so Northwest Arkansas done. Severe weather threats over. Just briefly, yeah, a little bit.
These flood warnings might go observed or catastrophic or anything.
Nah. No, the rain is letting up.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Just hang out for a little bit longer.
Just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
I wasn't in here.
Just a tiny bit.
I wanted to ask you guys. So you saw can't find the word. That graphic that you had that showed the path of the tornado, the white one. How far can you zoom in on that? Because
Very.
it actually went in over my house. That was actually directly over my house by Lake Sequoia. It was the one between Elkins and the Goshen.
We're still live, by the way.
Oh, my bad.
But you're good though. Yeah, but you're good. Yep, you can send in pictures, but if you have the weather app, it makes it really easy to send in pictures.
What happens there?
What do you mean?
Did you change one of the sources to live? Nope.
What?
Never mind.
Yeah, so we are looking at the past radar, trying to find maybe a track here. No, well, yeah, Robert. Yeah, there might be some more development later on tonight, but
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be severe. This is in the past.
Where?
This already happened.
Where are you at, Lake Sequoia?
This is showing you where the
So it was
Les Baldwin?
debris track was.
What on?
just somewhere right here. So I'm gonna assume it didn't hit
Just
straight
south.
on, but
It was just south.
yeah.
Like not very.
Yeah,
far
the
away.
storms
Where
are
you-
going south of us, Kylie.
Well,
Yeah, so we should be
Oh yeah.
And so
we should be
I
good.
texted them
Unless you
and
live in
said, "Hey,
far
our power went
southeastern
out. We don't
Scott
have a tornado
County,
on, like, what's going on?"
then we still have that
And he, like,
storm.
called me, so that
And I can actually show you
followed
that
up,
on Weather One.
and I was like, "Oh, it's right over you guys."
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
looked like it was
Yeah, it was. I mentioned Lake Sequoia.
Did you?
So that's east of
Yeah,
us.
I literally
Here's Scott County. Yeah, that warrant is pretty much outside the county
But all right.
at this
How much
point.
longer do you want us to stay for?
Not much.
I'm cool.
Still have a severe storm warning though for southeast Scott County.
I was trying to see.
But those green polygons, those are flood warnings, and this is the storm relative velocity. Here is the reflectivity, showing you all this rain.
If you speed this
Still
up,
raining.
right there. Look at that. Whoa, that's what we were looking
Yeah,
at.
so we are
back
seeing
there.
more development behind that line, but it's just stratiform rain.
See that? See that rotation? And then it just
There is
the
some
wind
lightning though with this
swirling,
rain.
and then they spin and change directions. And then
That blue polygon, that's the observed flooding, observed flash flood warning. And those green polygons are flash flood warnings. The storm is pushing east of us, and I do think
can't see
that
anything. So
pretty
hard to
soon we
see.
should be good
Did you see that from
to go here. But
The Graduate? You can really see that.
it's a long night.
Locate kind of blends together.
Oh, did you see the power flashes? Let's see. Boom.
You live just outside Mina, Danielle?
Oh, look at the inflow.
So Mina's south of our
Oh
coverage
my
area.
Goodness, look at that inflow. Oh,
You can see Mina right there.
Zach,
Storms are pushing east to
that's
Mina.
insane. Oh, that's
Yeah, we're just looking at some old cameras, or some cameras showing the old footage from earlier this evening.
That's the weird point. Now there's a tornado. See it?
But this radar is
You can see
currently,
it right here.
right now, we've got
That's
Scott
it.
County has that severe storm
Such a-
warning. Zooming out.
Yeah, look at it down. It's right here.
Some
Right
rain.
at the forward edge of the tornado.
Hey, I appreciate everybody for
There it is coming over.
hanging out with us. We've been going for 6 hours here, almost.
It's gonna change. That's looking south.
And just yeah, the storm is done. Well, they're not done. We're still seeing the storm activity, but the severe storm threat for Northwest Arkansas is pretty much done.
Now watch. Oh, yeah, okay.
But yeah, the rain should be pushing out here pretty soon.
Tornadoes over here. Still.
Next
We're
couple
facing
hours.
Southeast.
Here are the
It's
watches.
south.
We still have
Oh,
that
power
tornado
flash.
watch
That was a
through
power
2
flash.
a.m.
Right.
Those
Too far
counties will
over.
get cropped out beforehand.
There it is, right there. Yeah.
Yeah, Michael,
Step
the
back,
weather
you
app
can
makes
see
it
it
really
real
easy to
far
send
back.
in pictures.
Yeah.
The Your Weather Authority app. If you download that, it makes it really simple. But current watches and warnings, the tornado watch is still in effect through 2 a.m. But most of these, pretty much all
Just
these
a few
counties,
minutes, but
they,
we're almost done.
they're going to be dropped off before 2 o'clock in the morning.
Grab it, good to sleep.
The green, these are flash flood warnings.
Thank you.
So LaFleur County, a new severe storm warning, Scott County. I'm not clicking on it because the computer will probably crash. But southeast from Scott County.
Oh, I gotta send Peyton that screenshot.
Yeah. Franklin County has a flash
Hey,
flood warning.
question for you. Are there times when the directors like switched between shows and stuff like that?
The first 4 hours.
Okay, gotcha.
I always felt it easy with back and forth.
I gotcha.
Graphics good to go to sleep.
So we're gonna zoom in here.
But people have been saying that they were taking shelter with family members and, you know, away from their house, and then they think about maybe going back to their house tonight. Well, if you live in the green, you might want to just stay put for tonight because those are flash flood warnings.
Like a few minutes.
Oh, not till 1?
No.
That's what I came in here for.
No. Not till 1.
No, and this watch should be canceled way before 2 a.m.
Oh, Greg Reeves didn't take a hit.
Did you ever hear back from him?
Yeah, I haven't. But here's my concern about that. I don't.
Are any spotters still out doing like flood coverage?
I just don't think that's debris.
There was a lot of attenuation with the radar. If you're looking at CC,
Yeah,
that PTDS could be over exaggerated.
I think so. But someone said that the Walmart in Huntsville took a hit. I can't confirm that. I know Brendan Wilson said that, but
Yeah. So this watch will be expired. Yeah. All right. Let's look at the radar.
oh my goodness.
What direction is Waldron? Do you know? Boone County is good. We do have some reports of flooding now.
Yeah.
Here are the storm reports from the night.
Couldn't see a thing.
So let me zoom in here. Come on. So Fayetteville got some wind damage reports.
Yeah, I believe it.
Why is this working?
I don't know. It's really slow.
Oh boy.
I got to send this to Peyton.
Yeah, the technology is getting tired too.
Yeah. Yeah, we're getting tired as well.
Benville Centerton is good. So here's the deal, guys. Thank you so much for watching. Appreciate each and every one of you. Zach, here's what I'll do. Let's just do this. Let's show what we got here. So,
What would you want? Do you want to show the storm reports?
yeah, I was going to show storm reports real quick.
You got it.
Yep. All right. So we've got. Actually, I think this is all flooding, isn't it? Yeah, it's all flooding.
Oh, is it? Yeah. I thought it might have been. Icons look pretty similar.
So we got LSRs. Here's some of the flash flooding reports. 750, 756. Those are some pretty heavy rains that came down. Why is there no damage for Lincoln, Prairie Grove on the LSRs at all? There's no.
Maybe it was just in pretty rural areas.
No. We should have damage. Let me type it in NWS chat.
Yeah, so Dan's typing in some stuff in the NWS chat. But yeah, Decatur might see some more storms, but no, they will not be severe, Sabrina. Here's radar. Storm is pushing east of the area. Yeah, appreciate all the comments, everybody. But still have flooding issues. But look, the rain is coming to an end in Benton County. And Washington County is still seeing rain, but pretty soon that will push out of the coverage area. We can see. But moderate showers about to move through Fayetteville.
Hey, Peyton.
Yeah, what up?
I sent you that stuff. The Sigma.
Yep.
What the Sigma?
What the Sigma?
Still live, Peyton.
Nice.
Time to do push-ups.
6 hours later.
iPad's about to die.
Yeah.
Computers keep on crashing.
Did you go back and look at the tornado video from the camera, Dan?
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it good? Like, could you see it?
It's pretty shrouded in rain, but you can see it. I'll tell you what, you can really see the rotation. Because we were mentioning the Lincoln. Watch this. The Lincoln camera really ramped up.
We saw it on there, right?
Yeah, but not only that, but before that, like what I was saying, the back edge of the wall cloud when it was starting to rotate. Watch this.
Yeah, the radar keeps changing because I have it on radar closest. So whichever beam is closer to will change to that radar
I
site.
got it on 8 times. Look at that right there.
Oh, dude, that's totally moving that way. That's
Oh
moving
yeah.
that way.
Oh, big time. That was a big time circulation. And then I think you can almost see the tornado touchdown right here.
Yeah, we could do a
Right
big
there.
recap.
Right there. You see it?
Yeah.
But then it gets rain wrapped.
How about this? Instability. Gone.
Oh, did you see that right there? More.
Look how the
Moving
atmosphere
around left
replenishes
and
itself
right.
by Oklahoma
Couldn't
City,
help
though, in Tulsa.
Oh yeah. Watch this.
It's pretty wild how it does
Right
that.
here. On this side, you're gonna see it.
But for us, the instability is pretty much gone.
And then
It goes back
the
that
back
way.
edge. Yeah. So that,
Except in
no,
far
there's one more.
southeastern
There's one more
Scott
really
County.
good news, right? Right here.
They still have some instability.
In fact, it might even been a power flash, and then that's going south, and then the camera goes out right there. Big time wind shift right there. Super rain wrap, but then Graduate Hotel.
Did we get something?
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah, you can see it right there going across. Super shrouded in clouds.
But
that's-
as far as severe weather, center tip's good. You're good.
And then that's it for northeast. Wait till you see this right here. There comes the RFD.
Yeah, we can. I can show you where the dry line is.
This gets insane.
Dry lines got caught up with the cold front.
Power flickers. And then flickers again.
I didn't even notice it.
And then at this point, you don't even see anything anymore.
No.
It just totally everything disappears. So
Yep.
wind shift right
Completely
there,
go
too.
out. Yep. There it is.
No, that's just how heavy the rain was.
Oh.
And that is some of the heaviest
Took a
rain.
6-hour loop of what happened.
That is insane. Huntsville, I never checked that
So you
out
can
before.
see the dry line and cold front with these streamlines that we have here. Please pause it at the end. So you can kind of see a little boundary
There's a lot of dirt roads, so I didn't look a lot. At least at night.
up through
Oh, where is that?
East Texas
Yeah,
into
there's something,
Oklahoma
yeah.
City.
I'll go to the
That's pretty substantial.
Lines are moving through. Yeah, you look at some water vapor. Yeah, let's look at that. Why not?
Wait, you weren't south enough.
You think I need to be farther south?
Yeah, because remember the tilt of the radar being.
That's what I was telling Dalton in the car.
Yeah.
I was like, most of the time, it's probably farther south.
Yeah.
Yeah, those storms just blew up.
Give me a 24-hour loop. Let's take it back to yesterday.
Golly, look at that. Really, really tough visibility, man. Could not see him. Finally had a little bit of clearing from Lincoln, and then that was it.
Check out this.
What? Oh, I know. Such an intense system.
Johnson County's good.
That's old, that radar.
Yeah, get that out of there. Get that
Wait,
radar
that's
out of
old?
there. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, because I was looking at the PTDS. I'm closing it out.
Get that out of here.
Oh,
This is,
man.
look at Clinton.
But that's not here.
Nope.
That's there.
Tornado warnings expired. Every warning's about to be out of our weather coverage area. That's going to be it.
Put the flash flood warning.
How long we got on these Scott County storms?
What about the Gaither Mountain Canyon? Let's see.
8 minutes remaining. 38 minutes for this storm.
6 hours, 5 minutes.
Remember 8 hours? It just like quits on it.
Yeah. Meat Lovers Pizza. Shout out Jennifer Cross, HR lady.
Nice. That's push-ups for eating that.
No, dude, protein.
Dude. Protein carb ratio? Not
Oh my gosh. All right.
good. Not good. Pretty much negates any of the protein from that.
10,000 likes. Zach eats.
This is the
pizza.
toughest area. This is the toughest area.
10,000.
10,000. It's the toughest area to chase or spot or anything.
Yep.
Can't see it. Can't even see it on the camera.
Did y'all pop back on with that tornado warning included for Scott County or no?
We were on the stream, but we didn't do coverage because it's so far south.
No, pizza is not a steak. No, a steak sounds good though. Like that.
Yeah. High
Dan,
in fat, high in cholesterol. Yeah.
Dan, we getting steaks tonight or what?
Those eat place and call them up.
Let's go.
10:53. You know a steak place that's open? Denny's.
Steak and
Denny's?
shake.
They open
Steak and shake, yeah.
all night?
I think.
All right. Everybody is safe to go to bed. Storms are out of our weather coverage area.
PDS pizza.
I just saw your video that you sent.
Mhm.
Super rain wrapped. Unbelievable. All right, guys. So this is what we're going to do. Wrap it up. I'm going to have another slice of pizza too.
You got one sitting over there on the rundown.
Well, I've been working on that for like an hour, man. This is like the most ridiculous trying to eat pizza and do that live show. And we were doing severe weather coverage, 5 minutes up to the broadcast?
Yeah, I was like, well, you're up, sir.
Wait,
2
what?
minutes.
No, SPC has a hatch theory. They only update it through 8 o'clock tonight. So 8 o'clock was the last update. Everything's done. They're not going to update it until 1 o'clock in the morning. So that's one of the things that people need to know. It's an education for storms. But this is what we know. A tornado did track through Shady Grove in LaFleur County. No doubt about that. Tornado tracked east of Tahlequah. That made its way into southwest Adair County. We know that for sure. We know a tornado touched down west of Lincoln, south of Lincoln. Made its way eastward. I don't know if that was the same tornado that continued. I think it lifted briefly and then ramped back up over Greenland. Josh Rugger was on that live stream. Someone's video had the tornado. You could see it on the bottom left of the stream, the live coverage. It was on the bottom left. Then the storm continued east, probably put down a tornado east of Huntsville. Then we know we had a tornado that went through Lavaca. You could see that debris signature that was at Fort Chaffee. We had reports. Husband came through Marble, said there was damage there as well. Like we were mentioning, east of Huntsville, there was a confirmed tornado. There was not anything that I saw in Crawford County. Todd Yacobian is on KARK in central Arkansas. A wagon wheel had flooding, had tremendous flooding. We had severe weather. It's been a rough one the last few days. There's no doubt about that.
So
And
what? 8 tornadoes?
Possibly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, maybe 5 or 6.
5 or 6.
Well, I think we can answer that, Edward. May 26th was worse than May
Unless there's a different May 19th.
19th. Yeah, I think he's talking about now.
Yeah.
But one last look at Mega Doppler. It's over. The storms are pushing out. They're out of Scott County. They're out of Logan County. There's no more severe weather. There's just a few warnings. That's going to expire here shortly. And the heavy rain is coming to an end. Yes, there's still some lightning on the backside of that, but you're not even seeing stratiform lightning anymore on the backside of that
That was
cell.
a great light show.
Now, will there be additional thunderstorms? If there are, we'll let you know about it.
What?
more development near Ada, but here's the deal. It doesn't have the fuel to work with thunderstorms. But I'll tell you this, you don't need to worry. We're going to be on here if it gets bad again. I'll turn right back around. I'll turn this thing around and I'll come right back here and I'm going to continue to cover more storms.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's true.
I don't think that happens though. I really don't.
We'll watch it for a little bit.
Yep. We'll watch it. If you hear some rumbles of thunder and it's really loud and there's warnings, we'll be on here and we'll let you know about it. But overall, that's it for the threats. I don't think we see any more storm activity.
All right. Come on.
Well, see, there is instability out there, but there's a big gap where there's no instability.
Yeah.
Look
Yeah.
right here.
We could show
Atmosphere
that too.
saps.
Man.
Wow, actually, Zach.
Yes, sir.
That's where that strong tornado went through.
Yeah, McAllister absolutely was.
Yeah, but the instability kind of like returned though.
Totally sapped. Look at this.
Oh, I guess.
Totally sapped.
Interesting.
But there is some energy there's some instability that's developing over Oklahoma City. So maybe no.
I-35 is a lifting mechanism. So.
Yeah. Let's look at this. Yeah, there might be still going to be some potential wraparound. We'll see. I would be floored if that makes it all the way and develops. There's a little bit of an amble crawler, so we'll see. Not saying that you're going to be completely immune to thunderstorms, but this is that HRRR showing one little isolated round that comes through the river valley, so we'll be watching it. Not sure I buy that 1 o'clock in the afternoon round. Here's what we got.
1 in the afternoon.
One in the morning. I mean,
I legit thought there was more rain.
yeah, a little bit of rain and thunderstorm activity, but here's the deal. That's not super strong. There's your future. I ran it, even though it's not great. It shows a little bit of storms coming through LaFleur County, but notice how there's not really anything else. And then that's it. Then the storms are out of here.
And the graphic does negative tilt.
Yeah, no kidding. Exactly. All right, guys. That wraps it up for May 19th, 2025. We'll have more on that damage
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Getting out there.
Take care, guys. Thank you for watching. God bless. Have a great night. I'm glad everybody was safe from what I heard. Not a lot of injuries or no injuries.
As of now, yeah.
We'll see. Maybe that'll change. I hope not. But God bless. Take care. Have a good night.